Cork Moments. Actor Frank Toomey from Bosco to Mary O'Rourke.
I'd been working in the post office, like in a kind of a government job. Thought I was going to end up like that, you know, with the job, a full-time job, but like doing acting as a kind of a sideline. And now I was presented with the opportunity to go to be a professional actor, and I just said, yeah, okay, I'll go for it. I got a call to say that there was interviews for a program called Bosco. So I went out. Mark Cagney, actually, he was actually called for the interview, not me. And I went in and I met Paula Lambert. And at this stage, no, there was no puppet brought out or anything, like, and I didn't quite know what I was walking into. I'd never seen it. Anyway, Paula climbed into the box. They ran the music, ding, 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 whatever they did. And I just kind of went into, Mother of God, Mary O'Rourke. We were doing Short Circuit, as it was called then, from Cork. She was messing up big time with aircom or something, and everybody was after her. One night I was just at home listening to her, going on guffing, and I just started to mimic her around the house. And by the time I had the dog walked, I knew. I kind of came back and I rang Alf, actually. Alf was the producer, and I said, I think I have her now. And he said, keep that.
Cork Moments. Actor Peter Deneen on growing up opposite a Cork North Side brewery.
Tiny, tiny houses, 300 years old they were. The brewery was originally a kind of a workhouse, and they were built for the workers in the workhouse. It was incredibly colourful, but we didn't know it. In our little block of houses, you know, there was 12 houses, every person seemed as eccentric as the next one, you know. The next door to us, Mrs. Buttimer used to put on a wig and go up to the top window and start serenading us with Hollywood songs, you know. For instance, my great-grandmother was a Northsider all her life. And eventually, you know, her family began to prosper, and my mother's mother, you know, my grandmother, they eventually landed a house in Douglas. And they shifted the family out there, including my great-grandmother. Do you know, my great-grandmother just couldn't stand the quiet suburban life. You know, she longed for the colour and the vitality of the North Side. She just felt she had to get back. So she, at 92 years of age, she packed her bags without telling anybody, walked right across the city, knocked on my mother's door, and Mother opened the door, and she looked at my mother and she said, Dolly, I've come to die. So she came in to join the 7 kids, my mum and my dad. She died at 104, so she was 12 years with us. Yeah. But she just couldn't stand the quiet suburban life. She just had to get back to the very colourful North Side.
Moments. Dancer Alan Foley on his first visit as a teenager in 1989 to the Kirov Ballet School in St. Petersburg.
The grey sort of linen trousers, the old shawls, women selling their wares, which would be 3 carrots. Somebody else might have 5 apples. A man might have 7 pieces of wood. That man could be on the street for 10 hours a day trying to sell those 7 pieces of wood. It was awful. Like, bread was a huge thing. To get bread, and the type of bread that we used to get in the school was a very kind of a sweet, doughy bread. You thought, well, if I don't eat this, I'm going to starve. It's as simple as that. I mean, frankfurters and cabbage for breakfast, and then we didn't eat that, so they took it back and they made a quiche of it for lunch. At the party that we went to, the closing party, we were presented with a bottle of Coke. We were told they had a huge surprise for us, and the surprise turned out to be a bottle of Coke each. You know, they have very little. What they have, they give you, you know, with open arms. The Russian people in general, they bring you into their homes, they bring you into their hearts. You know, they put a massive spread on the table, but it's essentially nothing. What's on the table, there's no substance in it. They could be a kind of a meat, but it's not really a meat, it's kind of a paste. Like an apple or a banana would be a huge thing. But what they have, they give you. They're very, very generous in that respect. And I have to say they're also very generous with their knowledge of the art form, ballet.
Moments. Alf McCarthy. Contact. As a child, I sat and looked in awe as the power surged and grew, fueling that green glow, that umbilical striking the right chord, that fevered tone of perfect pitch, that unrelenting tone, that signaled signified contact, contact. As a child I sat and listened in awe as the voices rode the air on waves that ebbed with the exotic of faraway places, on waves flowing with cosmopolitan worldliness, creating in the mind's eye the best pictures. Contact. And still today, as a man, I see that child in 50s basin cut and short pants, straining, eyes shut, hugging that magic box, mentally creating pictures of Marciano and Ringy, of Banba brass and gay guitars, of Hancockian half-hours where comedy was beyond our ken, of journeying into space with planet men called Dantro, of O'Donnell Lebu on signal chimes and time was earned any time, of honey-dewed farms and tomboys called Jacqueline, my first love, radio. Cork Moments. Alice Taylor, author.
You see, I think maybe there was more poetry went on in quiet little rivers, you know, than the Bendon is very, it's, you know, it's along a main road, it's very public. Because I remember Langold home, there was poetry went on, and we would see it out the river. You know, they would light this side of turf on a pike, and you'd see them down the river gaffing the salmon. And God, my father disapproved highly of it. He really did. I remember once we had got a salmon, a present from somebody who had poached it, and he opened the salmon up on the table and gathered us all on it and opened the salmon and showed us all the salmon eggs. And he said, now, do you see all those? They were all potential fish. So that's the result of they were coming up the river for this. And he said, on account of that salmon being poached, all that fish life is gone. And it always stayed with me. He was very into abiding by the rules of nature. You know, he was into that about trees and about looking after the river and keeping it clean. And I suppose these things pass on in a family. My brother now, we were walking along the river at home one day, and he jumped into the river and he was looking at something. And I said, what are you doing? He said, I'm just seeing, is it okay? And he would check it regularly to make sure that none of his slaughter was affecting the river. And you could look down at that river and the stones were as clear in the bottom. It's much more effective than any law enforcement.
Cork Moments. Alicia St. Ledger, Melodies and Memories. 150 years of the Cork Opera House.
It started off life as one of the exhibition buildings over behind where the present City Hall is. And then it was transported over to what's now Emmett Place. And it was opened as the Athenaeum. And it was open for lectures and concert hall and so on. Then in 1877 it had been adapted and it was opened then as the Opera House. There's wonderful descriptions of it when it opened. And it was very typical of Victorian interiors for opera houses and theatres of that type. It was very elaborate. There was a lot of gilt, a lot of scarlet drapes, wonderfully rich interior. And it retained that really right to the end, although obviously it was quite faded and probably a little tattered and torn. Anybody, I think, who was in Cork at the time remembers that fire. They remember the night, they remember where they were. I think it's one of those seminal events. It's like where you were when Kennedy was shot. And people have very strong memories about it. And a great many people were drawn to the city centre to watch it burn because it was an amazing fire. It was huge. And it was a wet night. It was a stormy night. And still the fire blazed. An essentially wooden building with an awful lot of very flammable material inside it to feed on. And it was very spectacular. Even the photographs, you can see that, how it reached up into the sky. It was such a centre of entertainment that for them, sitting there looking at it, it wasn't just looking at a fire, it was looking at their lifetimes.
Check out Cork Moments on the RTE. Cork Moments. Andrea Kennedy, working in the Cork nightclub scene.
I heard a great quote in a film there the other night. Talking about music is like dancing about architecture. Music is about expression, about, you know, raising feelings. I think the scene got a little bit too up itself, and they forget in the end of the day that it's about entertainment. You know, we did school disco parties actually this year that were very successful. Fancy dress can be complicated, but I think everybody can kind of has a shirt or a tie or can recreate the uniform thing, and it was actually some of the funnest nights that we had, just reminiscing about the music and putting pictures on the big screens of people in uniform. You know, we had a sweet shop open for the night with sticky jellies that were stuck all over the floor, stinger bars, and just reminisce. You'd be really surprised at what happens to some people with drink, and then throw a few girls into the equation and a bit of jealousy, and you know, and I just think talking to people is the best key, because when people are in that sort of state, they're very adamant, and it's more or less to kind of get them back to their normal state where they can actually make rational decisions, as opposed to flying off the handle and, you know, I want to kill your man and I hate her. And you would actually be shocked when you see guys, and sometimes the level of aggression that can come out in them. You'll meet them, you know, you'll see them in court, or you'll meet them afterwards, their whole family will say, God, they're very quiet, and I believe them. You know, as they say, I'm a bit of a nutter magnet, I've been called in the past. I think having a woman figure, we have a lot of women in the club, makes people behave. I think being the mommy, they sort of have this idea is, would you do that at home? You know, I have said that many times. And you'll get a better reaction then, you know, you're out, get out of the club, you know. They'll sort of put down the glass and look at you and go, no, sorry about that.
Cork Moments. Andrew Roach, Erin Road, Erin, Cork.
The design of Kent Station, I think the building itself is a very unique building, and as I mentioned earlier on, it was the original Great Southern Hotel in Cork. And one of the selling points was the fact that it had electricity. A lot of places then hadn't got electricity. This would be about 120 years ago. So you're looking at a very unique style of building and a very unique way of coming to Cork and having to just get off a train and just arriving at the hotel itself. But again, if you look at all the Great Southern hotels around the country, they're all next to or on top of railways. There's very, very little done to it. Rooms have might been changed slightly, but the layout of it has not been really changed. If you remember those days also, the train crews had to overnight a lot. Once they got, the journeys were much longer, for example, in travelling time from Cork to Dublin or Dublin to Cork, and as a result they had to overnight. In recent times it's been used for making some famous movies like The Great Train Robbery with Leslie Ann Down, Sean Connery, Donald Sutherland would have been another one, and this was supposed to be Folkestone. Cork Station was supposed to be Folkestone. The Bend obviously has a unique character about it, because when people arrive here to meet people off the train, they can see the train come from the tunnel, come out of the tunnel and into the station itself. Even if you're used to it, I think it's very unique that you come out of a tunnel and there's a station. There's nowhere else in Ireland that has that.
Anne O'Carroll, Beachcomber.
We're just about between Kilcatherine Point and Reen Point on the Beara Peninsula, on the north side of the Beara Peninsula, overlooking Coolock Bay. It's lovely jagged coastline along here with lots of inlets, so everything gets snagged, which is absolutely great. Every inlet you come up to, you don't know what you're going to find until you get there. What interests me most is I always seem to get what I need at the time, and there was a time when there was a lot of electricity strikes and storms and so on. I was completely out of candles and had forgotten to buy them, and I went down the shore getting seaweed for the garden for fertiliser, and I found a massive big star-shaped white candle. You find the most unexpected things. Around the same time, when we were frozen, and the only thing between me and hypothermia was a hot water bottle, I lost the lid of the hot water bottle, spent hours searching for it, gave up, went down the shore, and there's a hot water bottle lid lying on the shore. So it's really gas the way you find things that you need totally unexpectedly. The downside of it, or whatever, would be that the amount of rubbish and plastic rubbish that you get washing in. We can't blame Irish people solely, because I found shampoo bottles in French, German, Spanish, Italian, you name it, Dutch, every language under the sun stuff comes in here. Got a big barrel from Kyoto in Japan, which I use as my post box now. I even got 2 milk crates from Twin Cities Dairies Detroit, and it said that you got your money back on them, so I was thinking of posting them to the States. After one storm, a really bad storm, literally the shore was littered with dead fish and birds. It was unbelievable, but you got to look at gannets close up and so on. I had this gannet, he was dead, and I buried him in the garden because I wanted to get the skeleton, and as I was stamping the earth down on top of him, he cried, "Wah!" And I nearly died of shock because I thought he was still alive, but it was just, I was pressing on the lungs and the sound came out. It was really scary.
Cork Moments. Antone O'Callaghan, on the bridges of Cork.
I learned very quickly that I knew virtually nothing about them. The clerk of works on the building of the Northgate Bridge, which was opened during the 1860s, was J.J. Collins, the Arctic explorer. Went to the North Pole, came back in in a coffin because he didn't survive the trip, and it proved to be the longest funeral ever held in the world, because his body came back to Cork Cemetery via Moscow to New York to wherever, all over the place. And I learned that there is, in the foundation stone of Patrick's Bridge, there's a glass time capsule with a document about the making of the bridge at the time, and it's still in there. Trinity Bridge, which is the pedestrian bridge that crosses between Morrison's Island and Union Quay, it was built in 1977, or opened by Gerald Goldberg, who was Lord Mayor in that year, and that was built entirely from the proceeds of disc parking, which had recently been introduced into the city. One of the things I discovered that I loved about the bridges, Clontarf and Brian Brew, when they were operating as they were originally designed, i.e. opening bridges that also carried the railway lines, those two bridges, they are Scherzer rolling lift bascule bridges. I just love that. In 1968, of course, the ship ploughed into that bridge and led to the introduction of the one-way traffic system.
April Fool's Day. Is it true?
It was christened Hans Kuhn, after that German theologian. I was sitting here, and she was still huddled up down the end of the cage, and that's a bad sign, you see. They're sick when they're huddled up at the end of the cage. The fire was going down. I said, I better put on more fire, I'll be up all night. And I put up the light, and there she was. So I went over, and I said, what are you doing? Get up to bed, all that. And the next thing, said, what's that? Well, so my whole stomach turned over. I thought I was going to get sick. It looked like an egg, but I couldn't make out where could an egg come from. I was only after cleaning the cage for the bin. Then the next day, this side came out here, and I saw the light on outside the next house, and I ran out and I called them, and I couldn't talk. No, not a word would come out of me. And the girl said, well, I called the doctor. No, said I, but you know I have a parrot comb. It's not comb anymore, so it's Polly. This is 1:45 in the morning. So they came flying in to see the egg, and there it was down the end of the cage. So she had it there. She was putting it under her breast and trying to... It's only a glugger. I said it was up in the pound shop you got it. 2 weeks after, then she laid another one.
Cork Moments. Artist Vivian Roach on the craft of public steel sculptures.
Certainly working steel is a very industrial activity, because it's all about kind of cutting, welding, grinding. On the scale that I work occasionally, it's actually like factory work, and I work with fabricators. I work here in the sculpture factory in Cork, and I work sometimes in steels in New Ross. And I rarely make steelworks for my studio anymore, unless they're models or very small scale work. But yes, it's quite industrial, but I like it because I like the kind of level of engagement with other people that necessitates. Interestingly, because I think artists don't actually do the technical side of things as much anymore as we were taught to do when we were in school. So yes, I learned to weld, I learned how to work metal, and I think it's very important to know what it can do before you can kind of think in steel.
Babu Turlapati, remembering victims of the Air India disaster on the 23rd of June.
Only one son we were able to pick up the body, but the second body is still in the ocean. We feel that he's still there. According to our traditional Indian traditions, we are supposed to go to the ocean and offer our offerings by way of flowers or incense, or even rice, throwing rice into the ocean, and that is our Hindu tradition. This represents all the 329 people who lost their lives, and here particularly I will show. This is Sanjay Turlapati. This is my older son. This is Deepak Turlapati, my second son, 14 years and 11 years. And we observe this silence of 1 minute, right from 8:12 to 8:13, breaking the silence by chanting some hymns. This particular day brings us a lot of peace into our minds. Having gone through the pain all these years, myself and my wife and some of the relatives, we come regularly for this day to observe a service in memory of all the victims. See, at a personal level, I can only describe my pain within myself and my wife, having lost our own children, our only 2 children, and also to see them growing up and to see them getting settled in life, getting married, and also having grandchildren through them. But all those pleasures have been lost for us because of this dastardly act of terrorism.
Known as the Baldy Barber.
It's a fun thing more than anything else. Well, in fact, there's a guy above in Derry called the Balding Barber. But no, I tell you what it's great for is because I deal with alopecia. And I said, no, I'm sorry, there is nothing there to make hair grow only in the case of alopecia. And that is only one particular alopecia, and that is alopecia areata. But an oil-based lotion that my father developed years ago. But I suppose like that, he just gave it to the customer. He never charged. I mean, you were a customer and you got it. And about 8 or 9 years ago, I was at home one Thursday morning, and a neighbour told me that her sister had a problem with it, and I went away and I got his notes, and I found the notes, and I looked it up, and I got it made up by a chemist, a friend of mine. I say I make up 20 bottles at a time, and it's very precise, and the different oils lined up at home. But I just got a new kitchen out at the moment, and I got down to the shed. So no more lotion in the kitchen.
Barry Johnson and the recent closure of a famous pub.
I think it was when Pa died that I put the name Pa over. It was known as P. Johnson, was over the door before that. But there was known as Nutty Barry's one time, actually, going way back. His aunt's name was Barry. Of course, some people think it should be still called Nutty Barry's after me. The Gallagher that I'm into, as much as Rory, would be Bridie Gallagher. So when we play Gallagher in the bar, someone says, anybody want to hear Gallagher? And they say, yeah. So I play Bridie. I give them the boys the crowd here. So there's some slag goes on about that, as you can imagine. When my father was there, pubs didn't do music that time, really. They'd be sing songs, of course, and that. But somebody with a melodeon or with a harmonica. But a lot of musicians came to the bar. Yeah, the cat club was just around the corner, and Magella Cullen, the soprano, one night came in from the cat club to join the our jam session, and she went up and she sang All of Me. And then, of course, you had the Dixies, Joe Mack, Brendan O'Brien, Sean Lucy, and the lads. They used to rehearse around the corner. They'd come in after rehearsals into the bar and bring in the musicians, and another session would start up. So, we had the 3 tenors there a couple of years ago as well. Terry McCarthy, Hughie Moynihan, and Brian Callan, who were Cork's 3 tenors, and they had their first 2 gigs in the bar, and the atmosphere was absolutely magic. It's mainly blues now, but we don't knock any of the music. From Beatles to Bach, as they say. It was knocked down eventually on Good Friday of all days. The last night then, we had the Dizzy Blues, who were the main band in the bar, so they played for the last few nights, That was we had John O'Donnell, the trumpeter there. He came in and played the last post in the last night, which is a very tear-jerking moment, I can say. Yeah, that was it then. That was it. I was in the past then.
Check out Cork Moments on the Moments. Bernard Fleming, Cork in the 20s.
I remember coming from the Palace Theatre one night with my brother. It was a Tuppence Halfpenny Hop, which would be 2 houses that time, where we were at the 9 to 11 house. We live near the Mardick, but coming home we came to Camden Quay and Pope's Quay. And as I was approaching this huge building, which I now know to be St. Mary's, I didn't know anything about it at that time, I heard the shooting, the whole 6 shots. And I saw the figures of the men who did the shooting, and they run up Ferry Hill. And suddenly we came across the huddled body of a man on the Dutch Road. It was a dry, hard night in March 1920. He was Constable Murtock, and according to Rex Taylor's book, he was shot in the afternoon, which is wrong. He was shot in the dark of night. I was there, I was looking at the whole thing. I saw the figures run up the hill, Ferry Hill, after shooting this man, and suddenly I saw the figure of a priest in white come out down the steps where St. Martin's Chapel is now. And he came over and knelt down beside the dying man. The police came along. Somebody must have called the police. And I remember about 6 of them with their rifles and all the thing come along, and they had a word with the priest. He was a tall man, and he retraced his steps and he disappeared in the darkness, because the man on the roadway was a Protestant. So the police, 4 of them, caught the dying man, and looked him away up to the North Infirmary. And we went on our way, and my mother woke her to follow more with the horror story that Thomas McCurtain had been shot dead. He was shot dead about 3 hours after Constable Murtock being shot.
Cork Moments. Bernie Murphy,
former city councillor.
I don't know, I could be feeling again when I'm very shaky the whole lot of them. I go as an independent. I think this country is on a coalition course.
A collision or a coalition?
A coalition course.
Would you consider yourself a wild Irishman?
I am a bit of a wild Irish when I get drunk. I give out like hell. I can't read and write.
Can you not?
No, I could only put down the bean in him.
Bernie Murphy?
Yes.
Well, if you can't read or write, how do you know as much as you do?
Because I hear the wireless, don't I?
You listen to radio all the time?
Yes. I can listen to the Australian news and the American news and the world service.
Can you count the money?
Oh, I'm maybe sure I can count the money.
Nobody'd hoodwink you in that
Oh,
regard?
I know. As a matter of fact, when I came back from Amsterdam, I had it broke, but I was able to save again. I'll be going to win out in about August. But I wouldn't fly from Cork. I got Dublin, I slip out the back door.
Do you reckon you're a happy man?
I'm a happy man today as a world was. I haven't a care in the world. And I'm not married, and I'm a freelance.
Well, if you had got married, do you think you would have cares?
Sure, I wouldn't maybe get married. I wouldn't maybe go to London and Amsterdam, would I?
And visit the red light district?
Oh, I'll be back there again. Busting to go back there again.
And what did you do there?
Oh, you know, a bit of gula.
What's that?
Women, sex and drink.
Well, now, which is your preference, the sex or the drink?
Well, drink and even food and women.
And did they invite you in?
They did.
Did you go?
Of course I went.
Come on now, you're having me on.
I went there. I've nothing to be ashamed of. I'm a single man. The red light district in Amsterdam now and so in London is a city of sin. It's called Sodom and Gomorrah.
You wouldn't think of Cork now as a city of sin, would you?
No. But they're coming here in the slide, though.
Are they?
Oh, they are. Well, of course, the English people are nice people.
Do you think so?
They won't, when you go down to the massage palace, they won't steal your money. But here, I said they do here.
Moments. Betty Noonan, going out of bounds from Heatherside Sanatorium.
We had to go into a drain, climb along the drain, which was wet. The secretary was walking her dog, so we had to lie in the drain until the dog and the secretary passed. Into the wood. There was a pine forest right up the mountain, and it was absolutely like fairyland. In the pine forest, we met the fellas because we had gone over now to their side. We climbed right up through the wood, climbing all the time until we got to the rocky part of the mountain. And the six of us stood up there on top of the world, feeling absolutely free. And we were there for about 5 minutes, panting, when we had to come back down again. Got lost in the wood, and Jerry, one of the big tall fellas, I remember he knelt down and the leaves were all wet. Letting Martin the poorest, please bring us back to our beds safely. Martin the poorest did it. And we walked along, we chatted, we felt normal. And then we came back, hurrying back through the wood and into bed for rest hour.
Share your Cork Moments on 021 480 5868. Cork Moments. Bill Parfrey, clairvoyant.
I had been in the wilderness, let's put it that way, for some months, because in this type of work you find that there are periods where you have to do a lot of soul searching. And on your own programme, Cork About, I heard this request for a healer. And that put me in touch with a young girl. Well, she was 21 at the time. And she had been up to see her grandfather, who was to have his leg taken off the following Wednesday in St. Finbarr's Hospital. She said she was looking at her grandfather and saying, I wonder what could be done. And into her mind, the word healer came. And she put a request through the local radio for a healer. I heard that, and it brought me up to see this man. He was a great old man from West Cork, and tremendous faith in that. And I did what was necessary, because each particular person has to be treated differently. And on Tuesday morning, the nurse came to dress his leg, and she took the bandage off, and the gangrene was gone. She gave a scream, obviously, and with shock, I suppose. And doctor came, and he said, I don't understand. And he said to the doctor, what will I do? And the doctor said, you better get up and go home. So he did, just that. Came down to see me, where I had a business in the centre of town. I found it, I couldn't come to terms with it at that particular time, but it was one of the things that changed my life's direction dramatically.
Bill Toomey on the perils of broadcasting.
A memory I have of the Cork station, I think it was the most dramatic broadcast I ever heard from the Cork station, was I was sitting at home one night when the IRA raided the women's jail. And they broke into the news and did about a 2 or 3 minute talk into the news. It was the most dramatic listening to at home. And the signature tune they wound up with a shot fired into the piano. And it came across as really something, at home you were simply frozen with shock to hear this sudden intrusion into. They held the staff, the few people up above Paddy Buckley probably and Mar, at gunpoint and shot in this insert into the news. It was tremendously dramatic. Was that when we went up to do our next broadcast up there, at the top of the steps as you went up to the old building, behind sandbags there was a Free State soldier with his rifle trained on the little wicket gate that you went through to get into the station.
Check out Cork Moments.
Cork Moments. Billa O'Connell, pantomime star.
The Opera House holds 1,000 people, and could you imagine out there now tonight there's about 800 children, and they'll come with me hopefully through the story about the wolf and Red Riding Hood. So to me it's like a joke, it's like a buzz. They'll carry you and help you, and that's what I love about it. Our pantomime is always traditional. No, I've never seen Dublin pantomimes, but we stick strictly to the story. Like you're going to see Red Riding Hood now tonight as it is in the storybook. We're traditional as Father Matthew in a Shandon steeple itself. We stick to that tradition, and it has worked for years. Every year I did pantomime, and I worked with Beams and Crawford for 30 years, and Beams and Crawford were very kind to me. When it came matinees, and I took a laws, the fella said, Beams and Crawford knew well where I was. It was down the Opera House beating the boards. I didn't get me primary. I think I barely got me primary. I was in school and going. I remember the teacher saying to me, "Billy, I says you have a head with two as a turn up." But I did very well. I can tell you this much now. I'm not a holy man, lover, but God is very kind to me. And if God gives Billy the strength he has now, Billy will carry over the Opera House.
Moments. Billy Butt and Declan Gainey, and man's favourite sport.
Do mischief like, probably have a game of run away knock the door and run, be talking to the girls like, don't wipe the alley.
Ever go dancing with them?
They disgrace if you went dancing with them.
Why
The whole cock and nose.
I go to the dancing in the club Saturday night there now. Over 13, but you'd easy get in, like to be say, let you get in there now.
What age are you?
I'll be 11 next August.
I went dancing there once like down the scout hall. I went down like it was 26 to get in, but we got it for that because we were scouts. And I was with one down there and I was dancing away with them. We were having a great laugh. Well, I kissed your one. There was two other the scouts and they saw me kissing your one like, "What's your kiss off for?" And I says, "I just walked home." They said they can't wash their face or anything. And they disgrace me, blackmail me and everything.
They wouldn't.
They would.
How old was she, incidentally?
She was about 12. I was about 12 that time because I was last year.
Yeah.
She was nice there.
And did you ever see anybody home, Declan?
What do you remember that now, Jane?
Walk home.
Once in a while. Well, down in Blackpool, there could be a girl not spangled headed about half past. She come out to dance about 10 o'clock and she said, "Walk me home." And I walk her home, when I walk up, I'd have me, she'd be winking me and she said, "Look at him, look at him." And she got to me how to dance then the other day, like you might meet her like, or she might give you a 50 or something like that.
What's a 50?
You mightn't turn up to the girl at all. I'm 49 in a 1, that's 52.
Or sometimes if she was a really good looking girl, like, you say, like, yeah, you didn't turn out front, they call that in 100, like, because she's very good looking, and you might turn out because you might have to do your exercise or something. And they say, "You gave your one 100 last night."
And if your mother say, "Look at him," don't say to him, "Go down, go down the other heart."
But it doesn't stop you, does it?
Oh, no.
Cork Moments. Footballer and sporting hero Billy Morgan.
As the years went by, I was going to a school, Colossus Grade 3, that concentrated more on football, and I was playing with a club, Nemo Rangers, who gradually changed from hurling over to football. So by the time I reached my late teens, football had taken over as my number one game. I played soccer briefly at the end of my minor career. The band was there at the time. I played soccer with Tramore Athletic, and I had to give up Gaelic football then. And during the next couple of years, when I went back to Gaelic football and the ban was lifted, I signed with Waterford as cover for Peter Thomas, and then I signed for Cork Celtic, as cover for Alex Ludzik. Unfortunately, I never got to play a League of Ireland game. I would love to, but it never came up.
Check out Cork Moments on the RTE.
Cork Moments. Bishop John Buckley, a great sporting enthusiast.
Well, I grew up in Ichigire. It's a parish of Ivlere in West Cork. But in those times, back in the 50s and the 60s, life was difficult. You know, and unemployment was rampant at the time. We were very privileged that we had a teacher in our national school, the principal, Seamus O'Leary, and he was a very keen supporter of the game of road bowling. In fact, during the religion class, he used to often take us out for a game. And we thought, at the time, of course, we were only in 5th and 6th class, we thought that bowling was part of religion. We still think it is, of course. So I would regard myself as a good enough bowler. My aim was, to improve in hurling, which thankfully I did, and its greatest achievement, of course, was being selected on the Cork minor hurling team, and also to captain the St. Finbarr's College Harty team. And then subsequently, I played senior hurling with Sarsfield. The late Pope John Paul, he was a great supporter of sport himself, wrote beautifully about the importance of sport, frequently quoting St. Paul. That famous passage in the Bible in one of his letters when he said that it's so important to participate in sport. He said, all the runners at the stadium are trying to win, but only one gets the prize. And I remember last year we used that reading for the All-Ireland hurling final. And subsequently Donald O'Grady used that in the dressing room minutes before they went out to beat Kilkenny in the hurling final. So we are taking some of the credit for that.
Bob Welsh, academic and author.
I was never on drinking terms with Sean O'Riordan or anything like that. There was Seamus Murphy, whom again one kind of looked at from afar as a kind of a person of achievement and eminence and so on. His sculptures, you see, were familiar to us. I mean, that's that kind of dignified statuary that he did. They were around Cork City, and you had a sense that there was an artistic life in the city. Sean O'Toma, an extraordinarily charismatic and challenging figure. He once said to me, are you serious about being a writer? He says, take my advice and get out of this bloody place, meaning the university. O'Toma gave quite outstanding seminars on O'Riordan's poetry. You felt that you were actually getting inside the pulse of the writing itself. I found invigorating and exciting and so forth. And I translated one or two of his poems. And there was one poem in particular, Claustrophobia, and I was wondering what O'Riordan would think of it. So I went out to the house in Enniscar. I took the bus out. Tiny little modest house. If I remember, it had a corrugated iron roof. It was one of those built perhaps, in the 1920s or something like that, with what they would call a Dien Schunke, or a zinc roof. I knocked at the door and he came out, a little eggshell head peered out, and he said, what do you want? And I explained why I was there with the poem and that sort of thing, and he said, well, fall your way, leave it with me and I'll have a look at it. So he then wrote back to me a very nice letter, which I still have to this day. I treasure it actually, because he said, as far the Ronson am a your poem is better than mine, which it wasn't, by the way. You've taken the poem, the thought a bit further. So he says, you can't really publish it as a translation, but I do think you should publish it. And he says, I lunch every day, he says, in the 5-star supermarket, which was off Princess Street in Cork. And he says, Berfalt the road. And I'm afraid I never took him up on the offer because, again, I was too shy to follow it through.
Brendan Hennessy, Cork Building in Cork Harbour.
Went out to Roach's Point and I saw Cork out there. It belonged to a man called Charles Dowman, who was one of the last sailors on the square-rigged ship, and that boat had been left go slightly, or it wasn't getting the use it required. And I was watching it, and I was watching the grass, and I came down the following year, and the grass was that bit higher. And so, having a chat, we got an agreement that I'd do it up if I'd bring it back. And new gunnels, new ribs, few new stringers, and the best bit of all, the canvas and the tar. And I remember well the tarring of the boat. Out in Cove on a farm, and decided we better tar it inside because it was March, and tarred away anyway, and it was beautiful black, looked like that kind of beached whale look, and picked it up and dropped it, wet tar onto hay. I had the first thatched currach that was ever to be had, and so the next part of the boat was actually taking all the hay back off it. We put so much tar on it, it took 3 weeks to dry. There was a slight novitiate part in that.
Share your Cork moment on 021 480 58.
Brendan O'Brien of the Dixies, on high points in his career and some missed opportunities.
Our agent in Las Vegas was Rocky Senes, and I said to him one night, I said, any chance I could meet Elvis Rocky? And he said, yeah, I'll line that up for you, Brendan, no problem. I mean, having said that, no, all the stars this time, the Rat Pack, everyone was in Vegas in the early 70s. And one night he said to me, hey Brendan, you're meeting Elvis next Tuesday. I said, thanks Rocky, fine, after the Late Show in the Hilton International. And that Tuesday I was downtown with the boys and we were having a pint, and somebody said, "Hey, you're to meet Elvis tonight." I said, "Shit, can't I meet him next Tuesday?" And I went along the following Tuesday. He wasn't seeing anyone, and I never met him. That was the story. I said, oh God, you know. I always loved meeting people, but sometimes in our heyday, it was a bit, you know, here at Patrick Street all those years ago when I was 25 or 26 and having a record in the charts, you'd actually be mobbed. And it was nice in a way, but, you know, the public would get a bit maybe excited when one of the Dixies was around, and that was it. And it was fun to get your shirt torn off you in the middle of Patrick Street. A few weeks after coming back from our first trip to America, I was talking with the then station master, and he said, you know, because we had topped the bill in Carnegie Hall a few weeks before that, all Cork had come out to welcome us home, and they gave us an open-top bus as well. And he said, "I think he had a bigger crowd in the All-Ireland coming home, Brendan." You know, and that felt great.
RTE Radio 1 broadcasting on FM, medium wave, long wave and on satellite. Tuesday, it's 12 midday.
Moments. Brian McGee, archivist, discovers Victorian Cork.
Richard Dowden was the mayor of Cork in 1845. Remarkable man. He was involved in all the different societies that a gentleman in the 19th century would have been involved with. He actually kept an awful lot of the correspondence that he received during his time as a politician. And it's a real gem of a collection. It's absolutely wonderful. It would bring a smile to your face now. There's pamphlets and posters advertising events in the city where they're going to discuss phrenology, which is a study of the shape of the head to determine the moral character or otherwise of an individual. There was an anti-slavery society in Cork discussing the slavery in the United States. It was quite a big thing. There was always great pride in the city that comes across very much in all the different types of archives. The sense that, you know, we're a kind of an independent city, that we don't rely on anyone else, that we're able to do it for ourselves. So it's like a snapshot of life in 1845 when you look at the collection. There's correspondence relating to, you know, the railway, the arrival of the railway in Cork in 1845, you know. The efforts, you know, of the Victorian age to, you know, they were great for learning and scholarship, you know, what would have been called the working class in Cork. There was a great interest in reading and scholarship that was noted, you know, throughout Ireland even, that Cork was quite a literary place. So in a way, we've always been a city of culture, and that's reflected in its archive.
Cork Moments. Cal Highland, Ross Carberry.
At that time, when we first came here, we were living in Dublin, and we'd just come back from London. We had a little camper van, and we went off, Joan and myself, on a holiday, and we came down around Clonakilty, Ross, and I felt at home once I crossed the river at Inishannon. There's something about the old diocese of Ross, you know. It's a world apart. Beautiful people, beautiful scenery, the sea, the hills behind us. What more could you ask for? I think people living by the sea they have a different attitude to life. They're closer to nature. They're closer to the real life. I mean, you look at the power of that water out there. Look what it's done to the cliffs around us. I mean, it's made awful changes there. You can find remains of civilization here from the dawn. You've got megaliths, you've got stone circles, you've got coming through, then you've got the old monastery of St. Fatima, you have the Benedictine Priory. In the early 1800s, William Thompson, he was a Cork-born laddie. His father, through some form of debt incurred, acquired 1,400 acres in Connana, and in fact set up a commune in Connana on the family estates. He did upset his family and some of the dignitaries by not insisting that couples should be married. I suppose to some extent that was hippie for its day, and in fact caused great wealth to the solicitors after he died, because the family fought the will on the basis that it was immoral, and also the fact that he was leaving his body to science, that he must have been off his trolley.
The Capitol Cinema and the Ten Commandments.
I don't know whether you have seen or not, but how it opened fade in through a plush red curtain. The microphone came up through the stage, and Cecil D. DeMille came out from behind the curtain and spoke for about 5-6 minutes. about how the picture was made and all the rest, you see. So the following morning, I happened to be doing a job in the cash desk right in the front of the house. This lady came in, an old lady, I might say, and she said, where is Mr. DeMille? So I said, I don't know. But she said, what hotel is he staying in? She said he was here last night. I'm sorry, lady, I said, but that wasn't Mr. DeMille, that was the film you were looking at. So she turned her back and went off.
Men in particular, we knew them well, that we used to call them shifters. They'd be annoying the ladies, you know. At particular times in the cinema, I often put on my coat and headscarf and went and sat down, but unfortunately they must have known me because there were no takers. I had left, and I was years left at the Capitol, and one night I took my niece into the pictures, and from force of habit I put her sitting outside me, and I myself in the next seat. Now the cinema was practically empty, and this man came and sat beside me, and he tried the very same thing. He cut my knee. The very thing that I was avoiding all the years I worked. And when I came out and complained to the men that I had worked with, they fell around the hall laughing. That is true.
Cork Moments. Opera singer Cara O'Sullivan on her more casual recitals.
People ask me to sing when I'm out socially, and they know I'm a soft touch basically, because I do love to sing. I know some singers don't like to sing socially or out of their environment, but I do like to sing. On my holidays down in Ardmore, we have a sing-song, and I like to sing down there, and everybody gets up and does their bit, and Beelia. Everybody wants me to sing Beelia. And I hate it. I'm sick of it. I wish people would say, go on, Car, do Velia, because you know they love the high note at the end. I swear that's what they wanted, but I don't mind at all. I mean, providing I'm in the form and I'm able. I would sometimes sing, you know, fish gotta swim and birds gotta fly. I gotta love one man till I die. You know the rest of it yourselves. And I would sing that, and they yeah, that's lovely, but lovely, Cara, but occasionally, once or twice, I sang Visidarte, and it literally raised the roof. They were looking for subsidence, cracks and what have you afterwards, but they went berserk for that, because it's really what I do and what I do at my best.
Charlie Hennessy, on his dad, keeping rural traditions alive.
Agriculture was basically in his blood. He decided that we'd have our own milk. So he had a cow, and he based his theory that if you could keep pit ponies in the mines in Wales, you could keep a cow in Margaret Street, which is off Dunbar Street, which is where St. Finbar's Church is now. And here they all trooped off, including my father, up to the stables, which are about 100 yards from where we lived. And there they were, and the cow was lying down flat in the stables. And if you leave a cow like that, her chances of surviving are pretty poor. But if you get her standing up again, she has some sort of a chance. So they had a belly band around the cow, and they had a pulley-hauley thing off one of the beams, and they were all heaving, well, oh, and the cow was slowly coming up. And just when it got standing, the beam broke. It crashed down. They were nearly all killed because the place above the loft was full of corn and wheat and everything, and everyone was covered in that. So the poor cow anyway passed away. Whether she died from shock or what, I don't know. But he wouldn't admit it, and he had a pal of his, a vet. They got together and they had an autopsy. And there was a certificate furnished that the cow had died from swallowing a nail, which was the greatest piece of medical untruth I have ever heard in my life.
Moments. Charlie Nash Cove sailed as a youth on the tall ships.
We went down with a nice breeze from here to the long ships. When we got up to Beachy Head, the wind came easterly, and we were 3 weeks tacking from the French coast to the British coast, from the British coast to the French coast. It was very tough on us fellas because you had to be at braces every 6 hours or 5 hours at whatever time it took to get across according to the strength of the wind. It meant nearly all hands being on the job at the time. So we were all sick of it. We didn't understand so much the young fellas, but some of the older hands were growing like heck. Well, we got through, but the next thing we knew, there was a mine floating past us about 20 feet away. She was seaworthy all right. The hull was good, but the sails and the riggings, all it needed was renewing. I was in a ship that we had loaded timber, and we had it on deck. We were in an eclipse of the sun, I think it was. Of course, it was all black, all dark, very much dark. The sun was hidden and that sort of thing. We got wind from all directions, and we found out that these braces, the way they were held, the whole lot came adrift, and the yards were swinging around on their own, and damage could happen, and so we had to tighten up everything as quick as possible. The only thing is that we were lucky. A big old swell kind of after that turned out. I don't know what it was, but it was a bit of a maelstrom. A lot of old sailors talk about the good old days in sailing ships and that kind of thing. If they gave out the truth, they'd say, what a modern time I had in her.
Cork Moments. Chris Curran, actor and Corkman.
We're the greatest thing that happened since the flood. Though they'd like to treat us often just like mud. But when the man that built the ark peeps out of heaven for a lark and looks down here to see if there's anything any good, he remarks to Father Matcher, "Hey, come here, is that your stature?" We're the greatest thing that happened since the flood. We like to wet our whistle when the heart is feeling sad, and there's 3 local brands of fine refreshment to be had. For a city built on water, you'll admit that's not too bad. We're the greatest thing that happened since the flood. Our interest in gambling is to be diminished soon. We've given up our games of bridge on Sunday afternoon. The Northgate Bridge went twist and bust. All we now have is pontoon. We're the greatest thing that happened since the flood. Sure, one day going out Blackpool, I seen a woman nearly crying. She couldn't find a shilling, so she had no dinner frying. But she called out to a young man who was playing out on grass, "Love, run down to Christie Ring and get a medal for the gas." So we're the greatest thing that happened since the flood. The way the Dublin crowd reviles us, do you think 'twas understood that we ought to imitate them? That's assuming that we could. There's only one thing wrong with them. Do you know what it is? They're no good. We're the greatest thing that happened since the flood.
Chris Hurley of the Cork Film Centre.
The reason it was set up was because a number of people who were working either part-time or as volunteers with the film festival started to talk about the fact that there wasn't or hadn't been a Cork-made film in the film festival for a number of years. Within a year, I think, of the film centre being set up, you had 1 Cork-made film, and then that increased to 2. In the last year or 2, you've had an entry of, I think, up to 50 Cork-made shorts entered for the film festival, and probably about 15 to 20 screened each year in the last couple of years. The biggest problem here in Cork is keeping people around. If you've got a really good camera person or sound engineer, you don't want them all to go, because otherwise you're just trying to fill that vacuum at the bottom all the time. I don't go looking specifically for Cork stories, but I don't go looking too far away for them either. 2 shorts that I shot were drama or fiction, and that started with a script that I would have sent into script competitions and usually got a lot of refusals. The first one I made a short on Jack Doyle, about 10-minute short, and put into a couple of film festivals, and that was that. The second one, after entering it in a number of different guises, a roughly 20-minute short, down to 5 minutes, we eventually got funding to make a 3-minute short by the film board. The next 2 projects I did were both documentaries where 3 or 4 person crew, short, interesting idea, and shoot it over 2 or 3 days, and still put that in for film festivals. It can take well over a year to get there, to achieve it. I'm not sure that people have a realistic idea of how much hard work it is. Then again, you don't stay in it too long if you're not driven.
Gael Scully Rear Dawn, Ballincollig.
He's magic. He lives up in the North Pole. Santa's house looks like outside, all ice over it. And it's very cold, so they have to light a fire. He has a white hat, a white beard, white coat, a black bag. Brown one. Yeah, and when he's going delivering the presents, he has that with him. His elves make them. They have pointy ears, and they have shoes that go up that way. I know one against the North Pole. I know his name because we went online in Santa.com and it showed all the elves, their names. They have a green hat, green t-shirt, green clothes. He leaves the presents under the tree, at the end of your bed sometimes. And sometimes on the chairs near fire. And when he comes down the chimney, he's all black when he comes down to the house. He needs a naughty nice list because he looks up it every year. Do you know why he needs it? Because some people are naughty as well. But I know who's naughty.
Who's naughty?
My little brother.
How old is your little brother?
4. He wouldn't come to you at Christmas. No, he would. He wouldn't. He would. He wouldn't. He would. He wouldn't. He wouldn't. He would.
Cork Moments. Claire Cullinan. Women, well-being and wardrobe.
Fashion just was the one that kind of clung to me. It came to me rather than me going to it. And to end up with the 2 girls who represented Ireland in Miss World and Miss Universe that year was phenomenal for me. To sit in the second row of a Miss World contest in South Africa, seeing a girl from Gertrude in Youghal that you taught her how to turn her legs out, and do you know what I mean? And you showed her the colours that would work on her, and you just teased her along each step of the way, and she stood on that stage as one of the most 100 beautiful women in the world. And out of the 100 girls, there was, I think it was 50% of them had already had cosmetic surgery, and they were under 25 years of age. And one girl had 13 operations in the year previous. In the middle of that was my girl from Gertrude in Youghal, right? That's what's important, who had no cosmetic surgery, who didn't have a fraction of the kind of money these other countries were putting into these girls, who stood there as a shining light for being just who she was and confident in the body, the machine that she was given and the personality that she was given. That's what's important. And out of the 10 runners up, 9 had no cosmetic surgery whatsoever. 1 snuck in, and I do think that was politics. But, you're going to find that just about anywhere. But it was a great pleasure to see 9 authentic girls get into the final, rather than 9 plastic models or swans, or whatever the case may be, and not the swans that float on the dildo.
Cork Moments. Claire Jones on serving in the Lebanon.
After a few days, you got used to the shell fire close by, and some of them actually landed in our actual camp. And by gum, I tell you, that would put the hairs up your back. Some of the Lebanese villagers would come in to share our bomb shelters with us as well. I mean, we relied on them, they relied on us. From a very practical point of view, we farmed out our washing to them. And I tell you, for $1 a bag, you gave me your bag of washing and you got it back 4 hours later, ironed and pressed and better than your mother would do it for you. That from a practical point of view. But also, for our intelligence officer would rely on them a lot. And also then from food point of view, local stuff called tabbouleh and hummus that they would make. That's their more traditional role, and they would bring it into us, and we'd obviously pay them for it. It's funny, they'd post out to Lebanon chocolate bars, and my poor old father, there was bars that you could buy for 10pence that I absolutely adored, and he would post them out to me in bucket loads. I think everybody waited for these shipments.
Colette Kelleher, Director of the Simon Community, on aspects of their work for the homeless in the city.
for example, we've got 27 apartments around the city, possibly next door to you wouldn't even know about because they wouldn't have a Simon sign on the door, where people are, beginning to take the steps back into independent living, and many people then move on to jobs and education and their own flats and homes, and we've many stories that we celebrate in the community of people who really were in states of distress and needed a lot of support but have made the journey. The houses are lovely places. That's part of our message to people, is that you're in a lovely place because you're worth it. And I know that sounds like a terrible ad, but it really does and is important. So many people have had contact with Simon, either fundraising for us or donating time, or would know somebody who has worked in Simon or has been helped by Simon. It has huge depth and roots in the city, and I think we're regarded as part of Cork's own, and I think we would be regarded with some pride in the city. I suppose for some we would be a moral compass still on what a just society might look like.
Cork Moments. Colin Rinn. An historic perspective on Cork Port.
Porter leaving Beamish and Crawford's brewery in the 1790s and going in a brigantine across the Atlantic Ocean to the sugar plantations in the West Indies, or to Maryland and to Virginia, compact, sealed tight, capable of keeping out the elements as well. And when it emerges at the other end, you have a fresh cask of Cork Porter, and also even the lesser casks, if you like, the butter firkins, which were shipped to places like Australia and to India. The reason why Cork controlled the butter trade, or had the largest butter market in the world, is that only butter packed in Cork firkins, indeed only butter made in the Munster area, was capable of making those long journeys. Most people tend to forget is that the British Navy in the 18th century was entirely provisioned from Ireland, and Cork was the main city controlling that trade. 8 miles to the west of us there was a huge gunpowder manufactory, the second largest in Britain or Ireland, and probably the second largest in Europe, established. In Douglas we have a magnificent sailcloth factory, reputedly the largest in the world, but probably the largest in Europe. In Cove, all of the schooners in the Portuguese Atlantic trades are all assembled in Cork for insurance purposes. This is where they're actually inspected. And we tend to forget the importance of Cork to the maritime economy of the former United Kingdom. So you can see this river here, if you like, symbolically feeds into this stream of trade, which goes out to the harbour and goes out to English dominions around the whole globe.
Remembering college rag days of the mid-1930s.
The students dressed as the film stars of those days, and the local dignitaries, Zulus, Laurel and Hardy, Africans, and this vision appeared at the gate. It was the most gorgeous girl, Mae West, and the young man doing Mae West was Thomas McCurtain, a handsome young man. And the local firms gave their lorries and horses and drays, and they were wonderful, of course, for the groups, the piano, violin and the old box, and also the tableau, which the students invented. We girls went down the town in case we'd be recognised by the students and chased. And of course, if you were chased, the only place to go was into one of the churches, St. Peter and Paul's or St. Augustine's. However, if you were recognised, it was terrible. They could haul you up on a lorry or something and kiss you, which was a terrible thing, in the middle of Patrick Street. There was always a spectacle then on one of these lorries. There was an intricate surgical operation. Sausages and all the things borrowed from butchers came out of the unfortunate patient, and twins were born with hairy legs. And year I remember there was a conferring ceremony. They had a local character called Klondike. He was always included in the rag, and there was a delit honoris causa, of course, conferred on him. And to his dying day, he kept that doctorate. And I think when he went up as a member of the corporation, he referred to himself as Dr. Healy.
Cork Moments. Colette Crowley, children's entertainer.
I suppose the funny thing is that I play a lot of different characters and occasionally would come across the same children again. And I might be dressed as Wacky Witch, and you'd have a little tiddler coming up to you at the end going, "Bye-bye, Betty Butterfly." And it's just magic, and I don't know. I mean, I'd be heavily disguised now, but the voice, obviously, you can only change it so much. But I have some very, very special and happy memories with my youngest child, Louis, who's just turned 3. And oftentimes I come in after a day's work and he insists that I eat my dinner in Snuggles the Bunny costume or Betty Butterfly. So he says to me, who are you today? Are you Mommy Head? And I'm going, yeah, I'm Mommy Head. Will you be Betty Butterfly Head later? I want to eat my dinner with Betty Butterfly. So it's wonderful. It really is. I'm a very happy person as a result of all of this.
Cork Moments. Conal Creedon, writer.
I went to school in the Mon, right? Last week I was up in Bellsfield looking across the north side with my dog, right? I noticed, I said, God, that building is gone. There was a huge monastery, right? And there was a whole sort of panoramic view of the Bishop's Palace, Shandon. That's where the Goldie Fish is set under Shandon, right? The huge hinterland beyond the North Mon is known as Gran and Brother, right? And what that actually means is Garan and Brother. It's the shortcut of the brothers, right? But now the brothers are gone. As a kid growing up, like all the farmers came from Whitechurch, Carrignavar and those places, with, like, there was a certain amount of donkey and horse travel, right? Like traders and stuff, right? Murphy's Brewery had horses. And in fact, even on Coburg Street, that's a main city street now, we used to play maybe 8-a-side soccer there in the street, and now you really can't even get across the road, right? And I remember it's almost like in soccer divisions, right? We moved from there to Pine Street because there was a few people got blown off the road basically on Coburg Street, right? And then we moved from there to Knapp Square was our final pitch, right? Like all the shops in Coburg Street would have people living up over them, family people, right? It's very hard to rear a family on the side of a street, right? A child I grew up with who was killed basically outside our door when a bus came along and hit him, right? And that was during a game of soccer, right? And that would be a good turning point for families to move out of a street when somebody actually gets killed, you know. Every day there were kids getting knocked down. It was just a part of going to school, right? And I think what it was, that we weren't educated that there were cars on the road, right? It was like just blowing kids off the street, like not getting killed, right? But I mean, my brother Blake was knocked down, I was winged, and in the classroom there were fellas coming in late to school because they'd been knocked down by a car, right? If you think of it, it's not funny, right? Basically about pedestrianisation, streets were pedestrianised long before there were cars on them.
Dan Boyle, TD, and a band called Blueprint.
There was 4 of us. I suppose the look was as confused as the music would have been. Our style was all over the place, you know, mixture of all black outfits with white ties and the jeans and whatever people felt like wearing. I don't think we were image conscious that way. We were just happy enough to have the instruments around our neck and to be playing up on the stage. It was living a dream more than anything else. And my own influences would have been a strange combination of the Beatles and punk rock. The organizer of the gigs in the Ark was Elvira Butler, and we would have gone week after week saying, can we have a support gig? And she eventually told us that there was a slot available in the coming weeks, and there were 2 bands playing. One was, and the other was a group from Dublin called U2, and she gave us the support with Mama's Boys. So I came that close to playing with U2.
Cork Moments. Dan Fitzgerald, hurler, from Cork to New York.
52, they brought out Christy Ring to play with Cork. Ring, he excelled that day in spurts. You see, the park wasn't big enough for him, and the fellas that were playing were in his way. You know, they kind of hindered him. But the people came, and it was the greatest crowd that ever attended a game in Gaelic Park. He used to come out for the Cardinal Cushion games, and my wife didn't like him at all. My wife was from Limerick, and she was an ardent fan of Mick Mackey. She was a right rip. She was engendering into the kids, Mick Mackey, and I'm giving them Christy Ring. And you believe that I never won an argument on the thing. He was up one night and he sang, what's that song? Knockadoon, that's Tipperary song. And he sang it. And any time he came to New York, I said, bring that man up. He became a great lover of Christy, not as a hurler, because he was Mick Mackey's rival, but as a man because he sang that. Every time he came, he used to come up, my wife would cook. She used to cook stew. My wife makes a wonderful stew. She makes it 2 days ahead, lets it cool, takes the fat off, cooks it again. Christy was a distant man, but as I say, when you knew him, then he was lovable. He had wonderful characteristics, very honourable. There was nobody ever like him. We were always honoured to do something for those people when they came, the huddlers. Or like the rackets when they were out, I took them up. The honour was mine. I felt honoured to be able to do it.
Cork Moments. Dave Barry, Gaelic football and soccer legend.
Going into the 1990 to do the double, when you go in to play a team like Meath, it doubles the pressure on you, and especially when Meath beat us in 87 and 88, you know, it was a massive occasion for us. And I think really from the disappointments in 87 and 88, that final really kind of instilled that we weren't going to lose it. When we went in there, we wanted to do it for everybody involved in Cork football. When the draw came out, we were actually in China at the time, and they told us that we were going to play Bayern Munich, which is, you know, it's unbelievable for anybody in League of Ireland. Actually, to go down to Musgrave Park, play on a rugby pitch and go 1-up was even more surprising. But it all depends. You score a goal in Europe, it's a highlight of anybody's career. Welcome to hell. People say about Galatasaray, they weren't as well known when we went over there. When we came out onto the pitch, the whole place was just covered in flares, smoke everywhere. It was there was probably 25,000 in the ground. Just fanatical support, and actually they kind of applauded us on, and you were delighted to see us. Unfortunately for me, we scored, and just the whole thing changed. There was a black cloud came over the stadium. There was anything you can name thrown at us. When we were going off, the right police came on, and one of the security guards came up and he kicked one of our players, Ferguson Dunning, up the arse. And Fergie turned around to face him, but like we just grabbed him and said, "Come on, Fergie, let's get out of here." It's an experience, all right, to play in these kind of countries, you know.
David Gordon on joining the Irish Ballet Company.
The first class I ever gave was in the Father Matthew Hall next door, which is in a room that had snooker tables and things in it. But because at that time we didn't even have a room. We didn't have anywhere to rehearse. We couldn't afford an orchestra. We had 15 dancers, very, very simple sets. Eventually, Miss Moriarty bought a few those heaters with gas bottles, whatever. So we eventually began to thaw out, and it really was that bad. She did her utmost to try and improve our situation, and she did. Bless her in those days. Oh, how she watched the pennies. But she had to. When we started going on tour, we went anywhere where there was a stage. I remember a place we went in Cavan. It was a new community hall, but I had to stand at the side of the stage, putting in 10-pence pieces to keep the lights on. Now, come on, I thought to myself, have you come to this? And enjoying it all the time. And we used to travel right up to Donegal, where they used to love us. The smell of pig shit in the theatre was incredible. We still did it. But I mean, the whole thing was just a disgrace the way it all ended. A disgrace to her, the way they treated her at the end of that arts council. I mean, it really is absolutely ghastly. They killed the woman. It's one of the saddest things, that headline in the paper, head of ballet axed. How could you do that to a woman who all her life slaved and worked so hard? It was inhuman.
David McInerney, retired baritone.
The 70s to me was the most glorious time of theatre in Cork. You had 3 musical companies, the Operatic Society, the Army, Gilbert and Sullivan. You had the Montforts doing shows. You had at least 2-3 drama groups, Theatre of the South, Jim Stack, Summer Revels. You had the Swans. You had the Ballet Company doing opera. Hansel and Gretel last week. I sang in Hansel and Gretel in the opera house in 1965 from the orchestra pit. They decided to do it as a ballet opera. It was the most beautiful production you could ever look at. The answer I give to people is, A, there's nothing to sing for. All the things I did are extinct. There are no musical societies, no Blackrock castles, no city hotels putting on summer shows, which I did in my time. The voice is reasonably good, I think, considering my age. Medically, I've had a few problems in the upper chest area, breathing and producing a voice. In other words, it would hurt. No, I do a little bit of a church. We one of our daughters has a house in West Cork, and we go to a lovely church in Rathbarry at the edge of Castlefreak Wood there. And they have a nice, mainly young girls' choir, which they encourage me to sing with them now and again, which I do. But that's about all. I started singing in 1950 in the cathedral choir. because the Grand Opera group that started had some of its founder members in the choir, and Jim Stack, but Joseph was also in the choir, so the nucleus of the men's chorus came from the choir, including me. I was the boy baritone, remember? And I started there, and I suppose I'm finishing in the church as well.
Cork Moments. David Monaghan, author of Jaywalking with the Irish.
One of the greatest attractions of Cork is that it has its own Olympic quality of stars, and many people regard Roy Keane to be the #1, but I think any time you walk down Patrick Street or almost any godforsaken for a taxi driver avenue, you see people darting in and out of traffic, sometimes with babies' prams to test the will of the bus in front of them, sometimes old men doddering on canes. And in all my life, I have never seen anything like the addiction to jaywalking that is endemic in Cork. I've lived in cities in Germany where you watch 24 pedestrians standing at a street corner waiting for minutes at a time before an empty street for the light to change before they will venture one toe out onto the pavement, and that is not for me. The whole spirit of Cork, I think, is embodied in jaywalking, and it's
Cork Moments. David O'Sullivan of the Blarney Golf Resort.
Kids are very stubborn. They want to do things their own way. I remember playing maybe the first round of golf I ever played with my dad, and I was holding the golf club incorrectly, and he was saying, no, you got to hold it the correct way. So I was holding it with, say, the hurling type grip, and I was saying, no, this is comfortable for me. And he was saying, well, if you don't hold it the correct way, I won't bring you out the next day. Instantly, I changed and never looked back. I started beating him for the first time. It wasn't a good time for him, but he knew it was inevitable. He knew it was coming. I remember reading up on it when John Daly was over first, and I saw the caption of the guy standing in a field in Blarney advertising the new Blarney Golf Resort. So obviously, being from Cork, it was very exciting. The land is great for a start. It's beautiful countryside landscape, rolling terrain, and set in the Shernock Valley, and very interesting land to build a golf course on. It's a John Daly signature golf course, which means that he approves the design. And if he wants to change something, he can change it. But he likes to have fun in golf. He's a big hitter. He's a flamboyant guy. For instance, the 16th hole is a par 5. It's over 620 yards long, it's uphill. It's a magnificent golf hole, but it's just long. So it's set up for the big hitter. He really wants to put that out as a John Daly golf hole from the back tees, the lion tees, he calls them. So there's a lot of earth moved to create the different elevations and moundings. We planted a lot of trees and a lot of shrubs. All the tees and greens have been built from scratch, basically. They're all built to USGA specifications. They're all sand-based greens, and we're seeding at the moment. We open next June.
Cork Moments. Declan Hassett, playwright and wannabe actor.
Going back to Dan Donovan's days in Pres, and I was in the B class, and we weren't exactly the great English students. Dan gave us all a sense of being able to stand up in public and be Ophelia, which is rather unlikely, and stand on the desk and be Ophelia or be Hamlet, whatever it was. And I often think that speaking in public is never easy, but was made all that easier by Dan. The fact that you could say, it's only a performance, let's get through it. You can collapse afterwards. Very bad performer in the seminary. In fact, I was the station master, and I think that my role was to sit in a chair, say nothing, and watch a clock, the station clock obviously, and then to announce that it was 12 noon. And it must have had a mesmeric effect on me, because in fact for 5 nights running I failed to give my one line.
Check out Cork Moments on the RTE Cork Moments. Declan O'Connell, celebrating his 50th year.
It's sort of midlife crisis stuff really, I suppose, isn't it? You know, going to Cuba, cycling around Sicily, and then I said I better top this by doing something a little bit dafter, so I jumped out of a plane. I had friends who had done parachuting back when I was much younger, and I sort of envied them, but I certainly wouldn't have been brave enough in my late teens or early 20s to jump out of a plane. But it's a tandem jump, but it still takes a bit of whatever to step out on the wing and shove yourself off. I wasn't terrified at any time. I was absolutely elated. You know, you go up to 10,000 feet. That takes about 20 minutes to get up there. There's only 2 jumpers and 2 tandem people in the plane with the pilot. And it's a tiny little Cessna. You have had no practice in terms of stepping out under the wing. There's a little steel plate there about 6 or 8 inches across that you have to put your feet on, hang on to the strut that goes under the wing, and you just put your face out. And I've done a lot of flying like in helicopters and stuff like that for filming, so you know when you put your face out at any point you're going to get a blast of wind, but geez, nothing prepared me for the sheer temperature drop and the speed of the wind up there. Like, you're up at 10,000 feet. When you do something like that, you're sort of dangling between the real world and the next world, and there's a kick from that as well. Stepping out onto it, first of all, I had no idea that your man was behind me. I had no sense of the tandem jumper being there, so I felt, jeez, has he forgotten to get out with me or something? So I just heard a shout and somebody roaring, go. So I just went, and then within seconds you're face down, spread out in the sort of arms out, legs out position that you see parachutists in, and you're hurtling towards the ground at, 180 miles an hour or something, and landed perfectly right on the spot. Better than drugs or a drink or anything like that, anyway, can be sure.
Moments. Declan Ryan, baker of the award-winning handmade Arbutus bread.
I love the actual physical feel of kneading dough. It's the most therapeutic thing I know. There are class loads up in the School of Baking in Dublin who are paying money to do what I get paid to do, which is to knead bread. If you're a tactile person, then you work with feelings all the time, and this is just one of the great ones, because when a dough is absolutely right, you know it, you can feel it, and you can sort of say, that is going to make great bread. The recipe may be the exact same one we use day after day after day, but when it is absolutely right, when we have got the temperature perfect, when we've got exactly the right amount of water, when the sourdough is just reacting perfectly, when it's all going wonderfully, you know it because you can feel it in your hands. Now, the way they do it in factories, where they press buttons and everything squirts out of big containers up in their attics, and it's all computerized, that's different. But what we do, it changes day to day. Sometimes it's good, but sometimes it's brilliant.
Cork Moments. Deirdre O'Toole, opera promoter, and a backstage moment.
It's very moving to see them, and they're up there and they're singing this, and maybe what's going on in somebody's head, or what's happened to somebody the week before. But it could have as much to do with the way I'm feeling at that particular time, as well as it's been performed. You know what I mean? I just think the performing of music and the way it comes across to the audience, it's just a very personal thing. And I can remember one of the first times that Paolo Gavinelli, the Italian baritone, came to Ireland. When he came to us first, now this is an example of somebody who has done really well for himself. He was 26 and he was only just starting off. But I can remember him singing Di Provenza from La Traviata. And I will never forget that feeling. Hairs stand up in the back of my neck. I get a pain in my stomach. And I can just feel the tears coming then. And I just think he was fantastic. That's what makes it worthwhile, those moments, isn't it? You're slogging your guts out, everybody, and maybe sometimes you're working so hard, as you say, you can't appreciate it. Yeah, no, I'll never forget it. I'll never, ever forget it. It must have been fantastic if I can still remember it after, nearly 20 years?
Share your Cork moment on 021 48 Moments. Dennis Cregan. In 1967, he opened Dino's Chip Shop.
And we turned the key in at 5:10 on a Monday, and that was a miracle. And I didn't know the difference between the chips and the bucket that was inside them. I didn't, honest to God, I did not. All the money I had in the world I put into the drawer, and it was 7 and 3pence. And I found a tanner, 7 and 9pence. I found a tanner. Mary got her varicose veins done the same day, I never forget it. And I had £55 that night. I was 30 years old nearly that time. And I'll always remember, Mr. O'Dwyer came in the next day from Daly's Fats, and the fat was gone down inside in the pans. He says, I can give them to you. Well, I said, give me 3 boxes, £1.10 each, 30 bob. But he says, I can give you 10. Oh, no, sir, I can't afford 10. But he says, I can give them to you on credit. I said, what do you mean by credit? You don't have to pay me, he says, until the end of the month. Oh, Jesus, I said, give me 10. But it was all down to giving a service. And if I thought the chips weren't good, you didn't get them. You'd have to wait. And then the game was dead simple. You only 4 or 5 products. You had fish, you had the pie, you had the sausage, you had the burger. And that's all you had. And the chicken, of course. And that's all you done. And then 73 then, I bought my Adelaide's pub, only up the road. And I didn't even know that fast, because I never drank, you see. Yeah. There's people up in the pub, then walking in the pub. No lads. Well gone the time. You know where to get your chips. I used to have a wine coat on me in the pub, and I go down the road and I put on a white coat. And I walk in the chipper then, and they come in to look at him, he's here again.
Cork Moments. Dennis Fitzgibbon. Take the floor with Dinjo.
May I say how glad I am to be back in Cork again, home of culture, crew beans and glaciales. But I was glad of the opportunity because I tell you why, after all these years, when I go around the country, people still say to me, do you really come from Cork? Well, the way it is, Cork people claim I was born in Dublin. Dublin people claim I was born in Cork. Nobody wants to take the responsibility. People in Belfast claim I wasn't born at all. But I can assure you that I was born in a little townland outside Cork, halfway between life and death. 6 days after I was born, my parents moved house. Was easier than explaining me away to the neighbours. But it was a quiet little village, you know, nothing ever happened before the days of rock and roll and Sputniks and things like that. As a matter of fact, one of my earliest childhood recollections is the excitement and fuss the day our local undertaker, Deco, bought his first new hearse. Oh, such excitement. We were all dying to get into it, you know. But, you know, when you look back on old times, I'll never forget, you know, the Lee Fields in summertime and the shouts of the ball players out the rocky road, and I'll never forget Patrick's Bridge at low tide. And I was looking through a school photograph the other day, you know. What a crummy bunch they were. All doing well, 4 or 5 doctors, 3 or 4 solicitors, 6 or 7 engineers, and 2 more fellas there making more money than the whole lot of them put together as car park attendants up in Dublin. But there was one lad there, and when I saw his photograph, it brought back memories to me, you know. He had a very bad time. He had bad luck. We call him Sticky Fingers Sullivan. We call him Sticky Fingers because you take the eye out of your head, you see. And so it was only natural he should become a pickpocket when he left school. And he never missed a big match or a race meeting because he believed every crowd had a silver lining, you know.
Cork Moments. Dennis Ford, a former Ford's worker.
I should have been fired at one particular time. You're not supposed to wash your hands until the bell goes. But I had slipped out to the toilet and got some swarfig. And this guy outside, anyway, he was the only one there. And Paddy Roddy was the serviceman, security. But he came and says, did you take soap out of the toilet? So I did. He says, you know, you're not supposed to do that. So he took me badge number, 1144. So I saw it. There's no one told him when he fell outside. I went over the bar and I gave him a bit on top of the head. I should have been fired. Compensation. If that man was aware, he'd have taken the company for a fortune, and it would be my fault. But thank God, it turned out right in the end. We became very good friends after. Sure, I heard different stories afterwards about camshafts and crankshafts being smuggled out in bundles of timber. And every day after quitting time, as you clocked out, at the other end would be a serviceman, and he'd manually search you. Make sure he had nothing on you. Only. The one man that conferred a nickname on all new starters was a man by the name of Joe Murphy. He was known as Balls Floor. There was one particular chap started in the paint system. If he stood behind the electric pole there, you wouldn't see him. So he called him Cheat the Coffin. And then there was one particular fella there, he was hated. Small fella with cap, he worked in the body shop. They called him Mickey the Rat. And you'd have some of the employees, they'd tie a big lump of cheese onto a string. And they'd walk past like, and they'd have to trade the cheese, drag him, and he'd be walking away like that now, and then the cheese would come inside, and he'd look at it, and he'd effing blood all over it, and he'd fire hammered down.
Moments. Dennis Leahy, The Congo, 1960.
There was a big parade in Dublin before we flew out, and they were giving us rosary beads and racked us medals, and there was all men saying, remember, casement, and of course we were nobles, wool uniforms, things that the British had been using in the First World War, big hobnail boots and pea caps. Headed out into the jungle, out the heavens opened, something that we had never seen before, and we were in open jeeps, and the lightning was flashing, and the thunder was down on our heads, and we were scared stiff. So we sat in our jeeps because we reckoned the rubber wheels would protect us anyway. The jeep slowly filled with water, totally soggy, but a couple of days after then we did get all American fatigues. So there was a row between the Congolese soldiers and the Irish soldiers that were beating the shit out of each other. There was a couple of Congolese soldiers and they were really off the wall, with Sten guns waiting for to shoot, and all lads disarmed them and went back to camp. They said that they would attack us. We all had our set places in the defence of the area. So mine was down a little trail and we were waiting at dawn because the Congolese definitely wouldn't attack by night. But as dawn was approaching, it was very, very, very nervous for us. My heart was pounding, and I was looking around at the faces of the young fellas, kind of noticed some were only 16 years of age. It was silence, dead silence. Next we heard the sound of feet coming down the path. And so I said, okay lads, nobody fire until I fire. And next this lad came around the corner and we shouted halt. Well, it was comical. He jumped about 6 feet in the air with his hands on his head, and he landed. And he said, how much you say? He was a souvenir seller, coming in and selling the things before a best, and nearly got blown off the face of the air. We asked him, did you see any soldiers? And no soldiers. And the rest of them, the Congolese soldiers are the most indisciplined soldiers in the world.
Cork Moments. Dennis McSweeney in the Tops of the Town competition.
1973, entering the EEC, Jim Archer wrote a very inventive little show about Julius Caesar comes to Cork. And of course he was going to arrive on roll-on, roll-off ferry at the B&I terminal in Tivoli. And how would he roll off the ferry? Of course he'd roll off in a chariot. So in order to do the show, you had to have a chariot. So the two producers of the show went down to Charlie Geary, the foreman in the woodshop, and they said, Charlie, we need a chariot. There was no ifs, buts or ands. All he said was, how big is the pony? And we got our chariot. All I remember is I remember standing in it in the Opera House on the opening night, the first night of the Tops of the Town. The pony had a checkered journey from the farm to the rehearsal room in the Opera House, but he was a little skitterish anyway, and he'd had a feed of nuts, too many, and he had quite a lot of water from one of the horse troughs. But we stood in the wings, in the chariot, all ready to go on. The orchestra started, curtain went up, lights went on, and the pony took fright, and you guess what happened, and it was all over the floor. He went on stage, took a 90 right at the backside to the orchestra pit, and his owner had taught him to cross his legs and bow, which he did, and left another emission. And that was our opening night at Tops of the Town.
Moments. Dennis O'Callaghan, watchmaker.
I started on alarm clocks, as you know, heavy enough, and then I went on to the final watches, the very small little watches that the ladies used to wear, taking them asunder, ripping them asunder and putting them together again. It took a bit of concentration. One slip and you could destroy a very expensive watch. Just highly skilled, all right. Well, it was. Pay was satisfactory. You know, it wasn't over the top by any means. Thank God it kept us alive and it kept our families going, and that was all that mattered. I followed soccer all my life. I was at my first cup final in 1934. That was Cork and St James's Gate. I played a few games, but unfortunately I had an accident. I damaged my right eye, which was, I was 12 months out of work after it. I was lucky to get back there again. We used to work with our right eye with the glass in it. But after that I had to switch it to the left eye because I wouldn't have enough of sight in my right eye. And I got a nasty slap. I bent down to head the ball loose, ball the back. Ken Lenny with a high leg and he caught me with his boot. I was 12 months attending the Ireland throw at the time. Yeah. Well, it wasn't too bad. I scored a few goals every time, even though I just play left full. I am a right-hander, but I was very good with my left. So I had only started a short time as well as I remember. Just an accident, no more about it, but I finished my football. I couldn't take a chance on playing again after that. But I got out of it just in time when the batteries started coming in, and I was just getting out at that time. The old watches are practically gone now, as a matter of fact now. Son, that I work with his father in there, he's still in there now, and he's more or less doing antique clocks.
Cork Moments. Dennis Ryan, still a blow-in.
I confess I was born in Dublin. Whenever the pressure comes on, I'm very quick to point out that my father was born in Cork. And when people get very stroppy with me, I remind them that my distant relation, a cousin of mine, played hurling for the team that won the first Hurling All-Ireland for Bullock. I can go so far as to wear the old Munster red shirt and even the Cork Senior Hurling shirt. But when I open my mouth, the first thing a lot of people say is, "Oh, so you're from Dublin." I can see that bricks and mortar coming up and the bricks getting higher and higher and higher as that wall is built. I'm not that anxious to climb over the wall, but I'd like to be accepted. When I was in Dublin, I became aware that a lot of the top jobs were held by Corkmen. I was in the civil service, and I realised that a lot of the teachers were Cork and countrymen. I played in a Dublin football team, which consisted of 13 Corkmen and 2 Dublin people. I have my hang-ups. I'm hoping, as the years pass by, that I'll be more accepted. Some people would say I'm a social climber, that I want to be a Corkman.
Cork Moments. Der Donovan.
There was set kind of walks for people in the not so distant past. Everybody walked Patrick Street. Now the place is empty at night. The Mardyke now was a terrific place to walk. Great tragedy that the trees and the old cast iron archways that were there across that lovely walk are all gone. As the river itself is, there's 2 channels to it, the north and the south channel, and one of the sort of interludes of entertainment that citizens had about maybe 35 years ago was watching the bridges open to leave shipping up the river, without drawing a very fine line between the north side and the south side, but the south side had the docks and the north side hadn't. I grew up in the south side, and I'm a native of the south parish. I get the feeling that the south side people always thought themselves that a little grander, as they used to say, than the people of the north side. They felt that since all the public buildings, like the City Hall and the hospitals, most of them, were all on the south side, well, they were upper crust of the Cork community. They reckoned, for instance, that they played a more stylish bracket of hurling, that they dressed better, and that they were better spoken. This wasn't very pronounced, but 'twas felt. It sort of overflowed when the Bars and the Glen met, or somewhere, or an old north side team like St. Anne's now, and even further back St. Mary's. To pinpoint a thing, I remember a good lady, and I one time asked her about an old south side resident, and I asked her, I said, well, Margaret, what happened to Dick? Oh, she said, Mr. Dunn, it's very sad about Dick. You didn't hear about Dick? I said, I didn't hear a word about him. I believed from her tone of voice that the man had died. Oh, it's very sad about Dick, she said. I'm married to a girl from the north side, and he went to live there.
Cork Moments. Dick Henshin and uses for the Evening Echo.
We made insoles for shoes. We underlaid linoleum with it. It stopped bleeding after you give yourself a shave. It was used to clean windows and mirrors. And of course, most of all, it was used as a substitute for toilet paper. It was used as blotting paper. You mopped floors with it. It diminished drafts. It was used as ringlets for girls' hair, handkerchiefs as well, as lining for suitcases. You made tie boats and tie hats with it. It was used as funnels by shopkeepers for putting boilings, that was a special type of sweets, into it. And of course, the grocers and the cobblers and all those, they wrapped a lot of their groceries in it. And the cobbler, of course, wrapped his boots and shoes in it. It was used as window blinds, corks for bottles, and that was particularly the case when we were going to school. And if you had a proper cork in a bottle, it blew when the bottle was put next to the heater. In actual fact, we didn't buy an echo at all in the early years because my people were very badly off. But we used to get what was called a passover. Now, the passover was what the neighbour next door put through the hedge. It was that night's echo. As we got a bit older then, the first way I read it was when it was laid on the table, before the mother went to bed, she would put it on the table as the tablecloth. Now, if you were lucky, that's if the paper was turned in your direction, well, then you could read it as while you were chewing your bread. Notices of games. Now, the GA people said, Toile she pingen, be on gan tip. I asked my father, what did this mean? I couldn't read it, of course, be on gan tip. And he says, look, that is of no interest to you whatsoever. It is only meant for us parents. It means go without your children. And as a result of that, I was never taken to a match down the park. My father was a great Blackrock supporter. And I never saw Sean Oak Murphy, and I never saw Gar Balti Heron. 'Tis one of the things I have never forgiven my father for.
Dick Hill, keeping the small country pub alive.
There's one, nothing had changed in the place. There was no running water, therefore she had no draft. There were no toilet facilities of any kind whatsoever. Now, I'm not talking about a place out the back. There was nothing, absolutely nothing. And she had a most fantastic way of operating. She had been robbed once, so she kept the small change behind the bar, the middle-sized notes back out in the kitchen, and the big notes upstairs. So if you tendered a £20 note, which was worth something in those days, she'd be scuttling around the place trying to get the change together for you. And if there was a shortfall in the change, you got the balance of the change in ham sandwiches, which was grand and a great notion. Except, you know, when ham goes off, it gets that lovely blue-green sheen. And if you open the bread, that's what confronted you. God love her, she used to go up to the supermarket on the corner and she would buy a naggin of power and put the naggin, because the necks are the same size, up on the optic, so that at least she had things that she thought we would want when we arrived. She's a wonderful woman. A pub in Goleen used to keep a green spot for me in its dying days. And I was talking to a salesman in the liquor business, and he said, the most extraordinary thing, he said, we were talking about green spot, and he said, most extraordinary, in our sales pattern throughout the country, this only sells in Dublin, except we sell an awful lot of it in Finbar Coughlin's pub in Goleen. And I said, that's me. I found myself on one occasion being taken home from a pub in Goleen in the message box of a Ferguson tractor. Now, if that isn't magic, I don't know what is. And that was, amber liquid was the cause of that.
Cork Moments. Don McMullen, drafted in overnight to play Fagin in Oliver.
It was lunacy on my part to have even agreed to do it, because I have no voice. I could talk it and get by, a bit like Rex Harrison and Noel Coward and these people who do their thing. For the words of the songs, because I didn't have time to learn them, I carried a pack of cards with me. So when I was in the tavern scene and shuffling the cards and laying out the cards, I was actually laying out my lines to remind me where it was. But before it started, I said to the kids, they were a wonderful bunch of kids, look, you're going to have to help me. There are things I won't remember. There are lines I won't remember, and I won't remember something because it's such a short time. Because any time I got stuck, all I had to do was turn my back to the audience and I'd say, well, and one of them would give me an answer. It was absolutely amazing. But on the night that I went on like that, we were up in the dressing room afterwards, in the top dressing room. There was a knock on the door, and this voice said, is Don in there? And I said, yes, I am. And this young lad came in, and I was surrounded by the senior people in the cast. I didn't even know his name. What can I do for you? He said, well, you know, when you came in that time, you were wrong, and you didn't do this, and you forgot to do that, and you were in the wrong place for the other. And I mean, I could see the faces behind, and I said, if one of them laughs, I'll kill them. I got my notes from this 9-10-year-old child, and I said, that's very good of you, and I do appreciate it, and you will help me if I have to go on again tomorrow night. Yeah, that's no problem. He very proudly took himself off, and of course went out through the door, and when he did, I mean, the entire place erupted. It was marvellous. The genuine sincerity and concern of this young lad was wonderful.
Engraver.
They were developed by the Egyptians 5,000 years ago, and they haven't changed. What they are basically is small little chisels with sharpened points at different angles, and you literally carve the surface of the metal. You think in black and white after a while, because all you're doing is thinking in textures. So if you're doing a portrait, it's all just lines, and you have to break everything down into black and whites, basically. I suppose I was lucky when I got into the trade in the first place. Bill Corkery, for instance, he was the foreman jeweller in Egan's. His knowledge was amazing, and he was willing to share it. To meet a 70-year-old, as Bill was at that stage, who's still passionate about something, it's infectious. When you're talking Cork silver per se, you're talking something pre-1916 really. Republican silver, and going way back then to Carden Terry and Jane Williams, the producers of silver back in the 1800s. If I wanted a small teaspoon, okay, go into one of the antique shops, at the moment I would be paying about 25 to 30 euros for a standard 100-euro teaspoon. If that had a Cork mark or a Cork association, you'd be paying anything up to 5,000 euros for it. Silversmithing as such would be large pieces, hollowware, bowls, cups, jugs, that sort of thing. I can actually do that work, but I don't practice it. But there are 5 or 6 good silver workers in the city, and they've been totally ignored. But when I'm working on, say, pieces for an exhibition now, I could work 16, 18 hours straight, and I don't see the time going. I set a lot of pieces into slate. It's a great contrast, really, for silver. Black against the white, and it's textured against the smooth of the silver. So I go down to a quarry in West Cork and scavenge around on the scree pile and take pieces out.
Cork Moments. Donal Lenihan, rugby hero and all-round sportsman.
My father was a Kerryman, came to Cork as a 17 or 18-year-old, so as you can appreciate, GAA was huge in his household growing up, and indeed he played with St Nick's in Cork and won a county football medal with 2 Gaelic football and hurling. Yeah, I played in national school with St Patrick's, and I played with Brian Dillon's and St Nick's Glen Rovers. When I went to secondary school in CBC, I was introduced to rugby by the famous brother Philip O'Reilly, and I suppose never looked back. I played both codes up to about 17 or 18. 1985 was a special year. Mick Doyle brought on a young, enthusiastic side, played a different brand of rugby, so we were left the last game of the season against England playing for the Triple Crown. Brian Spillane won a magnificent line-out about on the English 22, which I took on deep into English territory, was tackled by Rob Andrew, thankfully retained possession. Michael Bradley had a magnificent pass to Michael Kiernan, who, with 3 fellas outside him, a try looked on, but he took the brave decision to go for the drop goal, executed it brilliantly. I was lying on my back under the goal post just from the previous ruck, and just saw the ball going over the bar, and the whole of the terraces and Lansdowne Road erupt, and it was a fantastic feeling.
Cork Moments. Donny Kelly. Seaside Villas from Ford's Boxes.
Oh, the Ford's Boxes, yes. Most of the places that time were built in Fennels Bay. Not so many in Metro, but really Fennels Bay, Church Bay and Gravall, and here on the Camden Road as well. The main structure of them were built from 4x2s and the 4x3s and plywood, and toilets, outside toilets built for them, and donkey houses and car sheds and work sheds, boat sheds and so on. They were all built from Ford's Boxes all over Cork County. There was a great supply of them, you know. They were treated within waterproof paper, you know. That was put on the inside, the timber and the bungalows and everything. Then covered with plywood inside and outside. But a lot of the bungalows are still around. A lot of them are still here in Crosshaven. Most was by that time in the early years in what we used to call horses and long cars. Some had little pickups, maybe a trailer, some ballman bicycles. I remember one chap, he built a whole bungalow in Church Bay, bringing down bits on a bicycle every weekend. Mickey Murphy was a grand soccer player. He played with Cork United, and he would cycle down with 4x2s on either side of the bike, about 10 feet long. He'd walk Cars Hill to the top, cycle from there down, and freewheel down Cars Hill, of course, and cycle from there to Church Bay. Some went up by boat from here and brought them down by boat. But in after years, when things improved, they were flown on as such. But at that time, I can tell you they were very welcome in Crosshaven that time, because in the summertime the place used to be chock-a-block. You couldn't walk anywhere here in the summertime from June to the end of August. The village, you couldn't walk along the village. You couldn't get into the church. Sunday morning you'd be out in the chapel yard. Those days are all gone now.
Dr. Con Murphy, GAA Stalworth.
But in North Monastery, your education was a prime factor with the brothers, but they regarded your education really not well-rounded until you had partaken of games. Funnily enough, you know, I think my club, hurling, stood to me when I went playing for them on. I played Hardy Cup for 4 years. We won 3, captain 2. There was an amazing standard of hurling in Cork at that time, and to get on a county team, you felt you had achieved something. Apart from a few players like the Jack Lynch's and the Christy Rings and the Jim Youngs and all that range of players, that group of players are very unlucky didn't win 2 more All-Irelands at least. I often said, you know, that there were others like myself. It was only a hair's breadth that some other body might be there. I played in 47 in the final again against Kilkenny. And the most extraordinary turnabout, actually, because we were both the same teams as the previous year. We won fairly comfortably in 1946, and it became a titanic struggle in 1947. It was one of the days when Christy Ring now, he was not allowed to play as he'd wished. I'd say it meant winning and losing to us, so it was a tactical ply, and we lost by a point without Kilkenny scoring a goal. I can still see Terry Lahey's point going over. The game was gone. You don't know what it means to lose an All-Ireland. I'd say today is the same as then. And people often say, you know, now we can't lose and laugh. But there's such a sense of loss in losing an All-Ireland final that you're kind of examining your own conscience as to how you may be contributing to having lost. But you're just worrying in case you did.
Cork Moments. Yaman Young, defending country and county.
As a matter of fact, at one stage in the 40s, we went out and we occupied positions in East Cork. Night exercises, swimming across rivers, mountains, hard musketry training, rifle training. At the age of 22, I'd say I was here with my platoon. We were dug in over in Ardmore, over the sea, and we didn't give a goddamn who came. No, I'd say that militarily we wouldn't have had a hope. We'd have been overrun in a short time. But then the chances are that England would have been very embarrassed by the international reaction, as you know. I think sport was in the family before I was born at all, because they all played according as they came along, and my father was stone mad about sport, and so was my mother. She was a good badminton player, pretty good tennis player, but quite a good badminton player. And then from the very beginning we were playing, and I do remember all right, I kicked the ball one day, it went over my head, I was about 4 years of age, and I ran in to tell my mother said I was a great player. My centre field partner of the time, Focta Donovan, from Clonakilty, he was 6 feet 2.5, and of course, as you know, I was about 5'7", 7.25, and Focta was doing all the hard work in the air, and then of course he helped me an awful lot. He was wonderful, and it was a good Cork team. Very good. Derry Beckett got a goal at the right time, and Dr. Con Murphy's father, Weish, was playing at full back, and he was a fine player also.
And you played with Jack Lynch?
Well, yes, Jack played with me, you know what I mean? He was great. There was nobody. He won 6 All-Irelands in a row, as you probably know. He won and played in 2 more All-Irelands where they were beaten by a point. He was marvellous.
Cork Moments. The Echo Boys of Cork in 1974.
We were down in Shocking Island. The same fella, Con, he had no bathing togs, and Matt Murphy, he wanted all the canoes, and we said that we could go in the canoes. And Matt Murphy said that you have to have a togs and a life jacket on you, and Con had no togs, so Father Rock said that he couldn't go out. And anyway, Con saw a girl togging off from the other side of the beach, and he went over. About 10 minutes later, Con came back and he had a red knickers and there was loads of flowers on it. And he was wearing that togs for the rest of the week, and you wanted no knickers. He robbed the knickers. Robbed the knickers. Yeah. Yeah. Go boys up Valley Road, they go swimming in the know. Hey, up the wise and the wise up
there. Cork Moments. Eddie English, International Sailing Centre, Cove.
When I was in school, it was very lonely. My brother and I were the only 2 really sailing in the school. And I can remember on Monday mornings being very proud of having won a race at a regatta and my name appearing on the paper and being made stand out of the line because it wasn't a medal for Gaelic football. I swore then that I would teach my friends how to sail. As an instructor, one of the most important qualities to have is memory recall. You've got to be able to remember back to the very earliest to see what were the bad things as well as the good things. Cove Regatta in 56 or 57, at the age of 3, I was out on a motorboat named Thrombosis, which my father had the use of, and he went alongside one of the famous Cork Harbour One designs called Corrida, and my fingers got caught in between both boats, and I lost the tops of my fingers. It gave me a warning, and it gave me a model to show kids forevermore to be careful on boats. We had a little punt, a little rowing boat. My brother Joe and I were out one day and we'd watched all the sailboats. We got an old dust cover, put it onto the oars, and we managed to sail downwind with the wind. And that was an amazing thrill. No noise, no engine, just being blown along. And during the summer we swam in the sea directly beneath the house at the Holy Ground, where hopefully they're going to build a marina. We swam at a place called the Batteries, and we swam at Coskinny. And it was down at the Batteries that I learnt to swim. Going along behind our rowing boat, my mother's in the punt rowing it with my brothers, and I'm holding on at the back. And I'm kicking my legs, and I'm delighted with myself. I'm out of my depth at this stage. And she gently comes back and takes my hands off. And I go, no, no, no. And I start moving my arms, and she said, now you can swim. So that's how I learned to swim.
Cork Moments. Eileen McGrath, waitress in the Savoy.
Girls on the street, they used to come in with the sailors, and they said, plenty steak and egg, no miss, plenty steak and egg, and we're filling them up. My mother used to say, feed them up, because they're saints in their own right. They're taking away in the ships and they throw them overboard. They're not seen anymore. She said, you wouldn't be able to work until 12 o'clock in the night unless they were there. They weren't powdered right, they hadn't their face so nice. They're nothing done right. God help us, you would. You'd know more right. Oh, there was be a lot of boats coming that time. And book every Sunday night at 4 shillings a seat. That'd be the back stalls. 2 shillings for the front seat. And we had Fred Bridgman coming up then with the organ. And you can send in your request. The film festival, then with all the stars coming. And we had Jack Doyle movies. There was a bedroom at the back, a dressing room and a bedroom at the back of the Savoy stage. They stayed there. And myself and another girl took down their breakfast one morning, the movies and Jack Doyle. The two of them were fighting below. £500 damage, she broke all the mirrors. Movies broke all the mirrors down the dressing room. We were pushed out into the street. And we had to come around in our uniforms around and in the front door. Oh, she was beautiful though. She was small and beautiful. He was tall too. He was beautiful too. He was handsome. Yeah, but he died after down and out in England, like, you know. My brother met him in Birmingham in a pub one night. He said he was a beautiful singer, no? And God help us, it didn't last at all. That wedding didn't last at all.
Nolan, founder of the Montfort Stage School.
If I wanted to have a performing arts college, I had to progress from just the drama and the verse speaking. Bill Toomey in the Opera House asked if we could give a group to augment an American group that were coming over from Jefferson City. These young boys and girls, they taught us how to work in the musical theatre. We really felt like country cousins because they were so experienced, they were so confident. And then we went to train in America with them, with the American choreographers. This wonderful relationship went on for years and years. This family spirit that I tried to project all the time. I suppose the fact that Tony and myself didn't have a family, the Montforts were our family, you know. We do embrace everybody because we feel that everybody needs to gain confidence. Now, they're not all going to become stars, but even after 2 years, you can see the people who are going to make it. They just have a hunger. I try when I'm directing in my schools, after every rehearsal, that we sit down together and we talk about what went wrong so that they get used to being criticised, but in a nice way. They are afraid, not of my temper, because I don't have a temper. As they often said, you would just turn your finger like that and look at us, and straight away we knew we were in trouble. I just enjoy my work, still the same as I did. What would I do? Go and do my crochet and my knitting? I'm not ready for it. No way.
Cork Moments. Eilish Deborah.
My father wasn't long dead and she took us all in town in Dunpana. Remember, it was raining, into Woolworths to see the toys. And that time there was in Woolworths a little tanner counter. That meant any old truck or anything that a wheel fell off it, 'twas thrown into this counter, or a doll. There used to be gelatine dolls, and if they got bruised, that was thrown up in the counter to be all sold for a tanner. Maybe a game without a dice, they go for half nothing. My mother was rummaging in that. That would be our toys for Christmas. Some small child said, "Ma'am, hoist me up there, I want to see the dolls." And she went down to lift up the child. She put her hand in her pocket to pay the woman for what she had bought in toys for us to snake them home, and her purse was gone. And I never forget her face coming home in the rain. The only 4 and 6 in her pocket was stolen by somebody. In the end, then I had a grandmother, and one of us was sent down to her for a lend of a couple of bob. But we couldn't say like 'twas for toys. We had to say it was for food. And you see, the shops would be open in Barrack Street at 11 o'clock. So my mother put on her coat and the Cork word that she bedded over, went into Sean Healy's and picked up our little toys. Now the toys for Santa you'd get that time in the stock, and you'd get a little bag maybe of sultanas. Always the Goldie penny, not the old small brown ones today, the one with the chicken and to be shined up golden out. An orange, a few sweets, maybe a pencil box. Could be a storybook with a box of pens. A little boy would have the little tanner trucks, and they all had their little things. And we got out and we were quite happy with that. There'd be games. Maybe we'd pick up an old deck of cards somewhere. We always seem to have a deck of cards at Christmas.
Eilish Deborah, on fasting for Lent.
The fasting wasn't too bad because we hadn't it. You see, you open a cupboard in that time and all you'd have in the cupboard would be bread, a blue bag of sugar, a packet of tea, and maybe bread soda for the cabbage. You know, your cupboards would be bare, flake meal, you know. You see, it's so different now because they go to the fridge and it's packed up with stuffed peas and things, all them. Like we were never used to having fries up for our teas. All we'd have would be bread and butter and sometimes bread jam maybe. And the tea the same, like you wouldn't even have a boiled egg even though it might be only tuppence at the time. But there was Ember days, there were only certain Wednesdays in my day that what they called Ember days. And that would be the Wednesday would be cut out on you too. But then you had the herrings, you know, they'd boil them with onions, and then they would put big vats of bread into it, you know, and that's how those saying came, dipping like that.
Share your Cork moment on 021 480 Moments. Elizabeth Kearns, Cork City Jail Heritage Centre.
Turning the corner by the Good Shepherd Convent and just seeing this big grey wall, a solitary tree outside. And I thought, oh, you know, this is horrible. Walking in that gate and looking up, I didn't see the rubble. I didn't see the dirt. I just saw this magnificent castle-like building. I saw it restored. From the very first moment I looked at it, I could see what it was. And then when I went in through it, it was almost like you could hear voices of people saying, tell our story. And imagine discovering this forgotten place in a city like Cork. But things have happened over the years. There have been sightings. Interestingly enough, it has been the voices of men that have been heard, but the sightings have been of women. I was talking with a group of people. I had my back to a wall and they were all in front of me, and there was a very definite tug on the middle of my jacket. The way a child would tug a mother if they were talking too long, you know, come on sort of thing. A very definite pull at my clothes. And I mean, it wasn't a snag in the wall. Also, there were sounds, like musical sounds. It can be very irritating. And I was going through this room one day and I said, oh, for heaven's sake, stop. And instantly, in mid-June, they stopped. I'm passionate about it. I love every stone in it. I see something new every day. I love going in the early morning, and the bird song there is magnificent. And it's like you arrive and you give notice to the birds. It's ours now for, 7 hours. You can have it back then in the evening.
Moments. Faulkner O'Callaghan, tragedy in Rosscarbery.
When the main road through here was being built by the British in 1812-16, apparently the vein of slate was found up there in Barleyhill. It was definitely a very big employer, and the area was quite dependent on it. Other than farming, there wasn't a whole lot more really. And even though the wages weren't great, but still there were 2 and 3 generations of some families working there. About 1850, the Welsh miners brought over to show them how to mine it. And as the vein of slate itself tended to slope away from the hill, the Welsh miners told them to leave stays of rock right out across, which they did. And the slate makers were sitting there in the cold or heat all the time. And I grew up actually beside a slate maker, so I've a lot of this. They were drilled by hand drills. That was a 2-man job. It would be blasted and taken out, but where you were working was very precarious really. And there were a number of people killed, fell off the quarry and things like that. But there was one big incident there. Early 1890s, they decided it was going badly, so they wanted to get quarry cheaply, so they took away these stays. They were keeping up the whole face of the hill really, 70-80 feet up. So they took them away. In the summer of 1892, it collapsed. There were 10 men working down there under it. There was a crack had appeared. It was being monitored. That time, you either worked there for the few pence that were going, you didn't eat, there was no social welfare. And there were big families there. There was 10 people killed. 5 of them are still down there. There were 2 rescued subsequently, and 5 bodies got up out of it. Manager of it, who was one of the landlord class, he was found guilty, and he actually got, I think, a 9-month sentence for negligence, but I don't think he ever served it.
In Harrington, at 14, played for Ireland.
No, I was handy. I was the only fellow out of Munster to be picked for Ireland that year, 1965. And we played over in Nottingham Forest ground. You're talking about P. Shelton on goal. You're talking about Colin West out of Liverpool. and I just blew him out of the game. Once I'm on the football pitch, I could only see the ball. Difference whether he was 6 foot tall or whatever, the ball was my main problem, to get the ball. And you kind of step back then and hit him about twice, and if he doesn't go away, you're in trouble. but usually they kind of do, you know. Tall people, if they get kind of struck twice off of a small person, they say, this guy, you know, it means business. Always be angry. And I got man of the match. And I think there was a couple of clubs interested in me, but I suppose at 14 they said, this guy smokes and drinks. So what's he going to be when he's 16?
Nominate your Cork moment on 021 480 5868. Cork Moments. Retired school principal Flor Delay on his own school days.
Yeah, I got plenty slaps, but sure, it didn't do me any harm. It wasn't my hands well used to using pikes and shovels and picks and all that kind of thing, so a bit of a slap was no harm. If you miss it, you get the whack, and that's it, you know. And to be nicely out in the front of the fingers, well, they're very sensitive, as you know, and so you waited in fear really every time he came around, and he might come around 10 times in the morning, so you'd be sure to get 2 or 3 every morning anyway. I remember one day a brother got annoyed at me because I wouldn't cry, and I think it was for 3 lessons, or for 3.5 hours, one after another. He kept at me and giving me slaps, and I still didn't cry, and he could have been battering me all day long, and he apologised in the end. He tried to break me. He thought he was doing good, but you know, you should never try to break a spirit. You should try and nurture it. He thought he was doing the right thing by making me less cocky than I am. But that cockiness stands to you for life. So that was heavy going, like, you know. This was a big, a fine big bamboo stick, but that's grand. It hardened me up for the football.
Check out Cork Moments on the RTE radio.
Cork Moments. Dr. Michael Mortel, former president of University College Cork, on his early life in Cork City.
I was born in Cork, and we lived here for 5 years, but then my father died, and my mother and 4 of us boys moved back to my father's town, which was Charleville, and I was brought up there, and I went to school there, and I remained there until I came up here to university when I was 17 and a half. You know, things were tight. I mean, I can certainly recall times when on a Thursday night there wouldn't be a single penny in our house. So things were tight, but they were, I suppose, more civilized days in a certain sense. In a country town, there was a general kind of a caring, and it wasn't necessary to have money. We were never without things to eat and so on. So in some sense, the town takes care of you for that. I've been very aware of that all my life. Well, I wouldn't say that my mother's influence was towards academe, but she always read. And she would be a very regular borrower from the local library, and I learned to be a very regular borrower from the local library as well. So all the time I was going to school, I was reading all sorts of things. In fact, I can remember I started off reading things like the Dandy and the Beano, and I'd still read them if it got maths. Moved on to things like the Rover and the Wizard, and then moved on to books and so on, you know.
Cork Moments. Frank Conroy, kayaking off West Cork.
The scenery is stunning, and we've seen wildlife there, seals, porpoise, dolphin, one orca whale that swam under us, breached in front of us. The first thing we noticed was a fin breaking the water, and it just seemed to keep rising and rising and rising. Fishermen told us afterwards that they see them a lot outside, you know, but this was 50 to 100 yards off the south side of Ardnakinna Lighthouse on Bear Island, and I wasn't expecting to see one of them there, you know. I had 2 15-year-old students from the town here with me, and the reaction of the 3 of us was total silence, wondering would he come back and take a closer look at us. No one spoke for minutes afterwards. Seals, they're a shy animal. They don't like to make eye contact. You could have 30 or 40 of them swimming after you, and as soon as you turn your head to look at them, every one of them will plunge and disappear. I had one absolutely amazing incident with a group of English scouts And one of these guys had a round face, round glasses, jet black hair cut in a crew cut, and he had a round head as well, if you like, you know. The seals had pups, and we got a bit too close to the pups, and they started to follow us. Like, I've paddled with the seals in Glengarra for 12 years. This is the one time it ever happened that they literally came up around this guy's boat, swam right up beside him to look up into his face. He must have reminded them of a seal. He had his hand on their heads, and they just sat there, swam there in bunches, staring up into his eyes, you know.
Moments. Frank Long, street cleaner.
Revamping of Patrick Street, come down square, come back 4 or 5 years ago, were 6 foot wide. They're 18 feet, 24 feet wide now. Plus, remember when we were younger, like, the college night out was the Thursday night. I suppose, you know, we were going to the Star, it was Thursday night, was the night, or whatever, or the nurse's night. It's every night now. We're in this morning, 5:20, leaving home. And our first 4 hours, in general, are to get it clean, so the people that are critical don't see it in the darkest hours, as we say. What it is then, too, the fast food outlets are... God almighty, if McDonald's hear me saying this, I'll get no Christmas box. I tend to pull a guy. Or if there was a young one who dropped a can and, hey, come here, what are you doing? Or, no, Flam, I say, only for that you wouldn't be in your job. They tell you what to do with yourself in general, like, you know. You build up a friendship with the down and out and on the wino. We'd our pet names for Tina Turner, Longy, Stanton, Morey, you know McDonough. But we knew them, and we knew we were safe. I mean, they might have their own problem. Or if you find the packet of fags, you kept them for them, or the cans. I'm a pioneer, because ever I used to give him the can, that terrible turning over in his grave, but it was part of it, like. Tommy, you might see him around here, he has the collie dog. I used to park my bar up by the Bank of Ireland and come down the Mall, and we make our legs. Legs are the words that when we gather our rubber, you might see a heap of rubbish. The dog would see me, he'd run the road of the Mall and in around the bar and walk. Tommy and I have grown up a bit of a friendship now, and he is cooperation and accommodation, you know, where the man was living homeless. I won't take a bit of credit for it, and I don't want to, but we help. I know what's out in front of me every day. No, the rubbish.
Frank O'Farrell, soccer legend.
I was going to be an engine driver, I hoped one day. I went into the local shed at 16 as a cleaner. We used to clean the Maeve, the Mocha and the toilet, and we used to clean them before they went on the express to Dublin. The Inter-House League started in Cork. The CIE had a team, the Flour Mills had a team, and in those teams there were part-time professionals who were working in these institutions. So I was playing in a higher grade of football and against better players than I'd been playing in junior. The West Ham scout, Ben Ives, came to my house and said, we would like you to come to West Ham. I hadn't spent much time outside Cork, of course. I remember going on the old Innisfallen on a January night to a cacophony of sound from train whistles as the ship went past Glanmire Sheds, where all my friends in the railway blowing the whistle, sending me off. Anyway, there were 3 non-league clubs left in the competition. Kings Lynn got drawn against Everton, which was a very good draw. Oh, that's good. I hope we get something like that. Anyway, watch it come out of the hat, but Morecambe versus Weymouth. Oh, no. For the winners, like, they have a chance of meeting a big club in the 4th round. But for the losers, like, there's no money and you're out of competition. We went up to Morecambe to play the match, and we stayed in Blackpool. I had to make arrangements for all my players who were school teachers, carpenters, plumbers, and so on to get off work. And it was a bit foggy on the way, and we went out, still very foggy, but the referee started the game. It lasted for 13 minutes, and he called me, I was the captain, let's go off for a while and see if it clears up. All of a sudden, somebody noticed that my goalkeeper, Billy Bly, hadn't come in. So they went out to look for him, and they found him in the goal mouth. And they said, well, what are you doing there, Billy? We're all in the dressing room. I said, I thought you had him under pressure up the other end. He said,
Moments. Freddie O'Sullivan, champion cyclist in the 50s.
Going to Belfast with this bag of equipment, of spanners and what have you. Pretty heavy little bag, now everything was steel. I had also my bag of clothes. I was on my racing bike, no brakes on it. Would you believe that? When I came off the train, I'll always remember it. I saw across the road, I saw a B&B, and the woman said to me in the B&B, I'm very sorry, I've only one bed, and you'll have to share for the night. I was staying Friday night, Saturday night, and Sunday night. So she said, he's going away tonight, you'll have 2 nights free. I said, okay, I'll take the digs, I'll have to. So she says, right, this must be about 7 o'clock in the evening. She took in my bicycle, and very generous, and she took in my 2 bags, and she looked at me when she got the weight of the bag of parts, the sprocket bag, and she was taken aback with the weight of it, and she put the 2 of them in the porch, the 2 bags and my bike in the porch, and she didn't give any evening meal. So on the way downtown for a meal, and I went to a film. I came back and she said to me, I'll take you to your room. And oh my God, when I went into the room, there was a man in bed. He looked an old man to me now, I could see kind of body over the clothes, and he had one eye peeping out over the blanket. Hello, Mr. So-and-so. She said, this is Mr. O'Sullivan from Blarney, a Tig. And she left me. I had my bag of clothes on the bed, and I just dropped my bag of sprockets on the floor. It made a hell of a noise. That man nearly jumped out of the bed. He was thinking, well, that's full of septics now. So, no, we had 2 beds. He was at one side of the room and I was at the other, and we spent the whole night eyeing each other. Practically eyeball to eyeball. But we got over it. He left early that morning. I didn't see him anymore. I had the room to myself the next few nights, and I went down to Casement Park and won 2 medals there, and I was delighted.
Cork Moments. Irene Gargan on Living in Cork.
And basically I'm a hairdresser, and I was working in the shop in Cork, and it was great. I really like it. And then I had the opportunity to open my own business, so I did. And I did small, and then it's getting bigger and bigger, so it's great, it's fantastic. I learned all my English here, so I actually found hard to understand people who are not from Cork, like English people or Scottish people. The accent is not kind of familiar to me, so I actually found it more difficult. I really have a Cork accent, I suppose. No, I think that's great. I had absolutely no English when I come over here, so I really, really learned everything here, including the expression of Cork. Hi, girls! Or I don't know, langers, I suppose, very Cork. Or I don't know, they use like a lot as well. I don't realize when I say it. I say it like Cork people, so I actually don't realize when I say it.
Jeff Steiner-Scott, Principal at the Crawford College of Art, CIT.
The standard of work that's coming out of the secondary schools is very good. So they come to us with skills. They have good natural talent and ability, but they haven't been taught. And there's a lot of technique that they haven't learned, and a lot of new materials and pieces of equipment that they've never used. So our job is to hone the skills, expose them to the intellectual history and philosophy of art, so that they can put their art in context. I mean, sometimes you find that students are producing work that's very similar to what very well-known artists have done, but these students don't know that. They've never met these artists or seen these artists or seen their work. So putting their work into historical context helps them improve their ideas and improve the quality of the work that they produce. At the end of 3 years, the student is expected to have developed a style and be prepared to present their work with a good, coherent style, well-presented, well-made work in an exhibition. And sometimes the students inspire us as much as we inspire them.
Cork Moments. Ger Canning, sports commentator, and his first interview in 1978.
The Glen were playing Blackrock in the county hurling final in Cork, and I was set to do my first ever commentary. And to prepare me for this, my producer said, will you go down to the Glen, watch them training, and if you can, at the end of all of that, try and get an interview with Christy Ring. It was the year before Christy died, unfortunately. So I stayed around the dressing rooms after the training was over on a Tuesday night, and I approached him, and I was tipped off in advance. He might be a bit off-putting. He's a little bit aloof. He didn't know me from Adam. He said no. And I thought, well, that's more or less it. And then somebody said to me, hang around there for a while. He might change his mind. That's his way. So I approached him again. I remember him saying, what do you want anyway? And he began to take a little bit of pity on me. So he said, all right, so. And he brought me into the dressing rooms. It was the old dressing rooms in Glen Rovers. And the only place we could find space was in a toilet cubicle. So I brought my tape recorder, which was quite bulky, and Christy and myself, we packed into a tiny little toilet cubicle to do our interview. We talked away for about 3 minutes, and he was very helpful. And I'll always remember about the fact that he did agree to talk to me, even though he did not know me. You've got to bear in mind, I was so taken by the fact that I'd been given an interview by Christy. But when we brought it back to the studios to listen to it, all we got was water cascading down from the showers nearby, fellas in the urinals going, ah! You could practically get nothing of use from the tape. In fact, the only thing I think I heard was the guy in the toilet cubicle next door saying, oh, Jesus, I needed that. It was my only time really meeting Christy Ring face to face, and I have to say I thought a lot of him for agreeing to do that interview.
Check out Cork Moments on the late Gerald Goldberg.
My maternal grandparents, whose name was Sandler, were among the very first Jewish immigrants into the city of Cork. They were put ashore when they thought they were on their way to America. And they were among the first tenants of Monray Terrace. My grandmother's home was number 10 Monray Terrace. And, you know, if you wanted to get a religious service, you went down to Monray Terrace and you got it there. Now, incidentally, I regard the name as Jewtown as a praise rather than a criticism. Jewtown is a translation from the Gaelic. Baladiori, the town of the Jews. That's how we got the title Jewtown. It's hard to believe. My niece, who now lives in Australia, made what I call a pilgrimage to my father's village 3 years ago. She found only a graveyard, and in the records of the graveyard she found the names of 3 of my family, and I am the last surviving member of my family.
Share your Cork moment on 021 480 5868. Cork Moments. Geraldine Neeson on the death of Terence McSween.
Violent antagonism. At one time a little bottle of strychnine was sent in with a label on it to finish the brute off. I didn't see him during his hunger strike until just 4 days before he died. He was, I don't know how to describe him. He looked shrunken in the bed. His face hadn't changed very much, except it was pale. And he spoke quite lucidly, but in a very low whisper. And every movement, of course, was an agony. The weight of the bedclothes, everything was terrible for him. But I had my little chat, told him things, and then as I was leaving, he called me back. And that effort alone must have been bad. And he said to me, Geraldine, I know you have a big trouble at the moment, and I pray for you every day. Those were his last words, and I treasured them so much that he should think of it at that time, you know. The one sad thing, and saddens me terribly about him, that I have now is that people don't even know about him. The children don't know about him. Even today I was talking to a teacher and she said to me, who was he?
Moments. The late Gerard Healy.
I applied to the Cork Harbour Board for a job, and they, as a fitter's mate, but they wouldn't employ me because I had haemophilia. For the first 12 years of my life, it was near to death. Every time I bleed, I was in hospital all the time. I missed a lot of schooling. And when I went up to Thompson's Bakery, I told them, that I had haemophilia. And the first thing they said, when can you start? So I started the following day, and 2 weeks later I got married. And in 1985, I was asked to go into hospital for a blood test. When I went back from the results, Dr. Costa said, well, Ger, I'm sorry, you've converted, positive. Nobody told me how to tell my wife that I was positive. Nobody told me how to tell my family that I was positive. And our first scare was that she could be positive. So we were, engaged in a natural marriage relationship. And at 25 years of age, I had never used a condom in my life. My whole life had to change. But it was hard, on my family, because with having 3 children and trying to live a normal life and not tell the world that I was positive, it caused me a lot of problems. There have been times in the past, once or twice, where I felt like ending it all and saying, I can't go through this pain no more. But for the sake of the kids, I stop and think and say, well, I have 3 kids and I want to be a grandfather and I want to be around to see my kids grow up. That brings it back to me, that I have to live.
Cork Moments. Jerry Houlihan. Pastimes and nicknames.
Some of them, of course, were cruel, and others not so cruel, affectionate. But there was 2 fellas up around the barracks, like, were 2 great characters, formidable enough in their day. There was Goggy and Diddle. You had a man like before his time who was interested in motor cars, which was a bit of a mystery, obviously, to young people. He knew so much about the innards of a car, like that he got the nickname Clutch. There was one fella known as Galty Gully, I don't know where it came out of. One fella had a problem with keeping his nose clean, and he was known as Snuffy for a while. That was a bit cruel, I must admit. And we had the Foxes, and we had Dialer, and I was known as Hoodie, of course. That was my name, and followed me all over. Up to Dublin, everywhere you get a salutation in the middle of O'Connell Street, in Limerick, they go, out your hole. That kind of carry on. But you weren't anybody without a nickname. There was one fellow known as 90, as he was always striving to hit hurling balls like tremendous distances, and 90 yards, of course, like with the old hurling ball, the old slitter before the current ball. If a fella hit the ball 90 yards, my God, like he'd be on a pair of Cook Collins. It's tremendous. Like the bowl plane was great up from Fox and Hones up to up beyond Ballyvillan, up towards Rathcooney. Great place for the bowl plane, and we used to go out there like just meandering around, and in season we'd go picking blackberries or go bird nesting, or just even go up into the Black Hills and sit down. There was a little well there on the side up in the Black Hills, a natural spring in the hot summer's day. Sit down there in the middle of the firs and slake your thirst. Just like something out of the Fleabag, like idyllic. Like, I mean, the English poets, like, would get laureateships, and they'd be able to chronicle all that kind of thing, you know. But we were a bit more egalitarian here, like, you know.
Check out Cork Moments. Cork Moments. Jerry Kelly. In Cork since 1978.
Shortly after I arrived, I sensed it going down the tubes, because Dunlop's closed, Ford's closed. To be actually working in the arts then and actually making a living in Cork was almost outrageous. Around where I live would have been obviously affected. One wag in the local pub, on seeing me walking down the street with a cello on my back. Would that be full-time employment that your husband is in? A strange thread through my life is the fact that I'm not really from anywhere. So I've always been told that I'm an outsider, which I suppose makes me a bit thick sometimes. So when somebody from Cork says, "Where are you from, Jerry?" Well, look, I was born in Dublin, but I was brought up outside the Pale by a matter of about 150 yards. And that has terrific resonance down here, because you may not be one of our own, but you're not one of them either. There's some people will not walk through the city with me because they said I'll never get to where I want to go, because all you talk about is the School of Music. Every child that gets into a taxi or gets on a bus with a musical instrument, whoever it is on the bus, is, "Where's our School of Music? We want it, and we want it now." But it won't be an elitist organisation, because the people fought for it. The people will use it. Now, it has had a litany of misfortune to it, but they cannot understand that with all the money in Ireland at the moment, that we just didn't get on and build it. It's only a couple of miles of motorway is what a School of Music is. You know, the fact that we don't even have a full-time orchestra in the Opera House here is shocking in European standards. At the moment with the School of Music, we're nearly saved, and it's on a knife edge, and I hope that within the next 4 weeks this thing is going to finally crack. I'm not leaving this one this time. As the fella said, it's not going to start till the ball hits the wall. If they knock the building in August, we'll see that building in September 2007.
Cork Moments. Gladys Leach, artist, renowned for her streetscapes.
In those days, you couldn't be seen down in the quays very often. Well, I remember trying to do a painting one evening. I took my mother with me, and she was very worried about me. She stood and watched me the whole time from the other side of the road to make sure nobody attacked. You wouldn't mind now if she could attack me. But sometimes people would come and want to see what I was doing, and little boys, "Oh, she's writing. Hey, miss, would you write me?" And his pals came along and said, and me, miss." So I drew 3 little pin men sitting on a wall. And I gave it to them then, you see. "You're sure I could do that myself," says he, and threw it away.
Check out Cork Moments on the RTE Radio Once. Greg Delanty, poet of New England and Cork.
When I'm in Vermont, I always have to hold back from myself, because if I had the humour that I carry on with in Cork, that we carry on with in Cork, they wouldn't know what I was saying, and they may even be insulted occasionally. So I have to kind of hold myself back a little bit. So I'm always a one remove from myself. In New England, as they say in America, they josh someone, where we'd slag someone. There are more dimensions to it in Ireland, I think, in Cork specifically, that there's a difference between what's said and what's meant. Behind it all, almost always, is a great warmth, is a way of showing somebody a certain amount of tenderness or love or fondness. But I still think all the fundamental things of the humour, the way we speak, the actual intonation, etc., is all there. More in some parts of it than the other, but that was always the way. There was a number of books, The Hell Box and The Blind Stitch, had often like sort of the Cork slang words, and were about Cork City and the articulation of what I felt about the place. And it was a way of keeping words alive by recording them in the poems. Maybe the poems will last, maybe they won't last, but it's my attempt to keep things alive. I'd say a lasher. How many do young people say, she's a fine lasher now? And there's kind of more vulgar ones, of course. Even Knav Shawl or Nudni Na or something, you know what I mean? Those kind of words, they're gone, all right. To Americans, it's rather exotic. I mean, it is colourful language, and what poems do specifically is that they renew the language and they add a new thing into the language. And so, I suppose, in my way, I brought Cork lingo and patterns of speech into the English language. You get the gist of it even if you don't know the words, but it's just colour, and the Americans enjoy it, and it is exotic in its own way. It also showing to them that there's more ways of speaking the English language than the Americanism, the American language, or Oxford English.
Gus Healy, swimming in the 20s.
Mixed bathing was not allowed in Youghal. A man couldn't go swimming with his wife in the front stand in Youghal. That was taboo, you couldn't do it. In Crosshaven there was a men's place for men in the Eglinton Street Pass. There was a bylaw, we were told later on, in the corporation, which says a woman is not allowed to be present when a man is swimming. Not allowed to be present. At that time, of course, there was no such thing as a girl swimming in competition. In 1930, a lady called Mercedes Gleitz swam the English Channel, and she swam from England to France and was campaigning to swim the other way. And she was making money by going around to the various centres and doing so many hours non-stop swimming. And here was I, a new treasure of the Munster branch. Now looking back on it, that was quite an undertaking, because the Lord Mayor of the time was Sean French, and he set her off on her task to do 30 hours without touching the wall of the pool or the bottom of the pool. And we had to organise it so that she was kept engaged and awake all the time. So we had nothing we do but have her sing during the night the cuckoo waltz. She used to keep time to the cuckoo waltz. And we sang the cuckoo waltz. I know my term of duty started at 5 in the morning anyway. That started, the first ladies swimming club was formed when she went, the Munster Ladies Swimming Club.
Moments. Gus McCarthy and a photograph of triplets.
Tom is the guy in the middle, and he was the boss, but the hats that we were wearing are sailor hats. It's like harem scarum, really. The hats are on differently, and it's like there's teeth missing as well, and one is more serious than the other. And so yeah, we were probably age 6 that time, I'd say. The reason why it's there really is to acknowledge that there is that connection, especially with Tom, as he's in the spirit world now. And I remember we were throwing stones up in the shed. It was a trot and roller accident, and it was springtime, Easter Monday it happened. No, he was running after the roller in his hands, got caught in the roller and pulled him over. But I remember a cry, and I remember then the farm worker that was working with us at the time, he brought him over and set him up against the wall, and I always remember graphically, the blood streaming down his face, the hair to one side, the scalp, and he was just kind of unconscious, And it's like, it was kind of eerie, it's like that stuck in your mind, but you didn't really understand, you didn't know, because you're a child, you were saying, okay, he's going to get better. When I actually started to do holistic work, I actually did an awful lot of work on myself, and it was actually going back to when Tom died, and as I became freer, the awareness came in that he was actually only meant to be there for that period of time, and that his journey was just a short one. There is a sadness there, but also there is a joy. I'd be aware of his connection, very much. And the amazing thing about it is, some of the work that I do, he's actually working through me. I get out of the way, and I let him do the work.
Cork Moments. Guy Bertrand Nimpa from Cameroon on life in Cork as a refugee.
Cork is a very nice place to live in. It was very difficult for me at the beginning, but now I'm very used to it. I'm confident when I walk down the street in Cork City. People have become more aware of, of the issues affecting those who are coming to Cork, especially asylum seekers and refugees. And they mix with them every day and they talk about issues and what is happening. They've become more friendly. I remember when I first came around 2001, it was difficult for us to get into a pub and into a nightclub. But now it's not an issue anymore. And I've made friends here in Cork and I would like to stay in Cork. I just want to be given an opportunity to live a normal life as a normal citizen. Maybe find a job and, get on with my life. I've been looking for a teaching job for the past 3 months. I haven't found any. So it's very, very difficult. People told me before I went on the higher diploma in education that there's a shortage of teachers in science subjects. But in actual fact, I don't know how far that is true because I haven't been able to secure even a part-time position in a school somewhere. If I don't get something here, to keep me busy, I'll have to move somewhere else. But my priority is to stay in Cork.
Cork Moments. Musician Hank Riddell from Manhattan to Leaside.
I moved to Mallow from New York in 1974 when I was 11. And Mallow's a rural town, but Cork was like the urban center. So very much Cork became Manhattan to Mallow's Long Island. I've been playing guitar from a very early age. I got into the Beatles and Bob Dylan via my dad's record collections, actually. Vis-a-vis Cork, I started going to UCC in 1981, and to make some money on the side and have a social life, and seeing that Cork is such a natural busking environment with all those pedestrian streets there. I started busking with an American guy called Kevin McLaughlin, who I met in UCC. Thursdays nights and Saturday nights in particular were the nights we used to go busking. So I remember St. Patrick's Night, 1984. We started playing, and before long we had a crowd of hundreds of people around us, literally, and we made 60 quid, which was not too shabby in 1984, to start busking in Cork in 1984, and then 5 years later we played the Lark by the Lee with Princess Street. That was fantastic. It was a great time, to start off on busking on Princess Street and then have a rock band playing and getting on television and recording and doing a big gig like Lark by the Lee. That was pretty amazing.
Cork Moments. Helena Ronayne and an act of defiance in 1916.
This Saturday, my brother Liam, he was about 19 at the time. He went into the town of Mallow and he brought home green, white and orange cloths. And he said to me when they were all gone to bed that night, "You sew those for me, because I mean to put the tricolour on Barrett's Castle early tomorrow morning." And he said, "Sew it well now." I did as he was bid. And he tacked it on to the spatery. I said, "You'll never be able to do it," and he said, "I will." He got up at 5 in the morning and I could see the castle from my bedroom window, away down. It still stands there. I could see him going up the castle, but I didn't see him coming down, and I saw the tricolour floating gaily in the breeze, and my heart leaped up in me, because it was a wonderful thing to see the tricolour that time. Ye don't value those things because ye didn't live through the time when you could be put to jail for having it in your house even. You don't know how lucky you are.
Nominate your Cork moment on 021 480. Helena Ronayne.
There was no such thing as a Santa Claus. We always got a lot of Christmas cards, but there was no such thing as presents or anything like that. It was all feasting. A month at least before Christmas, there was a 20-pound salmon rolled in a clean canvas bag and put up the old-fashioned country chimney, and he was pushed maybe 10 feet up the chimney and resting there on a beam until the great Christmas Day night. Christmas Day night, mark you. Christmas Eve was a black fast day. We never had anything at all on Christmas Eve, only tea and bread and butter. But Christmas Day night, that was the night for feasting. Our Christmas puddings, all made of cream, and our cakes, there was always jugs of punch. And I wondered, is it going at all now? There was a wine called claret wine, and 'twas made into a lovely punch, with brown sugar, a squeeze of lemon, and boiled water. And there was jugs of that made, and do you know, the young people partook of that holly, and we had no time at all for it if the red berries weren't glistening on it. There was no mistletoe because we had no kissing. That was out. I think that came in with the war. And of course Stephen's night was the night of the big social, and we danced and sang until 6 o'clock in the morning. And you know, 'twas no shake me hither and shake me over we had, but our own beautiful dancing. One man would stand on the floor and he'd look at you and he'd say, "Ladies, deportment," and you had to stand upright and face him.
Irene Warren, opening this weekend, remembers the beginning.
I was the stereotypical hairbrush in front of the mirror. Apparently I used to do that in school as well. I mean, then some of the nuns used to say that they'd sit there and they'd see me at the back of the class, like in my own world, on the stage somewhere, you know. Every Christmas presents revolved around new leotards or loads of, at the time there were tapes, of all the musical shows, and that was my life. I was performing in the Opera House in a summer revels at the time, and Brendan Galvin, he said, "You know what, Irene, they're doing auditions for Les Miserables on Friday in Dublin. I think you should go." Probably in my innocence, which was the best way to be, I was very calm and a bit oblivious to exactly what I was auditioning for. I was 18. So I wasn't going in there all hyped up and all nervous thinking, oh my God, you know, this is, I mean, to date, one of the most successful musicals in the world. When I went in, I just had to sing my own choice of song. I definitely sang Unexpected Song from Aspects of Love. And I think the second one was I Don't Know How to Love Him. And a couple of days later, I had a phone call to say, oh, we're sending you the music for your recall, the music for Eponine and Cosette. So I had to find somebody to play these for me. I hadn't really ever heard them properly. So I had to go and audition in London. That was quite exciting. I mean, they paid for all the flights and the whole, you know. There was only 2 or 3 on the panel in Dublin, but there was a good 7 or 8 in London. And that was when it finally hit me, and I thought, oh my God. You know, so maybe my ignorance at the time was kind of my advantage. I got the part.
Jack Liston, intelligence officer with the old IRA and bank manager in Macroom.
They come in lodging money, you see, for their account in England. Their address, Macroom Castle, and I'd say to them, you better put your home address in case anything has happened to you. Some of the barmaids were in the Cumnaman, and they had a special bottle for us, and we used to get coloured water, and I could let on to be as tight as anything, and I wouldn't have a drink in me. And they'd say, God, you have a fine time getting £1 a day, and you're going off to Ballyvourney tomorrow. We're not going Ballyvourney tomorrow, we're going such a place. That's all I wanted to know, where they were going. He was a charming character, but the summer's evening he got very tight, and he got sick, and we brought him down a laneway, and he had his hands up against the wall, and we discovered he had a revolver in his pocket. Fred whipped the revolver out of his pocket, got rid of it, and we stayed with him. And eventually he discovered that his revolver was gone, and he said, we better go up to Macroom Castle. And they wanted to search us, and he created hell. He said we were too loyalists. I said to him, search away, so we've nothing. He said we fined £5 now for losing the revolver. But 1932, I was in Glengarriff, and I met this guard that I knew, and he asked me would I give him a lift to Kenmare. And we're in having a bottle of Guinness, and 2 old men arrived into the bar with ash plants. One of them said to the other, do you remember the day the lads whipped the revolver out of the auxiliary's pocket in Macroom? And one of them said to the other, I do well, says he, and by God, the man is not far from us. So with that, they came over, and they said, put the hand there. You're the boy that put the revolver from the auxiliary. I said, that's right. I said, where were you? Says he, we were short taken. We were in an outhouse, and we saw the whole carry on. God almighty, I was very glad that they weren't informers, or I wouldn't be talking to you now.
Jack Lyons, longtime friend and fan of The Who.
I wanted to go to a dance where there was a band. I'd been to a few hops up in Father O'Leary Hall, you know, in the late 50s when when I was about, say, 15, I'd never actually seen a band on stage, apart from seeing my father perform as a child, you know, in Kilcully, playing violin and saxophone and stuff like that. But it was in Shepherd's Bush, this place called Bosley's, and I went there, and I don't know who looked more dreadful, me or the band, and, you know, 30 people, playing to 30 people, a big dance hall, you know. They weren't the Who then at all, of course, they were the Detours. So I just went over, and at the end of the evening, and I zeroed in on this guy, 6 foot tall, long nose, straight hair. I never had straight hair, always curly hair. He had everything I want, and what was the bonus was the guitar around the shoulders, you know. I said, hello, I said, I'm Jack from Shepherd's Bush. And of course in that sort of Cockney way that they addressed me, he says, hello, Jack from Shepherd's Bush, I'm Pete from Ealing. And that was it. He was Pete Townsend from Ealing Common. And within a month then I was calling out to his house, annoying him with guitar strings, which were always the wrong kind, you know. Then the Who christened me Irish Jack. And it's almost like schizophrenia, because here in Cork, people say, he's not Irish Jack, he's Jackie the Bell. It's awful. I've been Jackie the Bell since I started on the buses here in Cork in CIE. So, I don't know who I am.
Check out Cork Moments on the RTE Radio 1 website. Cork Moments. James N. Healy on the accent.
The harsh, shrill point of the accent comes from them. Johnny, come in, lay beat ya! You know that bit? That's a Johnny, come in and have your ears boxed. That's an invitation. And then, of course, on the other side of the scale, there's the fruity tones of Montenotte. You know, you'll hear that rolling in mellifluous tones on the 19th green within the conclaves of the Royal Cork Yacht Club, the oldest yacht club in the world, boy. Well, that is, in its strictest form, that's rather like somebody trying to give a confidence and eating a warm potato at the same time. And then, of course, there's the middle-of-the-road accent. On crossing for the summer, we have a bungalow took, you know. Or later on, of course, we'll go to Majorca. And then the real Cork accent, of course, probably comes from the north side of the city, Blackpool. And this is spoken with irony and out of the corner of the mouth. Irony, now, that means seeing one thing and meaning another. Like, how's your old one? Game ball? That really means I hear your mother is drunk again, you know. How's your old one? Game ball? Out in the backyard, blind drunk? Hi, tiddly, hi, tie, tie, tie.
Moments. James O'Sullivan, whose grandfather took over a tobacco shop in 1905.
He continued retailing tobacco products over the years, and in 1927 opened a tobacco factory in Red Abbey in Mary Street. Everybody thought he was mad. Clark's were in Cork, there was Grants of Buncrana, Clunes of Limerick, there was Gallagher's in Belfast. I think that he sent away a sample to get a big contract, and I think he used someone else's plug. Having got the contract, had to get a factory fairly quickly. In the war years, tobacco wasn't coming into Ireland, so there was Irish-grown tobacco. As far as I know, he bought the first Irish-grown tobacco that was grown in Clonakilty in West Cork, and started to manufacture cigarettes. Now, I'd say they wouldn't be of the highest quality, but in them days, people were prepared to smoke lower quality. We moved in the 30s to Victoria Cross. That was formerly the Victoria Palace Ballroom. My grandfather bought that and expanded the business. We used to do a thing called twist tobacco, which was like a rope, and they'd rub it out themselves, and also plug tobaccos. And we also manufactured snuff. We had Cork Snuff. In latter years we took over a company called Lampkins, who were big snuff manufacturers in Cork. And snuff was actually made from the rind, the centre rind of the tobacco leaf, heated and cooked and ground down into dust. He was affectionately known as Paddy Coupon because he made coupon plug. Actually, if people remember the old Cork Athletic Grounds, we had the hoarding on the side of the athletic grounds was Smoke O'Sullivan's coupon plug. My grandfather would be chuffed if he realised that his company that he started in a very humble way was now a cash and carry business operating in both Cork and Dunmanway, employing over 50 people in the year 2005.
Cork Moments. Actor Jeremy Irons on the charms of West Cork weather.
I love the fact that the weather comes clear off the Atlantic, and so it's unadulterated weather. It's quick changing, it's fierce on occasions, and sometimes it's incredibly wonderful. I mean, yesterday was a beautiful day, absolutely beautiful. And when you have a good day, it's like a gift from heaven. It's wonderful. And we have a slight microclimate here. A lot of the weather passes north of us. Some of it hits us straight on, but I'm very aware of it. I always know the wind direction. I always know what's coming. It's not like England where the weather sets in for a long time because it's surrounded by a landmass. I mean, here we get the virgin weather off the Atlantic, and that's very exciting. We have wonderful skies, and life indeed is organized around the weather. My animals, my livestock here is to a certain extent weather dependent, and I like that, the fact that weather is very much part of life and you work through it and around it and with it.
Cork Moments. Rockin' Jerry Fitzgerald on Where It All Began.
Like Haley fascinated me. The beat, the drum, the snare drum, the rim shots. Absolutely superb. And I went along to see a film called The Blackboard Jungle, and one of my favourite cowboy stars was in it at the time, Glenn Ford. It turned out to be a film on juvenile delinquency in the American high school system in the early 50s. In the cinema at that particular stage, as the censor's certificate came up on the screen, the light from the projection box at the rear of the cinema, the smell of celluloid coming out from the projection box, and the wafting of the cigarette smoke that everybody smoked at that particular stage, going up among the white light, the projection light onto the screen, like it was a time of an era now gone. And all of a sudden there was 1, 2, 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock, rock, 5, 6, 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock, rock. I was gone. I was on my way to the moon before the Americans ever got there in 1969. This, to me, changed my whole outlook on popular music.
Moments. Jerry Keating, fishing in Fermoy.
My first fishing was done down below under the castle with worms and a bent pen and a hazel stick. I remember catching my first roach. I had the roach and the rod fell into the river and it unwound, and I had my rod was 100 yards down the river and I had a fish in my hand, so I had to bring the line back. But basically what happened, you graduated then to the flies, but of course the biggest problem was that you couldn't afford a pair of waders. So you had to fish with your trousers rolled up, and to go down there of a summer's night about 9:30 and hear the trout rising in the river and the smell of alder and all the different trees that grow along the river was beautiful. And the smell of newly mown hay always wafted across the river to you, and it's very hard to explain, but you become part of nature, you become part of the whole scene. People laugh when I say the smell of fresh cow dung. It's lovely and it's real rural, and what is cow dung? Only grass. But you see, even to walk along here, I walk this every Sunday, up along that bank, away up that valley over there. But for me, there are thousands of memories there of where I caught different trout and the people that I knew and grew up with. Every bend in the river, I know what day, where I'll have a cup of tea if I'm out fishing, where I'll open the flask, where the wind will be sheltered, whether it's to the southeast or the southwest. And walking down there in the dark at night and feeling the dew hitting the dew on your boots and the tall grass, it's something people can't understand. But one thing I did find from wading, I had very clean feet at night when I came home from the gravel.
Cork Moments. John Fitzgerald Kennedy, Freeman of Cork City.
I want to bring you today greetings from the people of Galway, New York, Dublin, New Hampshire, the people of Killarney, West Virginia, Kilkenny, Minnesota, the people of Limerick, Maine, and the people of Shamrock, Texas. We are in a most climactic period, in the most difficult and dangerous struggle in the history of the world, in the most difficult and dangerous weapons which have ever been devised, which could annihilate the human race in a few hours. So I think it is important that those of us who happen to be Irish descent, who come to Ireland, recognize an even stronger bond. And I come here in 1963 and find that strong tide still beats, still runs. So Ireland is still old Ireland, but it's found a new mission in the 1960s. And that is to lead the free world to do in the 60s what Ireland did in the early part of this century, and indeed has done for the last 800 years, and that is associate intimately with independence and freedom. When I'm retired from public life, I will take the greatest pride and satisfaction in not only having been president of my own country, but a free man of this city.
Cork Moments. Jim McKeown, author of a Frank O'Connor biography.
Even a few days ago I met an old friend and he says, what's wrong with you? You're obsessed with O'Connor. Definitely his life as the man, what he went through. I was attracted to it. Like, I met all his sons and his family, and I met his widow Harriet, who was an absolutely beautiful woman. And she was saying to me, like, you got to write a book, you got to write a book. And she was so helpful, you know. So I eventually kind of exorcised the ghost of O'Connor in the book, I think. And she actually liked the book very much. And it was hard work as well. I mean, I was 2 years writing that. See, you're talking about the troubled times in the War of Independence and the Republicanism and all, and you have to be middle of the road. I was accused of being an IRA-man by some well-known writer. The one consolation was that I think I got the best review in my life in the New York Times. Some guy called Zoel Joyce compared me to Joyce and Yeats. Like, I think he was on Happy Mushrooms, but fair play to me. He gave what I did was I got about 100 copies of that, you know, and ignored all the bad reviews. If you're doing well in the States, they are thrilled. They really love a guy doing well. But if you're doing well here, I think you're kind of ostracized, you know. I remember I went up to Limerick doing a book signing, and I was down in Waterford, and I was introduced as like that famous Cork writer. Like, but when you're in Cork, like, that's your man up there. I know his mother, you know. That do up. I was over in Rome, and I came back in my shorts and my sandals, suitably tanned and feeling great. And I went down to the local and just called it a drink, like, and there was a little fella sitting in the corner. He just looked up and he said, I saw better feckin' legs on a pigeon. Welcome to Cork, you know.
Cork Moments. Jim Mountjoy. The birth of the Cork Jazz Festival.
Saw in the Metropole that a couple of things fell through for the first year of a bank holiday weekend. I said, I'll run a jazz festival. I'll bring in the expertise. I need somebody from the Examiner. Donald Crosby, interested in the piano, interested in jazz. I told him what I was doing. Would you chair? I said, a private committee. So I had him on board. And I would say they were the first year, which was packed actually, the average age would be about 50. I went to England first and met a couple of jazz promoters who would have artists on tour. One that reminds me, the first year actually was Wild Bill Davison. But to stretch the budget, brought Monty Sunshine on his own without his band. Fill him in with an Irish band. Brought Ken Collier, Kenny Ball, well-known guys from England. And a lot of these American artists were afraid they'd catch cold in Ireland. Damp weather, end of October. And all these guys, George Shearing, Benny Goodman, they all lived in Lexington Avenue in New York. And I had all their numbers. None of the agents would answer your phone. I'd ring about 6:30 or 7 in the morning, and they were always in the office. And if your phone rang at 6:30, 6:45 in the morning, I dare you not to pick it up. And that's how I got through to these guys. I thought her concert was superb. I wouldn't have walked across the road to hear Ella Fitzgerald. I'll be honest with you. I really enjoyed her concert, and I spent quite a bit of time with her. And she was telling me she was a Cherokee Indian. Whereas Cork Airport had been very accommodating over the years, she wanted her passport stamp with an Irish stamp on it, and they wouldn't stamp it. They said that she'd come in via England. I said, it's only a stamp. Okay, he said, I'll stamp it, but I'll put in a note on it. Real civil service.
Moments. Tim Murphy, Romance in the 40s.
I had to pay 30 shillings to a hackneyman in Ryland in order to come to Clowndrahart Hall. And he waited for me, and I took the girl, got my tea from the girl in her own home, and the hackneyman got it as well as me. She was a fine girl, there's no doubt about it, but she was one of many and was having me make a decision then. I ran a dance specially in band here. To tell you the truth, I didn't think at all about dance, but when I went to the local village, some fellow said, come on, the bus is going. The night turned out windy and it began to snow. There was no wiper. What we had to do was come out and no turn and keep the windscreen clear, and you had to keep the frost and the snow off with your handkerchief. Sit up in the bonnet. You wouldn't stick it too long at all with the cold and the frost. About a mile is as much as you could stick it. You'd put up your hand into the left side and he'd stop the bus. You'd have to come off and you're paralysed with frozen. And there'd be another lad putting your post until we got down to Ned. But that was a great dance. girls were both tall and handsome, and there was no bother. There was a good selection of girls there. Naturally, you put your eye in a girl, which I did, and took her out for 3 or 4 dances, and another companion as well got on to her pal and was getting on very well with her. But I said to the girl I was dancing with, her pal said, "Sir, he's a married man," which was a lie. Went over again, approaching the girl for the next waltz or whatever dance it was, and she only just stood up and she took him across the face this way with the palm of her hand, and he didn't return any more that night. We went home with the 2 girls anyway, and we were taken in and got out tea.
Jim O'Keefe, Cork Street Games.
I miss the sound, particularly of the games, the street games. The clapping of a rope, the rolling of a bicycle wheel, the clatter of a can doing release, and glassy alleys hitting off each other. But the cocoa tins were ideal. Fry's cocoa tin, terribly strong, and you could drill holes in them and put the twines on them, or put the twine under the lid and press down the lid tight and it would hold it. And the sound of it, a fellow walking along with a tin, it was like the maracas of, you know. You also use them for telephones. "Can you hear me?" And you shout it on top of your voice, and he says, "I can," a mile away. A steering, they were steering cars, and the greatest thrill for those was to go down to some garage where there were dismantling cars and get ball bearing wheels. They were terrific because they made a beautiful music. We were very lucky up on the north side when we used to be playing all those kind of rough games. We had a hospital there at that time called the North Infirmary, and we were great customers. Split heads and split knees and split elbows. Oh yeah, well, both the young fellow that he went, and his mother sent him down to the shop. And he said, "Mammy, should I take your hoop?" She said, "And you won't be long." But he took his hoop down and he went into the shop, and he stood the hoop outside like a Rolls Royce up against the wall with a stick laying on the top of it. When he came out, the hoop was gone, and he started crying. And there was a poor lady there. She said, "What's wrong with you?" I said, "Somebody stole my hoop." Oh, she got it, but she said, "You know, see, I'll have to walk home."
Jim Queely, actor.
I remember reading in a part because somebody was sick. I remember standing in for Dan Donovan in a play by John B. Keane called The Buds of Ballybunion. James N. was taking it round Munster as usual, and he was coming into the Cork Opera House. Now, I had seen the first half, and I got the impression from that the priest was only in the first half. And to compound all this then, when James N. sent me the script on a Friday to open on a Monday without rehearsal, because you've seen the play, you know what it's about, he only sent me the first half. So I learnt it, and I went into the Opera House on Monday night, and I went on, and I did it, and I was sharing a dressing room with Jim, and I came back down, and I took off the makeup. "What are you doing?" And I said, "Well, Jim, you know, there's only the curtain call, and I don't need it." "What do you mean there's only the curtain call? What about the second half?" I said, "I'm not in this." "You are." And I said, "You only get..." "Oh, dear, is that... Oh, what are we going to do?" So the stage manager of the Opera House, Tommy Burke, found me the biggest prayer book I've ever seen in my life, and within 5 minutes pasted in whatever I had to do, and we went on. Kay Healy, God rest her lovely soul, was playing my mother, and I was standing in the wings of the Opera House, and I looked, and she was sitting in the centre of the stage, and I looked around, and I saw nobody, and I thought, it must be me. So I strolled on in my cassock, went over to her, and said, "Hello, Mother." "Oh, hello, son. Eton, whisper." And I bent down, and Kay lovingly said, "You're not in this scene at all, shag off." And I walked off the other side, and the scene progressed as it should have progressed without me, which nobody knew. But it was a nightmare. That's theatre.
Cork Moments. Jim Wilson and the Wonders of Nature.
The sun was splitting the stones. Over 300 people turned up at Gallyhead Lighthouse. It was magnificent, and we were praying, because you can go out some days and they've just moved offshore and you can't see them. We had up to 7 or 8 fin whales blowing. They were a bit far out, but everyone got to see them. And what was an amazing experience for me was every time one would blow, you could hear, "Oh!" And you know, yes, we've got them. You know, they've seen it. And once they'd seen it, like, you know, all afternoon was, "Oh, another one." And then just at the evening when we were packing up, a pod of 5 Risso's dolphins, which are not very common, came literally within 20 feet of the rocks, passed right under us, and the place went ballistic. And I could have gone out there on Monday and see nothing. It amazes me. I don't know why. Call it God or spirit or whatever it is. I don't know what it is, but your heart skips a beat. It's in me. I don't know why. You just go, wow, that was just... And it's literally 4 or 5 seconds just offshore.
Check out Cork Moments on the RTE Radio 1 website.
Jimmy Barry Murphy as sporting legend.
The All-Ireland final in 1973, going up to playing it. It was like playing in the match out in the Loch Rovers pitch for me. It didn't worry me in the slightest. And a bit too cocky maybe, but that's the way you are when you're 19. You don't think you have a care in the world. I ended up playing with an idol of mine, Billy Morgan, somebody I looked up to over the years and admired so much. He was picking me up going training and getting ready for the All-Ireland final, and being part of that was very, very special. 99, when I coached the team to win the All-Ireland, again, fantastic for such a young team to win an All-Ireland, especially Brian Corcoran winning his first All-Ireland medal and playing such a fantastic role and being associated with such a great sportsman in Cork. Greyhounds are a big part of my life. I suppose well documented now I'm involved in Corrine Park as a director of the track out there, and I suppose since I was knee high I've been walking greyhounds around Wilton and Bishopstown, everyone knows me, and around the lock area with dogs hanging off me, and I've bred them, I've raced them, I've punted on a few of them from time to time, and luckily enough I've had a bit of success over the last couple of years. There's nothing like having a good greyhound and going out to the track and thinking he has a chance, and having your few bob on and a bit of crack afterwards, a few wins with the lads who are all local lads. Well, we're all in the same gang, People don't remember it, but I played for about 3 or 4 months with Cork Celtic in the League of Ireland, and I was signed by a great character of Cork soccer, Paul O'Donovan. Somebody said to me one day, Paul O'Donovan signed 2 players, Jimmy Barry Murphy and George Best. There's only one of them was a success at soccer, and it wasn't me. Interestingly enough, Cork City won the league the following season after I left, so there must be model there somewhere. It's just hard to describe the dressing room scenes before the game and at half-time when Paul was in the middle of a rant about something or other, Anybody who knows him will remember him as the golden boy of Cork soccer, as he was known. Paul's pep talks were unbelievable. I mean, we played Drogheda one day, there was 2 Brazilians playing with the Drogheda United, who was the first of these imports coming into Ireland from foreign countries. And at half-time, Drogheda were beating us 1-0. Paul did a rant and he started imitating a Brazilian dancer in the middle of the dressing room. He said, look, this is what you're playing, and you can't even beat these fellas. I was just following the best laugh. You couldn't keep a straight face.
Jimmy Crowley, singer-songwriter.
Your Cowboys release, things like that. We invented lots of games. I remember one day, the big fellas had a camp about a mile from here. We used to, one day they decided like the time for initiation, so they said they'd show the small fellas where the big camp was. There was a big hideout because there was the Donnybrook crowd were a different gang to us, you see. We were called the Koreans. I don't know why the Korean bar was on it at the time. So they brought us down, they deigned to introduce us to their secret hideout, and I remember the small fella being dragged through the mire and what looked like a pine forest, like something from sort of the Yukon or something like that. They had trees cut in such a way that they took the shape of a ladder, and you kind of waxed up, way up, I had about 3 miles up in the air, and on top was a beautiful platform, like straight from the world of Tarzan, and lushy kind of leaves, and completely covered us from the weather, and it was just fabulous. Like it was great, first of all, to have the thrill of being introduced to us, and we couldn't even find it after that. It was so far away. That was one of the games, just making camps, hanging out like.
Share your Cork moments on 021 480 5868. Moments. Jimmy Galvin and the burning of Cork, December 1920.
Looking down Patrick's Hill, there was one sheet of flames along the left side of Patrick Street. And there were the black and tans along the middle of the road, smashing bottles of whiskey and firing their revolvers up in the air and shouting, hands out of pockets. Because that time, of course, you could be shot for having your hands in your pockets. Well, it wasn't long anyway until a big lorry of British soldiers came down by the statue, and they got out, took up positions at each side of the street. Then 2 British officers walked down and ordered the tans off of the streets. But they started, and shouting and hissing and booing and throwing bottles, off they went, and the British Army took over. The boys from the side lanes had a go, and everything they wanted they took out of the shops. Then a wall would collapse and there'd be a sheet of flame up in the air and sparks all over the place. Then a bit of a roof would collapse, and windows would break. We heard that the City Hall was burning, and there it was, burning away, and with it the lovely Carnegie Library. Well, much was to be said about the burning of that City Hall, and not least of it by Lloyd George himself, because he said the fire of the City Hall was so fierce that were it not for the support of the loyal citizens of Cork, given to the British Army in fighting that fire, that it would have been burned out in an hour, whereas they kept it lighting for nearly a whole week. On the night the backlaners joined with the Sinn Féiners. Crown forces reported on sheet after sheet that we stoned them and hit them, we battered and split them, and fought for old Ireland in Patrick Street.
Cork Moments. Jimmy Galvin, remembering the Crosshaven train.
Well, here in Cork we had 5 railways. In the book of time it seems that railways were only a flash in the pan or a crash and a bang, depending on how near the goods yard you were. The most interesting thing to us, of course, was the railway you couldn't see at all, the one at Albert Street, the Cork, Blackrock and Passage, otherwise known as the train to Crosser. This railway had been altered from a standard gauge to a narrow gauge. It was also the only railway, I think, that had women in charge of the ticket collection and the train generally. Leave Albert Street, away down past the athletic grounds, first stop Blackrock, then Rochestown, then Passage West, and on to the tunnel. Ah, that dark and noisy tunnel, where many a girl got her first kiss without looking for it, and many a fella got a bezer for giving it that didn't give it at all. But of course, all little things like that had to happen on the way down, for paradoxically, when it was broad daylight outside, it was pitch dark in the tunnel, and when it was dark outside on the way back, there was plenty light in the tunnel. So that was the place for the sing-song. Now, thinking about these songs, they were catchy and dancey. Oh, I want her to be nice and pally with me, but she don't wanna. She don't wanna. Now I want her to pet like the others I met, but she don't wanna. She don't wanna. And though I beg and crave for one little kiss, as I draw near my plans go amiss. We'd have plenty of fun, but it takes more than one, and she don't wanna. No, she don't wanna. Well, if that's the way your look was, there was nothing for it. Only do what the girl said. Jump up on your bike and walk home.
Cork Moments. Jimmy Galvin remembering the Musgrave tram.
If the Cork Blackrock and Passage Railway was the fastest light railway in Europe, surely the Cork and Musgrave must have been the slowest, with its 2 speeds dead slow and stop. But of course that's not surprising, because it ran unfenced along the Western Road and away out the Carrigrand Road. Well, it had to go dead slow, of course, along the Western Road because of the various kinds of traffic. But as soon as it got to the Carrigrand Road, it quickened up a little. And if you were on the early train with the singing crowd, you'd find that you were travelling along with the milkmen going home after their morning's delivery. And the hiss of the engine cylinder would sometimes synchronise with the trotting of the pony. Horsey, keep your tail up, keep your tail up, keep your tail up. Horsey, keep your tail up, keep the sun from out my eyes. All the monkeys in the zoo haven't got a face like you. Murphy, keep your tail up, keep the sun from out my eyes.
Joan Denise Moriarty.
I had done quite a lot of professional work, and I came to the crossroads, I suppose, as such. I had to make up my mind what I was going to do. I had thought of going to America, where I was rather tall for a dancer, but tall dancers were accepted in America, wherefore in England they were not accepted. When the ballet started in England, the only male dancers they could get interested in such an art were very small. So of course you can't have a towering ballerina and a small male dancer. But I came back to Ireland on a summer holiday. I always remember this. And my mother and myself were talking to some friends on Patrick's Bridge, and the friends turned around to me and said, "What are you doing?" So I said, "Well, I was a dancer and hoping to continue my career," and so on and so on. And I remember there was a man there, and he said, "Oh, ballet, I can't stand it," he said, "What is it? A man chasing a woman round the stage." Well, I was a very young person at that time. I was furious. I remember my face getting redder and redder, and I wanted to burst out in temper. But I made a vow that day, standing on that bridge, that I would then come back to Ireland and start a ballet school, and that we would have a ballet company in Cork and a ballet company in Ireland. Very, very highfalutin ideas, But you know what youth is. I mean, nothing stands in your way. You're going to do it. And that was the attitude. And I opened a small studio in Patrick Street, quite near the statue. It's a bank now, actually. And for the first 6 months, I didn't even get one small child. Through a friend of mine and her friend, a child, and then a second child came, and that's how it started, really.
Moments. Joe Lee, Professor of History, UCC.
I'm very impressed by the quality of our students. I've watched them at international level in seminars and countries across the world more than hold their own. I do, for instance, a number of prize givings. I was out in Clonakilty a couple of weeks ago for transition year students. There were 120 of them. I was absolutely staggered by the quality of their projects and by the way they deported themselves in presenting about atheism spoke. And I got up afterwards and I said, quite honestly, I could not have stood in front of a crowd at that particular age and opened my mouth. There are those who would unkindly say I cannot now close my mouth, whether there's a crowd there or not. But I was charmed and exhilarated. And I came back to Cork that night feeling absolutely buoyant about the future potential of this country if these young people sustain even a fraction of their potential, their idealism, their ability. I was also impressed by the way American students, contrary to Irish ones, even yet, would put up their hands instantly and ask a question if they didn't understand something. Here, our young people, even though very often they're far abler, if they have a question, they'll say, oh no, maybe he'll make a fool of me, or maybe I'll make a fool of him, which would be twice as bad. Keep their heads down and they won't ask. I had a very interesting experience recently where I was teaching at New York University. I discovered, for instance, that this year they put on for the first time in their history courses in the Irish language for credits. And they put a ceiling of 20, which mightn't appear large, but they thought they'd get nobody anyway. In fact, 3 times that number applied. So the class was oversubscribed. I happened to meet the class on one occasion, and the first chap I met, he was talking in quite good Irish, and I said Coasto, because I assumed he was straight from Ireland somewhere. He looked at me very sharply. Os Nuarok, he said, with as I say, a sharp hint of reprobation in his voice. Where else would he be from?
Check out Cork Moments on the
Moments. Actor Joe Lynch.
I don't know what kind of beer got my bonnet about the theatre, you know. It's all such a dreadful waste of time compared to that magic box, you know. And I'm so conventional that I should go for television is crazy, but I do. And it's from the first day I saw television, heard about it, I went off to America to find out about it. I think it's the theatre of now. Sorry to Joe Dowling, Michael Colgan and all these lads who are beating their brains out in theatres. I think you're wasting your time, lads. I really do. I don't know. Reproducing something night after night now does not appeal to me anymore. I'd rather have one good go on television. You do not learn how to be a television actor on a stage, I'm sorry to say. You might learn an awful lot of both in radio. Ah, that's the one. No actor should be allowed out without spending 2 years on radio, doing radio shows of all kinds. You need 2 years at least. 1 year to get the hang of it, and you have to get the hang of it. And the second year to really enjoy it. And then if you don't get out in another 2 years, you'll stay here forever. And you could. I mean, you could love this business. Radio is marvelous.
Cork Moments. Joe Mack and the start of a showbiz career.
I was about 17 or 18, and the drums were given in Crowley's music shop on the hire purchase. My father was deaf, and he was pretending when I was asking him to go guarantor for the drums. He would say, well, my father had to sign for him, and he would only sign under the condition that I would sign up at the School of Music to be taught properly. So I did, and he did. And 1 week after the drums came into the house, a guy by the name of Jerry Murphy, who shall remain nameless, sax player, and he said, you have drums and you play? I said, I do. And he said, well, there's a gig on Sunday night in Woodhill, Tivoli. Be there at, whatever, 8 o'clock. So I arrived down there and set up the drums. I was probably there at 5 o'clock in the afternoon. It was a tennis club where the garages are now in Tivoli. And I played. That was Jerry Murphy Foley taught me an awful lot, with rhythms and this and that and the other. And I went on from there, and at the end of the night I got £1. Got the drums on my back and got the bus home.
Professor John A. Murphy, born in Macroom.
I'm amused by the reference to the famous saying, the town that never heard a fool. The version of that, with which I was brought up, was there was never a fool came out of Macroom, which adds a bit different meaning to it. The implication there is that they didn't allow the fools to, to go to the outside world. Life in Macroom in the 1930s was pretty impoverished, and one of the characteristic smells I carry from that day is the smell of poverty. of all places, in the church. I remember Mass on Sundays, the poor went to one side. It was actually called, the side aisle was actually called the poor side. If you were expected to deposit, let's say, 2p in the box at the chapel door going in the main aisle, I think all you needed on the other side was a halfpenny. So there was a very clear acceptance of class differences there. However, I suppose there were compensations. There were lots of characters in the town, and speech in Macroom was very idiomatic and rich in Gaelic words and that kind of thing. All that has changed, needless to say, since the Cork Anthology, which was edited by the late Sean Dunn. I've written an article there called The Piano in Macroom, which I suppose is a celebration of my mother's music, playing all kinds of pieces. That was my musical formation. I was the youngest of the family, and the others were given opportunities for piano lessons, but they didn't take, and I think they gave up when it came to me. But I always loved to sing, and my mother encouraged me to sing and to learn how to sing in harmony and so on. I do know a great number of songs which I have inflicted on friends over the years. For the singer anyway, whatever about the listener, singing is a marvellous form of expression. It's a consolation. It's a therapy.
Cork Moments. John Arnold and a holy well in Bartlemy.
They thought at first it was what they call this lazy eye. So they tried the usual thing, which was they put a patch over the good eye to try and force the bad eye into action to work. But after a while they discovered a slight growth at the back of the eye. And after more tests they decided that growth was in danger of increasing in size and it should be removed because I might have no eyesight at all in the eye if something wasn't done about it. So the new pyjamas was bought and the toothbrush was bought, and the appointment was made to go into the south. But on the day we decided to, as we would normally do, visit the Holy Well of St. Bartholomew first before I went. And what you did at the well, you drink some water out of the well itself, and then where the water flows out onto a little stone pat down a few steps, you wash your eye there, you bathe your eye there with the water, and you make a sign of the cross on your eye with one of the little stones out of the well. So I completed that procedure, and after Cork, they went through all the tests again just to make sure that everything was okay. And much to their surprise, whatever little growth that had been diagnosed was gone. Now, I still haven't perfect eyesight in that eye. It has never improved, but at least I still have eyesight in it, and I didn't have to go through the necessity of having the operation.
Share your Cork moment on 021 480 5868. Cork Moments. John Blair. His first foray into politics, 1968.
I discovered that nobody knew the names of the chemist shops on Patrick Street. They all wondered, was that the one by the Savoy when I say Blair's, or was it the one down by the Pavilion, or was it the one possibly up by the statue? This used to annoy me. We were there for years. So I was looking out the window within a week of my arrival, and I said, the statue is very dirty. Some of the staff in Blair's, Miss Betty Donovan, in my book, knew a lot of things, and she said the only thing that would clean Father Matthew, she felt, was to get a good lashing of caustic soda, and then to hose it down with liberal quantities of water, and then we would coat the whole edifice with anhydrous lanolin. So I went over looking for supply of water to the City Hall. Do you want to clean the statue? And they said, you can't do that, that's the corporation's property. Then commenced a campaign which lasted all of 6 years. I used to go to have maybe a drink in the Palace Bar, because, well, a lot of us did, because of you get the extra half an hour, you see. And who used drinking there as well? Padraig O'Baldine and Seamus Murphy. He said, you can't do that. The barman used to know me. Tony used to know me as Father Matthew, and I was always slow to move. And he'd say, come on, Father Matthew, we're closing the pub. And the two gentlemen's heads, you snap around to see the John Blair, this fellow who was going to destroy Father Matthew, because they didn't want him shining out like a new penny, you see. I went to see the corporation eventually, and I addressed the General Purposes Committee. So I figured if the people of Cork turned out 1 million strong to see Father Mayor John Maguire unveil the thing, and we were reluctant to clean it a century later. They decided to clean half of it. They decided they'd clean the base of it. They did what was a dry grit sandblasting method. God's sight, Seamus Murphy would be horrified.
Cork Moments. John Breen and Con O'Mahony on killing the pig.
When the pig would be killed, opened and cut up, it was the usual thing that all the neighbours, they got their bit of pork steak plus a few puddings. And of course Con would always get his pork steak.
I got all that too, yeah.
I got all that. So I'd say when Con was killing the pigs, he was never shot the pork steak anyway.
He'd have it 3 or 4 times a week.
He'd get indigestion.
But you never sat them. But there was another thing there about the killing the pig now that I thought about it. It wasn't so much in your time, Con, I suppose, but when Dinny Duggan, he was the butcher that used to kill pigs before you started here.
Yeah.
Called Dinny Duggan a park.
Yeah, Dinny went through.
Dinny had a great reputation as a pig killer. But I remember when we were young, footballs were very dear that time. And any kind of a ball, they were always very scarce. But we used to always take out the bladder. The butcher always take out the bladder. And we'd let that dry out and blow it, tie it. And we'd be kicking the old bladder for a few days as long as it held. It's a cheap way you would see young fellas with old pig's bladder at him. And there's no shoes. It was a recognised thing when the weather get fine, you'd throw off the shoes and you wouldn't wear them until the weather breaking.
No.
During all the summer.
The young man just needed your feet for the hard in as the sense that when you used to be walking in those joints and things. Your old in.
John Clifford of the Cork Canine Control School.
Sure, dogs are simple. I mean, if I was training a dog for an hour with a family, I only spend 10 minutes with the dogs, to 15 minutes with the family. I mean, dogs are creatures of habit, so they learn by habit. So it's repetition, repetition, repetition. People buy the wrong breed and they don't explain to children what's acceptable behaviour. Like, for example, some dogs do not like their tails being pulled. Some dogs don't mind. So it's very important to pick the right breed to suit the environment that the animal is living in. So it's all about responsible ownership now. And it's expensive now, Alf. It really is expensive to have a dog. I mean, with veterinary fees, pet insurance, all this carry on. I mean, a dog now in its lifetime will cost you 12 to 14,000 euro. And they are fabulous pets, and they're wonderful for children. I mean, do you know something else? They're the best counsellor you could ever have. Because like, you come in from work or you're having a bad day, they put their head on your lap and they say, yes, Dad, it's okay. Talk to me. That's the most important point. They don't squeal. I mean, they love us unconditionally, so how could you slap somebody like that? But I remember a photograph that I saw below in the animal's home, oh God, it must be 20 years ago. There was a collie tied with wire onto a wall. That was the photograph. And the dog could never put its head flat on the ground to sleep. But whenever they fed him, that dog probably wagged his tail and said, and I still love you.
Cork Moments. John Collin, soccer hardman of the 60s.
I remember one instance with Joe O'Brien. He was to be transferred to Tottenham Hotspur. We played him in a league match in Tunnels Cross. And he came up and he shook hands and says, how are you doing? I said, not too bad. The ball was sent off and the ball came up and he trapped it and I just hit him and turned it around and put it down the field. And I walked a couple of paces after him. I said, are you going to Tottenham? Oh yeah, he said, I'm going in the morning. I said, if we don't get out of here now, he said, you'll be going to Barrington's Hospital in the morning. So there was another instance. We met Rovers in the final of the Cup. I was walking into Dalymount Park on my own, and Frank O'Neill came down with his girlfriend, and he walked over and he said, how, Johnny, how are you? I said, no, Frank, very bad. I said, it feels bad for him. If you come inside here today, I said, I'll have to mangle you. I said, there's no way you're going to get through. For the whole match, he stayed out in the line all day. The match was a draw, and the following Wednesday, he was dropped. The brother fell on instead of him, because he never came in, when I told him, but they were great days. I mean, there were days like that you could, like Donnelly, he said, yeah, well, I go now. He played against me one year, with Evergreen against Cork City, and he said he was saying rosaries and everything all the week, that I wouldn't go near him, but yeah, we got over all those things. Cork had a great side that time as well. I mean, local derbies now, but that was great at that time. The local derby, we were working in a big building site, and you'll be going to work every day, and they say, boy, Jesus, you'll get it up your backside this week, And when you beat Cork Hibs then, and you come in on Monday morning, all the boys will be inside. It's great.
Cork Moments. John L. O'Sullivan, remembering Michael Collins.
I met him in Bandon the night he was killed, and we were after taking over Kinsale, and we were moving back to get into Dunmanway. And we stopped outside the hotel where he was staying in, and when he saw me outside, he sent out for me. He was the idol of the Irish people. He was a genius, he was a dynamo, he was a live man, a man of action, and a man with a lot of humanity about him. And we didn't hear of his death for 2 days. And I remember the day it came over the wireless that Michael Collins, it would hit me today, just like the day. I saw people stopping in the street and everybody put down his or her head and stayed just put, trying to think, how could a man that escaped through all the bitter years be shot by a bullet from one of his own? We lost someone we badly needed. We lost our right hand.
Cork Moments. John L. O'Sullivan of Beara.
We're in the Kerry Diocese. We were at one time in the South Kerry constituency for the Dáil, 20 years ago it was. And I suppose geographically we're the very same really, and we're the same people. Half the people in Beara are O'Sullivans, half the people in South Kerry are O'Sullivans, so I suppose we're very closely related. We think the same way, we talk the same way, we use the same type of curses, and we pray the same way, I'm sure, sometimes. The Cork football supporter becomes a Cork County football supporter for just 1 week a year, I think, when we play Kerry. If we win, he continues to be a Cork football supporter until Christmas. If we lose, he loses all interest in Cork football then as soon as we lose. The Cork hurling supporter, to me, was always a fervent supporter of Cork hurling right through the year. He was an urban dweller also. He was a Cork City man. He didn't, whereas the Cork football supporter was a fellow with a cloth cap and a fag in his mouth, and he only came out once or twice a year. I love going to Killarney to the Munster final, much more so than to Cork. Different reasons, it's much nearer to us. I find Killarney is a great centre for a game, and everybody meets everybody else. If you want to meet somebody, you will meet him. If you don't want to meet him, you can dodge him. All you need to do is stand outside the Three Lakes or outside the International, and you'll meet everybody you want to meet. You know, I says 4 or 5 years ago now, since Eamon Dunphy wrote a great article on the Sunday Independent Munster final day in Killarney. A surprisingly beautiful article. Not the match. He didn't talk about the match at all, but atmosphere of the place. And he said he thought it was amazing that 50,000 people would gather into a small town, 20,000 raving Cockmen and 20,000 raving Kerrymen. But they were all inside in pubs together and talking and chatting and maybe having a rise out of each other. And then he said after the game it was the very same, which he said he was sorry that his son was reared in England, where you had this soccer culture, and he said if there were 2 Premier League teams now in England packed into a small town, there would be lines and lines of police horsemen trying to keep them apart.
John Mansworth, retired publican, on his grandmother.
There was 100 odd pubs in Cove at the time, and she had 4 of them. That time, women didn't drink in the pub. There was a little table out in the hall, which is now a storeroom. There was a table out there, and I remember vividly there was a little bicycle bell by the frame of the door, and if someone was in the hall, they rang the bell. And you know, my husband and I could, I want to word with him, and if they were really on good terms, they might get a bottle of red lemonade, a bottle of Tenora. Or if they were really in good terms, they got a drop of sherry. But I remember there was a guy called Bob Ford just drink there in my grandmother's time, and he used to sit inside in the snug. And I remember my father Arvis telling me that Bob had been on Scott's expedition, and that he'd lost some of his toes in frostbite. I'd be always trying to have a look at his shoes to see could I see something different. Now I never did. You know, he used to sit in the corner and he'd have his couple of drops of rum and his couple of small bottles of Guinness. And he'd totter up back to the hospital where he died some days. And there was another one of a very old man who had a disability pension from the Royal Navy, and he'd get this disability pension every 2 months, and he'd go on a right binge of dark rum. There was always a tap on the door the following morning where his grandson would come down and say, could I have his sticks? He wants to come down for a drink. He'd be able to get home without the sticks on the rum, but the next morning he needs the sticks to get back to cure himself.
Cork Moments. John Montague,
poet.
Riada, who was one of my friends, always had said that I should come to Cork, and the irony, of course, is that I came after Sean, after he had died. But I did come, and it is both a return from exile, and also for an Ulsterman, it's coming back to an Ireland of a kind that I didn't realise existed. It's rather different from the Black North. It's a haven, it's a warm place. I don't think I could live anymore in Dublin, because in my trade there's a great deal of malice. One gets the needle, what I call the Cork needle down here, but it's much more playful in a way. There's a professor at up at UCC, whom I'm extremely fond of, and he sort of patted me on the back. He said, he said, John, he said, you're looking very well, you're looking very young, he said, but what about the portrait up on the attic? But my view of Cork would put you from Grattan Hill overlooking the harbour, and with that fine haze of pollution which is obscuring the stars. And I think looking from that point, you wouldn't think this is not the Cork of Ullin. This is a Cork of potential economic energy. Forms of Exile, that came out when I was 29, I remember, and of course I think poets have it easier nowadays. You could get your first book out when you're about 21. I think there's some students up at UCC. There's a young man called Theo Dorgan who has just published his own book called A Slow Air, and there's another called Tom McCarthy who's going to bring out a little book. I think they're starting younger. I have been writing poetry for a great many years without any encouragement whatsoever. There was a kind of slackness of purpose in the air. There was no wind in the sail. If they saw a poem in those days, they just hit it.
John Murray emigrated at 17 to become a Dagenham Yank.
You get the old toad, you put on the small bit of the toad. When you come home, you know, you were big D, like, with your 40 pounds in your pocket. And in those days, if you didn't have a navy overcoat and a white scarf, you weren't a Dagenham Yank. But what we used to love when we come home, we used to go into Mooney's. And the food in England that time wasn't very good, you know. So we used to eat Mooney's. What sandwiches they had inside it, we used to eat them because it used to be beautiful. The landlady I had her name was Carrie Cookstree. And she was some grubber. No matter where she got the grub from, she would give it to you, you know. And I actually eat horse steak over there. That's right. Cow heel soup. You go into the caffs in the night time and you get Boverland bread and drip. You know, the food, it was all rationed there at the time. Ford used to pay once a fortnight. I think the wages at the time was they used to send home about £7 a fortnight. Fathers, sons would come over there, you know, and they'd go into digs with their father and what have you. That was the life in those days. I'm talking about the 50s. That was the life in those days because there was nothing. There was no work in Cork, and we just had to immigrate, and things were bad. And if Ford's wasn't there at the time, let's face it, the people in Cork would have been starving because there was no work there. The dole in those days was about £1, 5 shillings a week. And nobody could survive in that, especially when there was big families in those days too, you know.
Check out Cork Moments on the RTE. Cork Moments. John O'Connell of F.W. Murray's, established 1828.
Gun shop all that time, and a cycle shop, and they sold petrol in tins out of the window, you know. And then I opened up the fishing tackle business. The guns became a very small part of it, downgraded to that extent because you couldn't show them, you couldn't display them. But there were 22 gun shops in Cork around the 1920s. Now what they were all doing, I don't know, but they were in Cook Street and they were in Marlborough Street, and they're more or less all gone out at the stage. The Brits were still, I suppose, in Ireland. I presume that they were officers and that sort of thing, to a certain extent, to be landed gentry and that sort of thing, people with estates, farmers to a large extent. And of course they were also in the explosives industry because they supplied explosives to farmers for doing wells and boring wells and all that sort of thing. And they had the magazines out in Ballincollig, and when they were delivered there, they came by boat into Cork, and they were brought out even in the 60s by horse-drawn vehicles. In Ballincollig in those days, as I say, in the Powder Mill grounds, you had everything. You had wildlife, and sure, I remember the river out there in the 60s even. It was chock-a-block with salmon. I remember lying down on top of the weir in the Powder Mill grounds and looking in, and the salmon were bumper to bumper right across the weir. You could walk across them, as they say in Galway, and that's absolutely true. Remember, there was one man there, Mr. Shepherd, and one day we went down to visit him. He was there fishing down in the weir stream, and he had 8 salmon fishing on flies, and when we went down after lunch, he had 16. And we had to help him to bring them in. I remember cycling along the straight road and 4 or 5 salmon hanging off each of our shoulders and along the crossbar. And of course, mentioning Guinnesses, they were of course next door to us in Patrick Street. And as one wag said to me on one occasion, he said, you know, one way or the other you can't lose, he said, because we've the bank at one side of us and we've Guinness on the other. And he said, twixt the bank and the booze, Murray's can't lose.
John O'Shea, the singing fireman.
Always a great indication of sport in the north side of Cork, both north and south side, I suppose. A man was judged by the type of dog he kept, by the type of cocks he had fighting, by the type of birds that he kept. Now, a man was judged if he could breed a good mule. When I say mule now, it was a cross between a canary and a linnet, or a canary and a finch. Now, he was a famous man. Teddy Addy, John Joe Moriarty, God be good to him, Gerald Mull, all those fellas, they were judged by the type of birds that they could breed. A man was judged the very same by the type of dogs he kept, you know. If he bred blue terriers, bulldogs, the Staffordshire bull terriers, he was judged. Normally, he was a fighting man because he kept a fighting dog. Well, you have today in Cork, you have the harrier. You have the drag hunting dog. It is a kind of a professional. They have a big professional approach to it. At that time, you had the Cork bred dog. He was bred from Connie Doyle's dog, or he was bred from. They knew the dogs. You got the songs then. You got these Connie Doyle's Armacar. You got a lot of that trumpeter. And they made songs then from these particular dogs. The Armacar wasn't his name, wasn't his given name, but the Southside people christened him the Armacar. A man from Southern Hunt christened him the Armacar because it seemed nobody could stop him.
Cork Moments. John Spillane, singer-songwriter.
They were magic nights in the lobby bar. I played there a few solo gigs, doing covers on a Saturday night, and there wasn't that many people going up, maybe about 25 up there. And I met an old school friend of mine called John Toomey, and I hadn't seen him for ages. He was in London and he was back for a while, and I said, "Are you coming up to the gig, John?" And he says, "Nah." He says, "I'm not. You've no new songs? It's Princess Street and My Love Will Not Sing For Me and the same old songs, and I'm just not going to go up to you this time, John. Good luck." And I was smartly offended. I had maybe about a dozen songs which I was very precious about and I thought were brilliant, and couldn't understand why the world didn't discover me. Every gig that I played in the lobby subsequent to that, I always did a new song. Churn them out and I'd sing them in the lobby. Here's the world premiere. They were magic nights in the lobby bar. I was in the lobby bar one night on a Tuesday night, and I was sitting downstairs having a pint, and sitting next to me was Brendan Ring, the piper, and Brendan was playing this tune on the pipes, and it was just mind-blowingly good, and everything was right, I suppose. The day that was in it, the night that was in it, one of these things, pure magic. Just one of those moments, you could say a musical moment, a magic carpet ride on the wings of music, and it was from that experience that I started getting the idea, trying to describe that in a song. July 2005, and the lobby is closing at the end of the month, and everyone's having farewell concerts, but it was definitely a bit of a golden era for Cork music. Especially, it was a great place for nurturing young people coming up with notions and creativity. Pat Conway was always good to give gigs to people, support gigs and their own slot, and to bring people on, which is rare, like. 'Cause it's only in your mind.
Cork Moments. Justin McCarthy, hurling coach, and preparing the come-on for the big game.
Well, I have my own workshop where I play my music and listen to the radio, and I have my tapes there. I have a huge selection of hurleys. I have my hammers and my nails and my tape and my chisels and my spoke shaves and sandpaper and all the stuff that's there, and my vice, of course, which you have to hold the hurley in. But you have to be informed too to do the hurleys, because it could take the best part of 2 hours some evenings, and that's just physical work, and you want to make sure maybe I'm a bit too particular at times. In most cases, I slightly reshape them, and I want to get a balance into the hurley where the hurley doesn't feel too heavy or too light, kind of an extension of your hand really. And I think it adds about, I would say, 20% to your game, because it's a game of touch, of feeling, of striking, of control. And I look at the boss of the hurley and maybe have to put a band on just to protect it from cracking, and do the hand. The handle is the one area where you're always catching it, so that has to be, not too round and not too square, kind of an oval shape. So I want to get the hurley as close as I can to the person that's playing with it. So what I do is I refine the hurley basically.
Check out Cork Moments on the RTE Radio Moments. Ken Thompson and his statue to St. Patrick at Lough Derg.
I gave him a rather heroic cloak to give him a sort of heroic quality. So he has his cloak and he has the staff, and he's reaching out. Again, he's not blessing exactly. He's reaching out and expressing solidarity with those people who've been there. It's a stunning location, on the lake. It was rather amusing. The day that I actually put the statue up, there was a day pilgrimage in progress, and they arrived in the morning as I was about to put it up, people, and then by the afternoon we had got it erected and set up, and they came off the island in the afternoon, and there was me carving this piece of stone for the last 6 months, this raw block of stone. It was just sweat and tears carving it out. It's really an effort. It was a 7-ton block, and it was only, I think, 1.5 tons when I finished it, and this foot that I'd been carving sticks very slightly out from beyond the block. I've sort of carved back the base so that the foot sticks out slightly. And people actually threw themselves on the ground and started kissing the foot. This foot that had been sort of a few days earlier just a troublesome object that I had to carve out had suddenly overnight become a hallowed object, and people actually started to venerate it almost straight away. It was an extraordinary feeling.
Cork Moments. Kevin McSweeney of the Cork Hot Rod Club.
I can remember to be 6 or 7 years old when my father bought me a little racing car for Christmas. It was in an auto hallway at home. It didn't last very long, the door frames, but that was it. The early 60s, the only car you had was your road car. You raced around the field and hope you didn't do damage. And hot rod racing was founded in '68 that time. You had everything from the old Fiat 1100s, Bambinos, homemade specials, the old 400Es, fellas make up an old chassis and put a 400E engine and gearbox and axle onto it and cover it with a bit of aluminium or something and put a seat into it, and whoever thought you'd see a Volkswagen Beetle flying around Ballahassack with a BMW engine in it and a truck right out the back window to keep it cool, They're great brains, they're great ingenuity. But when they were on the racetrack, they were a little different kettle of fish. There was no bumping allowed as such, but it happened occasionally. You put the boot down in third gear and you hope for the best. That was it, And you would get your car ready, roll bars inside, tyres good, brakes good, steering good, and you were okay. I think at the time the rule was the car couldn't be worth more than 50 quid, excluding tyres and things like that. Stock car racing, you go to do a fill in, the last man stay going as the winner. But this was fully fledged circuit racing. Inevitably, you bumped into a few guys on your way, but that's the spectators wanted. They wanted to see a bit of fun. The race that went on, no matter how good it was, without a few incidents, was no race at all. We were so tired one night that I finished on a Saturday morning for a few days. Didn't go to bed. We walked in the car all night to get it going and had it ready for morning. And went up to 9 o'clock mass and ovens and fell asleep in the holy waterfront. That was about the size of it. And back out to Ballahassack that day, raced away. And when we eventually got to bed sometime Sunday night, we walked sometime Monday or Tuesday. That was it.
Cork Moments. Kevin Power, sitting in on rehearsals, aged 5.
There's nothing quite as primitive and primeval as the sound of a huge orchestra tuning up. The old hair's gone up in the back of the neck when I hear an orchestra tuning up. And there was this nice woman in a perfectly normal dress, sitting in the front row of the stalls, and at a certain moment she suddenly started singing. And it was the opening of Butterfly, where she sings, "One more step to climb, bum 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 bum," the music representing the steps, Oh, I fell in love with it there and then. Of course, I fell in love with her too. I sincerely thought of proposing to her on the spot, even though she was probably about 35 years older than me. Then, the Saturday afternoon, they brought me to see the actual opera, and my mother warned me in advance that poor old Butterfly was going to kill herself at the end, you see, because it's always fascinating to watch your parents lift up an inanimate object like a violin and by stroking a bow across it or plucking with the fingers make the most magnificent sounds. So anyway, I was watching them playing, you see. They came to One Fine Day in Madame Butterfly, where she says, he will come back, the husband was scarpered, sort of like, having had his evil way with her. And anyhow, I looked down at my mother and father, and there they were in floods of tears. So, of course, I followed. Then I looked over at the cellos where my aunt Edie was playing, and she was in floods of tears. Everybody else was playing away hell for leather, but my family appeared to be particularly sensitive. You know, I was hooked on it then, of course. There was no question of it. I felt a tremendous love for them and a tremendous pride.
Kevin Sanquist and Early Days with Rory Gallagher.
I had worked with a magazine called Spotlight magazine because obviously with my little bit of power I was able to get some publicity for him. So we had a meeting up in the hayloft, and which is above the Long Valley. Up we came with the name Taste, and I think it was Rory, in fairness, that came up with that name. So the Taste was formed that very evening, and I was managing the Taste. There was a guy called Sean Kennedy up in Belfast, and he had 4 clubs up there. So I got in my noddy car and went up to the north, and I got them to come up to Belfast for the weekend for £40. I got a call from Sean Kennedy, and he said, Kevin, he said, look, I'm having a problem with the name of the Taste. There's another group in England called the Big Taste. I think I'll have to change the name. He said, look, I'm asking you now, he said, to design something for this. I said, what's the name of the group then? And he said it was going to be called the Erection. You're asking me to design a new name for a group. I said, under that, I said, could you call it sort of erectile functionitis or something? I said, but not as direct as that, you know. Back to the drawing board anyway. And I thought of the idea of a scaffolding, a builder scaffolding. And I had the lads inserted then with the helmets on and so forth, because I was trying to save the soul of the group at this stage because of the era we were living in, you know. I honestly felt it was over the top. Now, he said, what's happened in the meantime is that the Big Taste are finished, and he said the other Taste, which is the regular Taste, are ready for launching, he said. So thank you very much, he said, but we're ready. And they conquered London as well in the marquee.
Kieran McCarthy, local historian.
My mum and dad used to bring us to places like Farn Woods and Corribinny and the Loch and Fitzgerald's Park, and they seem to be all sacred spaces for Cork people. My articles in the Cork Independent are inside Cork. I've got through an awful lot of history, but I'm still only scratching the surface after actually 6 years and a couple of 100 articles. At the moment I'm exploring the great exhibitions in Cork, and there was one in 1852 and one in 1883, and there was one in the Mardyke in 1902. And there was a whole series of makeshift buildings constructed. The exhibition took place over 2 years. When the exhibition ended, the buildings were taken down, and all the ponds and gardens that were specially constructed to go with the exhibition were actually kept. And Fitzgerald's Park opened in 1905. So actually this year Fitzgerald's Park is celebrating 100 years, which I actually didn't see appearing in the media yet. And the one thing that intrigues me about Fitzgerald's Park is that it's not just called the park. It's like the Loch is called the Loch. It has no name. Or the college or the opera house. Cork people do have a hang up with the word the. And next to Fitzgerald's Park you've got the famous Wishay Shaky Bridge, the Shaky Bridge. And sometimes when you're writing about Cork nationally, people will ask you questions like, Kieran, what is the real name of the Loch? Well, it's just the Loch. It has no other name. It's just the Loch. And I like the fact that there is a tradition that when you're young you're brought to the Loch and you have to feed the ducks. I do a lot of teaching in local history in primary schools, and if you walk into a class and you ask whatever school you go into how many people have fed the ducks in the Loch, every hand will go up, and that sends a shiver up my spine. And every person in Cork should know the history of their city. Say Park Street was once a channel of water, and that the new lights on Park Street that a lot of people don't actually like represent the masts of ships. Little things like that are important.
Moments. The last lamplighter in Cork.
One type was the standard lamp. They were standing up, they were about 8 feet high. And then there's the bracket lamps. They were hung in the corners to give light to laneways or the main road like attached when they couldn't put a standard lamp. In the summertime we'd start lighting about 10 o'clock in the night, and then we'd out them at 3 o'clock in the morning. So we come on to the winter time, then we start lighting then at 4, and we'd out them then at 7 in the morning. Plenty walking. We had between 90 and 100 lamps, and each man then had a different route. There wasn't so many then in the flat of the city, which was up in the hills and everything, which the one I had to do. Like, and there was all the Wellington Road, very Holy Road, and up to Dillon's Cross, up to Mayfield Church, to Fox and Hounds, up to the Cork Barracks, down to Clankerton, back down again. Enjoy, but you have to walk very fast because you had only about 2 hours to do the whole thing. Well, then we had a brass lighter on top of a pole that we'd reach up and turn on the lever which light the mantles then. In the morning then we'd come out to them, and we'd have long canes, and all we had to do was just switch off the lever and hook around and finish the whole job then. Well, there was a joke, of course, about the lamplighter. The question was asked there, if a lamplighter got £4 a week for lighting the lamps, what would he get for outing them? Well, of course, the joke was that he'd get a pole.
The late Fanahan McSweeney, Munich Olympics 1972.
When I got to the Olympics, I was spending much of the time every day inside in the medical centre. I had an injury that I got playing hurling. I wasn't a realistic medal chance because of this. Before I got out on the track to run in my race, being televised all around the world, I had to get the German doctor, who at this stage I was very familiar with, and he walked barefooted right along my spine and almost tried to pop something in my back. And that relieved some pressure on some nerve, and the numbness temporarily went out of my left leg. And I just got out, just did my best. And then the following day I couldn't get out of bed, I had such a pain. But as well as all the training and the race itself, the opening ceremonies, when we were walking along with 11 Israeli athletes who happened to be right next to us, because we marched alphabetically, Ireland and Israel next to each other. 6 or 7 days later, it was the day in the middle of the Olympics, I decided to go back to the States because my races were over, heading out of the village about 6 o'clock in the morning. And what should I see but this guy wearing a balaclava helmet and a submachine gun. And as I got up to the front gate, there were reporters and cameras outside the place. And this American guy came straight over to me. Have you seen any subversive activity inside the Olympic Village? And I said, well, it's strange that you should have said that, because as I was walking towards the cafeteria, I see this guy with this balaclava helmet on him. And I said, I stopped 3 or 4 times, which I did, and I looked back at him. And every time I came, he was up maybe 6 or 7 stories high, and every time I looked at him, he kind of pulled his head back suspiciously. And the American guys just ran in every direction because they had what they wanted. Something bad had happened. And this was the first big thing that happened in Germany since Hitler. A week after the opening ceremonies, and we'd walked, say, for 4 hours, rubbing shoulders with these guys, and these Israelis. 7 days later, all 11 of them were shot dead.
I could walk to school one of 2 ways, and if I went one particular way, I'd see rise horses working, schooling over hurdles and things. I just got fascinated with it. My buddy anyway, his father was head lad, so he'd come into school in the morning and he'd be telling me about the horses. Frankie Short is riding rise horse tomorrow in Thurles, or do you know who's riding rise horse in Tipperary? Like, it's Pat Taff. He's out of getting Pat Taff to ride the horse. And there was another guy sitting with us who had absolutely no interest in any sport at all, which was a bit unusual in our class. And one morning my mate came in and he says, and Ronnie Delaney won last night. And the guy next to him said, oh, who was riding him? That was his interest in it. No one ever sat up in a horse in my life and would be afraid of him. But then I have a son who's stuck in horses, and he's big into horses, and he'd be listening to me talking about him, and then he'd be there with me looking at him on television. Like that, he just goes around and treats them as if they're little Jack Russells or something, I don't know, but I couldn't do it. I have no desire to sit up in a horse or work with horses or anything. I remember going to Macroom one day. He was 3, I think, and I had him up on my lap, and I went into the bookies in Macroom. As you know, all the newspapers are up on the wall, and they're all the old guys inside, and they're looking at him. I went in anyway just to have a look at, see what was running in the 2:30 or whatever it was, and the next thing he shouts out, "Hey Dad, look at Johnny Frankham," who was the jockey of the day. And this old man touched me in the shoulder. God, he says that young fella knows his horses. And he was 3.
Check out Cork Moments on the RTE Radio 1 website.
Cork Moments. Member of the travelling community, Liz Quilligan, on settling down.
I don't want to settle, but just to have to settle, they're not left to travel as freely as they used to, do you know. And I suppose most travellers have their kids in school now, and it's better for the kids to be settled, and just for travellers to probably get on in life as well, and to be more accepted. It's easier to settle half the time, do you know. You won't be left on the side of the road no more. Even places like travellers years ago, they go to a particular place, say, every year. Well, you can't go to that place no more. There's probably something built there, or it's probably blocked off. So now what most travellers do is they book into the holiday parks, you know, trying to relive traveller culture, I suppose. I'd say the men would feel stronger about going travelling, because most travelling men keeps horses. You know, even they bring the horses on with them most of the times. The women probably got used to the idea of settling out, you know, because even a lot of women's gone back to education now, and they know how important it is to do courses and things. So they know how important it is to be in the one area to finish them courses. and to have the children in school, you know. It's important to the women, like, so they probably accept it better than the travelling men.
Cork Moments. Lord Mayor Deirdre Clune continuing a proud family tradition.
My grandfather, Tony Barry, was Lord Mayor of Cork in 1961, and my father was Lord Mayor in 71, Peter Barry. So I am now the third generation of that family. Deirdre Barry was my maiden name. I'm now Clune by marriage. But I'm the third generation. I suppose it's just a family that's steeped in politics. It's a tremendous privilege to be Lord Mayor of Cork. It's a wonderful honour. It's a particularly important year this year for 2005 because we're very proud of the badge 2005. We put a lot of effort into winning that accolade, and we're anxious to make the most of it in this year and really put Cork out there on the map and show that we have a wonderful product to offer here from a tourism point of view. I met Conor in college. We were both students. He was a dental student, and I'm a civil engineer. I was a civil engineer student, and I am a civil engineer now. So we met in UCC, and we were married. I think I was 22 when we were married, quite young, and went to England for a while, and then came back to Cork and started a family. So we have 4 sons. It's a busy lifestyle because as well as what I do during the day, indeed the job of Lord Mayor can fill every day and every night. So you'll be home and taking the washing off the line, turning it in the dryer, doing a bit of ironing, all that kind of thing has to go on. The show must go on all the time.
Cork Moments. Louise Cotter, architect, and finding a place to live.
Real Cork thing, of course, the house wasn't on the market, and it was a real South Mall thing. My husband is a smoker, of course, and smokers have their own community now that they're all out in the streets and congregating. It's like a secondary networking structure, and he was out having a smoke, and one of the local auctioneers that he knew had a chat, and I said, there's this house now, you might be interested. So we went up, and of course it was fantastic. Early Victorian Cork houses, probably built for the military, incredibly solid kind of house, big rooms, untouched almost since its instigation. These great views, and the usual sort of thing where you get these south-facing houses of the house onto the lane, and then the garden beyond the lane, and that of course means that you have this great communal social thing going on. You tend to meet your neighbours more. It's not like a suburban house where everyone is kind of tucked away behind their fence. So yeah, the hills, waking up in the morning and looking at the weather roll in from far away is great, and walking down to work and see the whole city unfold before you. I just couldn't be one of those bottom dwellers now. It would be too claustrophobic, I think. It's an easy place to live in, really, isn't it, because of its size. Happily, Cork hasn't succumbed to the sprawl that people have to put up with in Dublin. It's kind of mad, really, wasn't it, just to pick a place because you liked it. I think we're a social experiment, really, because we don't play golf, we don't sail. So if we make it here, I think anyone can.
Cork Moments. Mabel O'Sullivan. Inspiration for a broadcast.
I looked down towards the window, and it all happened in just a few seconds. There was this beautiful scene, dark charcoal grey and white fluffy clouds, a large patch of clear blue sky, and down the side of the cloud were strong rays of the sun were pushing through the side of the cloud and resting right on this lovely tree by the window. It was in full foliage. After the rain, all the leaves were sparkling green, and right on the branch of one of the trees was this lovely little robin, head up, beak open, and he warbling the most beautiful sounds. And somehow for me at that point, it was a symbol of courage, confidence. But whatever it was just what I needed. Just a few seconds before due to come on the air, of course, the bulb lit up a bright red, so it was absolute silence from that point on, and I was ready. And then we heard the lady announcer in Dublin saying, and now we are going over to the Cork studios for a recital. I mean, it was so funny, really, because I often thought since then, supposing she were to say, And now we are going over to the women's jail in Cork for a recital to be given by Mabel O'Sullivan, mezzo-soprano.
Cork Moments. The man Ezek.
I had an Irish agent, and he keeps saying to me, one day I must take you to Ireland because that's the show band, the capital of the world, he used to say, you know. And with my band, you know, he always saying, oh, you'd go over well in Ireland because we all dress up, you know, and that kind of thing, you know. So when we came over, I went on Gay Byrne, Late Late Show, and then all hell break loose after that because I had Gay Byrne doing the limbo. So if you can picture that, you know. And then I came down to Cork, and people were waiting for us in Cork, man, and it was really cool, you know. And I just fell in love with the place, the Cork vibes and the people, and they were into reggae, they're into calypso, and they were so happy. And I came back 5 years ago, and I haven't left, you know. So I jumped between here, London, Montego Bay. But now that I'm doing radio and things like that down in Cork, you know, I don't want to go away too long until I'm ready now to retire home 6 months out of the year, to spend the winter months in the sunny Caribbean, and at the end of spring, guess what? When I'm in Jamaica and they say, where you going next week, Ezek? I'm saying, I'm going to Europe, man. Because you see, I can just chill out West Cork. Clonakilty, Skibbereen, you know what I'm saying, down in Bantry Bay, man, and just chill out Rasta and feel nice.
Cork Moments. Manus O'Callaghan, founder of the Cork Person of the Year Award.
In the early 90s, the place was full of doom and gloom, and I just wanted a structure that would bring out the good news stories. Some of the award winners are obvious people. Like this particular year, we have people like the winning captain of the All-Ireland hurling team, Sean O'Halpine, and Eddie Hobbs is a monthly winner, and they're obvious people. But we also find people that no one has ever heard of, and we start to find them and give them an award. And there was one recently now, an 82-year-old man whom I gave an award to, and he said, oh, I don't deserve it. And then he paused and thought for a moment and said, well, I've got arthritis too, and I don't deserve that either, so what the hell, I'll take it. I've been organising the Cork Person of the Year Awards for the last 13 years, and over all that time we certainly met a lot of good people, doing a lot of good work, and giving very good example in the process, because it was Albert Schweitzer who said, example is not the main thing in influencing people, it is the only thing. So I just hope the 150 or so monthly award winners that we've picked since we started the scheme will inspire others to follow in their footsteps. Even though I come from County Cork, I actually love Cork City, and I'm one of the few people that still every weekend will go into Cork City Centre and walk up and down, do Pana. Now people over 50 don't normally do that as younger people trying to show themselves off or whatever, but I love the city. I'm very much a Cork City boy, and I love Cork City humour. I met a man yesterday who was telling me about growing up in the Cork of the 1950s. There was 6 in the family and they had 5 chairs, and he said if they ever had a visitor, one of the guys was supposed to lean casually on a piano they had, pretending that he didn't want to sit down, that he wanted to be in that position. The hard reality was he hadn't a chair to sit down in. That's...
Cork Moments. Cork athlete Marcus O'Sullivan, 3-time indoor mile world champion.
I did dream about it though. You know, I always remember I went for a walk with my dad one time. We used to go on really extremely long walks on Sundays, and it was back in the 70s, and I said, you know, I wonder could I ever make the Olympics, you know? And I remember asking him this, and he said, well, if you train hard enough, you know, you might not make it to, I think at the time it was Moscow, which was 1980, but I'd say you could make it to LA, you know. I hadn't even started running at this stage, you know. And from that time on, I had these kind of dreams. I'd be thinking about, you know, running and stuff like that. And obviously I was too small to play Gaelic football, so I had to scrap that idea. I wasn't coordinated enough, I felt, to play something like soccer. I think running, when I eventually did get into it, it was kind of my sport. It was, you're out there on your own, if you put in the work and you do the hard training and stuff, you'll reap the rewards. And that's why I think I fell in love with the sport. Eamon and I have talked about it a few times, and he said there's just a feeling that when you go in, for example, you go into Madison Square Gardens, there's 22,000 people and they're crammed right down onto the track, and it's sold out, and there's not a seat to get there, and you come in there and everyone's screaming, and they put the lights down and they play the national anthem and it's all dark. And then all of a sudden the lights come up and they say, ladies and gentlemen, it's the Wanamaker Mile. And also I ran 350 for a mile, which puts me second behind Eamon for the fastest man ever to run a mile indoors. I just wanted them to feel that I could have run 350 if I had to run 350. You know, in the days of old when Eamon was running, Eamon was winning. That was the idea. And Eamon always taught me that you win first and think about times later.
Cork Moments. Mark Landers, All-Ireland hurling winning captain.
Anytime you captain a Cork team is a great honour for anybody, Pat, but I suppose the fact that we were successful in that year was even better again. I suppose in fairness to Jimmy Barry Murphy, he came in 1996 and turned the whole thing around. I mean, I suppose I was fortunate enough to be the lucky man that was there on that occasion, and I suppose that's an awful lot of that is down to the fact that McKilly had won the county. They'd be a divisional team from East Cork, made up of junior and intermediate teams at the time. It was the first time I think that McKilly had ever won the county, so it was particularly, I suppose, pleasing for myself and my own club and family to have the honour of captaining Cork in 1999. It was Champions League style, Pat, to be honest. It was the first time ever that the cup was presented in the middle of the field. I suppose it didn't help that it was lashing out of the heavens, but I think from a Cork perspective, and certainly from my own perspective, when Joe McDonagh handed over the cup, it could have been bucketing and I wouldn't have felt any different, to be honest. I just remember the unique occasion of being able to meet all your teammates and the management team and members of the county board and the backroom staff directly after the final whistle went in the next 5-10 minutes, and that's unique in so far that very few teams get to meet each other directly after the game, because normally the supporters are left on until kind of a rush to see who can get to the Hogan stand first to get the cup. I knew I wanted to say one line: welcome back to Leeside, Liam McCarthy, we missed you a lot.
Cork Moments. Mary Burns of Ardrahan in North Cork talks about her special lullaby drink, which is milked from her dairy herd each day before dawn.
If it's June, it's very, very early. You're talking about rising of 2:30. Right now, it's 6 a.m. and we're quite unlike everybody else who loves the daylight and the long evenings. We, in fact, now are beginning to like the short evenings because we've got longer in bed in the mornings. Now, we just take somebody who's suffering from jet lag or who's suffering from an illness or who is just insomniac and has low levels of melatonin. They drink the milk, and the milk has higher levels because it has come from the cow early in the morning, so they are drinking higher levels of melatonin. It's a pure natural product, straight milk, only it's isolated from the daytime milk. That is the difference. We have reports back from people who tell us that it just sorts their problem. It's not homogenized. It is pasteurized, but the fats are not broken up in it. So you have the milk like we had long ago, which actually means that the cream sets at the top of this bottle. I'm a very, very good person to sleep anyway, though, and my friends would tell you that I don't need it. But it's nice milk.
Mary Hegarty, soprano.
I've been doing Frasquita, one of the other roles, one of the Gypsy Friends of Carmen. I've been doing that in Glyndebourne for the last few years, and I'm going to do a concert version of that again in the autumn. Michael is a very, very different sing. And of course, it was the first role I ever did here professionally in Cork with Cork City Opera, just a few years ago. So that was the thing that started. I remember one night at one of the shows in Cork, finished the aria, and there was some voice from up in, upstairs said, "Good on you, girl!" And I thought, yes. But I remember doing that show then. I think that was when the bug really bit then. I thought, because I was working with professionals. Nerve-wracking, but fantastic to see the way they worked. You still want to push yourself a bit, and you still want to do new stuff, interesting stuff. And the voice changes anyway as you get older, But also there are lovely ones that come in and you say, I think you might just enjoy this one. I think, yeah, and they're the fun ones as well. You have to have that with. Can't be just all slog. And at last it's beginning to come that I'm doing roles that I've done before rather than trying to learn. I spent the last few years learning. I think, when is it going to happen that I can just, I know that one, and this year it's happened, which is nice. I have one or two. There's Traviata I want to do a Rigoletto as well sometime. And I want to do a Faust. There's a few, actually, and that's just off the top of my head now. Cork has always been home, as I've said. That, coming home was here, no matter where you've lived or for how long you've lived. And maybe, because all the family are here as well, it's very much home. Do you know what I mean? So yeah, and I'm sure I'll find a huge difference when I do come back to live. And I know it's not going to be anything like it was before, but I'm looking forward to it as well. It'll be new. It's a very different Cork now when I think about it, and having to walk around. It's like, I couldn't drive here in a million years, and I thought I'd get so lost, I know, with all the one-way system. Because I dropped my niece up just over a year ago, and I dropped her up to Mayfield for swimming. Came home, and I ended up down in Fota. And I didn't want to go to Fota on a winter's night.
Cork Moments. Mary Leland, writer, and the joys of radio.
I drive a lot. Just thinking of a summer day last July or August when I was driving down through Kildare, through all the stud farms. Lyric FM was playing Mozart. It was just out of this world, the simplicity of it. The way in which radio simply enhances a simple, ordinary experience is just typified in that. There was another journey that I remember when I was going to a birthday party in Skull, and I was giving myself the pleasure of staying at Rock Cottage in Durrus. So there was absolutely nothing wrong with the outing except the journey itself, because it was a day of horrible, horrible weather. But I was listening to a sports programme. It was a Saturday afternoon, and I was getting all these wonderful matches. Leeds were doing wonderful things, and Wolverhampton were doing frightful things, and Wimbledon was not doing what it was supposed to do. Newcastle was making a terrible hames. It was just amazing, and they were all coming on in sort of 15-20-second slots of a goal or a score, and then this was interspersed with music, modern music, should I say. Still immensely pleasurable. And again, I mean, the rain was absolutely pelting down. It was nearly marooned in Inishan, and it was even worse coming into Bantry. And then, just as the song was singing, when I hold your hand, the world falls into place, I came over the hill. There's a wonderful drive from Ballydehob over the hill down into Skull, and it was just Greek. It was just the islands, the whole countryside looked like it was as though it was washed by the Aegean Sea, because the sun came out, the rain stopped. I was on my way to a birthday party. The world was just perfect, and radio was inextricably part of that.
Cork Moments. Mary Lynch of Sliabh Luachra.
There would be a lot of transition and movement between the ferries on these particular nights, and naturally we were scared to move out of doors. We would have let out a few of the last sheaves of oats. Cows and cattle which were being kept indoors for the winter, they would have been blessed, 2 candles or the sprinkle of holy water. So we were on our best behaviour, and our prayers and our light of God to the souls and our candles for the souls were very much with us. The tradition was that there were tunnels underneath through which the ferries travelled. And we had a part on the road where we would actually listen to the heavy thud of the horses when they were laden with heavy goods that ran from the stations to the stores. You heard that emptiness, and we believed that was the underground tunnel. Now, one of those tunnels was supposed to come out onto the main road actually at Bale-Nabdiga, where there was supposed to be a very evil ghost, and you didn't dare pass by her. Certainly wouldn't be found there on Yehalna. But we did believe that they travelled underground, and that on that night they were allowed to travel overground through the air. Usually we would have ghost stories. My father or my grandfather in his time would have told us stories. You see, we would have ghost stories. We loved it. We were terrified to go to bed. We loved them while we heard. We played Pukeen a lot. There was a looking back words into that sort of pagan spirit of the past, and so unite with the spirits of the air or the spirits of the dead. They were all one that night. It was their night out, our night in.
Mary O'Driscoll, Cork resident.
Still, I mean, I've been here 9.5 years, and there can still, if you get some real hardcore Northsiders, that are talking really fast and excited to each other, that sometimes I just, what are they talking about? Little old men saying, how's it going, boy? How's it going, girl? That seemed to be in Cork maybe more than other parts of the country, just lots of specific words that, what's a gadger? What's a langer? All these things you have to just learn, all these different terms. The way people routinely say, that's brilliant about things here. And if you say that to someone in America, they take it in a much more serious light than it would be over here. But I have my Cork dictionary of slang now. We're both, I think, very much city people. We love being able to walk downtown and walk everywhere. We've ended up buying an old wreck that we did up. We'd restored a few old houses in America as well. So even better, because then you have a house that's exactly the way you want it. St. Luke's is a fabulous neighborhood because it's kind of a little village unto itself at the cross. And Henchy's, the old bar, still has no television and no piped-in music, so it's about conversation, human interchange, which makes it great. And it hasn't changed very much. I mean, Patty has put some modern art from local artists. There's, Morris Desmond paintings and Ricky Lynch paintings and things now, but just very plain, very simple, very organic. And for whatever reason, I've always felt comfortable here. And one of my best friends likes to tease me that I'm a bad American. I'm not materialistic enough and not loud enough and obnoxious enough and whatever, and that I'm a very bad American. I don't know. I feel it's now when I come back on the airplane, it's like, oh, thank God I'm back in Cork.
Moments. Maureen O'Sullivan, Cove. Rationing during the war.
Well, we were on a farm, and at least we had milk and eggs and vegetables and things, but my mother would see an advertisement on the paper for maybe tea or sugar or somewhere in Cork, and I'd come home from school. I'd be home around 4, and there was a 4:20 train from Cove at the time, which would get to Carrigallow around 4:30, and I'd have to eat something quick, go up on the train to Cork and find this place that had the pound of tea or the sugar or the maybe 2 corns or raisins or whatever it would be, and come back down around 5:30, 20 to 6, and try to catch that back and back down with whatever goods I could bring. That's the way we existed. There was one family here then, and they used to make up a brew with the tea, the sugar and the coffee, mix it all up. Everybody else thought that was terrible altogether, but they used to do that anyhow, to stretch it, as they called it. There was a song about it long ago, and Sean McEntee was the Minister for Industry and Commerce at the time, and they had a rhyme made up about him and the tea. God bless Steve Valera and Sean McEntee. Your half-pound of butter and your half-ounce of tea, you know. I have terrible pity now when I hear about the people in A&E and all that, because they're all the people who were young at that time and who had to shoulder all the burdens.
Moments. May Leonard and the Cork Rowing Regatta.
My father was the cox in the boat. You know, the lovely long racing skiffs. I must have been about 5 years of age. For some reason my mother wasn't going, and I think I got her seat on the bus. Everybody, supporters, the crews, travelled on the bus. The boats were loaded the night before on the lorries, and we travelled down in the early morning. My mother had pinned the Atlunkard colours to my shoulder. They were crimson and blue, and they were very distinctive. But one of the most beautiful things I remember was the walk along by the river, and the people ran up and down the sides of the river shouting encouragement at the crews, and it was the whole excitement, and I was caught up in it. But I loved the Cork accents all around, and I remember my mother saying, "Don't bring her back with a Cork accent now." And that day, for the first time, and I'll never forget this, it was my first time seeing an orange, and I didn't know how to peel it or open it. And then it had to be explained to me, because it was shortly after the war. You know, oranges weren't available to us. But before we went home, they took me to the Savoy for dinner. But the magic of the Savoy and having food there, I think it must have been my first time actually having a meal outside my own home. But I felt like a princess. And then we went down to Hatchie Bays, and they brought me along and they lifted me up to the counter. And there on the counter were little bowls with different flavours of the Turkish delight, and they had little twisted wire, tiny little forks, and I was allowed to taste every single one of those. And of course we brought a box home for my mum.
Moments. May McCarthy, the Pavilion Cinema Restaurant.
I loved the PAV. The work was very hard, and the manageresses were very strict. They never kind of spoke to us as people. When I worked in later years now, we always made a fuss of the youngsters, because that time you were they never kind of communicated with you. It was like upstairs, downstairs, that we were just beneath them, the staff. Inside the door there was a cold counter, white linen cloth, all lobsters, chickens displayed on it, mushrooms, tomatoes, everything displayed, cakes, sandwiches. Chicken and ham was 7 and 6 a portion. It was dearer than a steak, because it was all free-range chicken. The teas were called after parts of Cork. There was a Tivoli tea, a Pavilion tea, a Marina tea. I always remember the young couples. The band played twice a week there, on a Wednesday and a Saturday night. At that time in the 50s, £100 was a lot of money to come up with for a deposit on a house. But those wonderful couples, they'd come in twice a week, listen to the band, have a pot of tea and a cake. And the fires, there was 2 beautiful Georgian fireplaces there, and the fires would be blazing away. And that's how those couples got their deposit for their house, and they knew us all by name. My mother and my grandfather and my father, the light I had into him. You got a bit of class from them, even if a couple were very young and lived next door to you. They were Mr. and Mrs. if they were married. You were taught respect from a very early age. I was listening to a programme on television, these ones that were trained by Frost, and one said you had to be taught to be courteous. Now that was all wrong. You either got or you haven't got a bit of class.
Moments. Michael Hannon, architect, arrived in Cork in the 70s.
We stopped outside the Victoria Hotel. It was freezing cold, and my wife said, let's have a cup of tea, and we went in and we found a most unique situation where there was a large room with middle-aged ladies dressed in white aprons, serving at white linen cloth tables, something that was quite unique. I think the city itself is a wonderful scale to the people that live within it. Its medieval centre is quite unique in terms of the shape of the streets, and of course the waterways that existed within the actual sandbanks have been responsible for the shape and the whole environment that we're experiencing when we walk around the city. In all of the cities that I've visited, and I've visited most of the cities in Europe, the shape of the Patrick Street is rather unique because of the curve within it. Its scale, its proportion is wonderful and extremely good as an urban space. Again, because it's the policy of the city that the buildings will not be any more than 4 floors. I think that's the height that they're allowed to build to. I remember Munster Arcade, and the beautiful thing about Munster Arcade was, of course, it was of the time of these ladies in the white aprons. And there were all of these wonderful little metal boxes that used to be shooting around the ceiling of the shop, delivering change. Unique frontage with magnificent timber, beautifully carved mullions to the windows, were all torn out and replaced by aluminium when it was taken over by pennies. And I think that was an absolute crime, because today that would have been cherished, you know. It's like the old Irish pub. They're trying to recreate them again.
Moments. Michael Martin Cove, founder of the Titanic Trail.
When I came out of the Navy, I thought that while a lot of people came and visited a wonderful heritage centre, seen the magnificent cathedral and the town, they were missing a lot of what was there. I had also been to Boston and done the Boston Freedom Trail and stood outside Constitution House and said, my God, this isn't a movie set or a reconstruction, that's where the Constitution of America was signed. So I thought that was powerful from a visitor's point of view, and so I thought, well, why not do that for Cove? It's a gentle stroll, we don't rush or push anybody, and we invite questions, and on a day like today, it would be wonderful. And what I do is I explain to them and use the town itself. I say, well, the length of the Titanic was 882 feet. Now I say, look at St. Coleman's Cathedral Spire. It's 300 feet tall. Imagine 3 of those, one on top of the other, and you have the length of the Titanic. Well, in the case of 20th Century Fox, they were making a film documentary for public service television in the US, a station called A&E. They were making a documentary about Titanic, and they asked could they come and film my tour and interview me and all of that, so they did, and that goes out every couple of weeks. The most interesting one was Korean television. They were doing a documentary on the last 16 countries that were entered into the World Cup. They asked, what is there in Ireland that Korean people would know about, you know? They didn't know a lot about St. Patrick. So somebody said Titanic, and I said, yes, everybody in Korea knows about Titanic. So they sent this beautiful Korean actress, and she walked around arm in arm with me and did the walking tour. And they sent me a tape subsequently of the programme in which my speech was dubbed into Korean. So I thought that was the most interesting filming I've done. And my wife was very jealous, I have to say. She was asking who she was. Why did she need to walk hand in hand with me, you know?
Cork Moments. Michael McCarthy, star of musical theatre.
I got an audition in 1990 with the help of a guy, Larry Oakes. I guess he'd worked a lot in Ireland, worked a lot in Cork. He put me up for Anything Goes. I got offered Anything Goes, which was great, and then he advised me to audition for Les Mis, which I did. So it's quite a funny thing to do 2 auditions for 2 completely different shows. You know, 11 o'clock I'm wandering over to the Prince Edward Theatre to do very lyrical, light Cole Porter. I know too well that I'm just wasting precious time. And then I'm dashing across, getting into black, you know, kind of dark clothing to do, you know, big full-on, who's this man, what sort of devil is he, kind of growly modern musical theatre, complete contrast to Cole Porter. And luckily I was offered both jobs and advised to take Les Mis because it was going to be around longer than Anything Goes. I get the longevity out of it, because if you leave and they still think you're good, then in a year, 2 years down the road, they'll go, oh, you know, can you come back? By actually leaving, and people are going, you're crazy, the boss does go, fair due to him, you know, he's kind of stepping down for a while, doing other things, doing a couple of recordings, a couple of other things, which has led on to me doing, I mean, I got to close Broadway, which was a dream of mine, and I never thought it would happen, because I'd studied there and all that kind of thing. Talking to somebody last night in rehearsal about, you know, having my brother live across the city in London, it would take me 2.5 hours to go visit my brother at the other side of London, and I can fly door to door from Stansted to my parents' house in Carrigaline in 2.5 hours, and that kind of puts it into perspective.
Cork Moments. Michael O'Donovan, 9 years selling the big issue.
There was one fella told me one evening outside Duns to go back to my own country, which I thought was brilliant, but I said nothing for a while. Yeah, he told me to get back to Romania, coming over here ripping the country off. And I'd say, like the same fella, I don't think he ever gave a penny to anybody. The strange thing is people kind of come out of their way to come over to talk to you. The most personal things going to tell you, that they'd have problems with their family or sickness and money problems, marriage breakup or anything, they'll come over and they'll tell you to a total stranger on the street. There's one woman, I mean, I'd say if you met her in the middle of the Sahara, she'd say it was going to rain in the evening, because her whole total obsession is the weather. Half the time you don't even know what some of them are on about, but just listen to it, because they seem to be delighted to tell somebody. But then the funny thing about it, you have a lot of the foreign nationals will come over and tell you all their troubles too, do you know? With a lot of the asylum seekers that's here now with a few years, they've got fantastic Cork accents, better than what our own crowd have. I mean, there's one Italian fella, and he went to college this year and they wouldn't believe he was Italian, because he addresses everybody as boy and girl. It was great anyway, sure. I mean, at least they're keeping the accent going. I mean, when I came out there first, nobody had a mobile phone. When somebody put their hand in their pocket before, you knew you were going to get something. No, I mean, they're just coming out to answer a text message. We're kind of more like a continental city now than what we were. I mean, like with the sitting outside the restaurants and the whole of that, even if they are frozen with the cold in the middle of winter. But it looks good to be seen sitting there with your cappuccino. If you speak to people on the street, a lot of the ordinary people say that it's kind of not a city for them anymore. They say, like, if you go down to Cork in the middle of the day, all is missing is tumbleweed. It's like a ghost town, there's no one there. You could be out all day and you'd sell 5 magazines. And that's what that 750 kind of wouldn't be heading off to the Caribbean like. Up with the original crowd now, I'd be the last one of them left. The last of the diehards.
Cork Moments. Michael Toomey and Frank Duggan on their alter egos.
In my kitchen, one Sunday night, we sat down to work out what would we call these two characters, and we came up with the names Cha and Maya.
The name Maya is unknown outside of Cork City or County. As I remember, there was a soccer player who used to play for Cork long ago, Maya Dennehy.
Correct.
And Jimmy McGee would always refer to him as Mia Dennehy. And I don't know how many times we've been introduced as Cha and Mia.
Listen, Maya, what's the world coming to it all? You have the Lord Mayor of Dublin getting insulted in front of the whole world, and the Clare County councillors walking the streets of Venice with bags of chips in their hand.
It's because the seat of power has been hijacked out of Cork and carried off to Dublin. And that's only the beginning, Chair. Mark my words, boy. Next thing you'll have soccer in Croke Park. I'm telling you, Chair, the foundations of Irish civilization is crumbling.
Maya, that couldn't happen in Cork.
Cork is like Hitler's bunker, Chair. 'Twill be the last place to fall to the enemy.
Cork Moments. Micheál Martin, a politician from a great sporting background.
Absolutely, I was born almost across the road, round the corner from Turner's Cross, from the boxes we knew it as young fellas, and would have been an avid supporter of Cork Celtic. Nemo Rangers was our club in Gaelic, and I joined Nemo at 8 years of age. Played my first street league game with Mercier Park, and of course Musgrave Park was just a further stretch out the road. I was not as successful as my two other brothers on the playing fields. Sean is a sports fanatic, and his best moment, I suppose, in many respects, and the one that stands out in my memory, is the 1976 Munster final against Kerry in Páirc Uí Chaoimh when he was in goal for the Cork Miners. I became very involved actually at an early age in the administration of Gaelic games, being a delegate to the board in Ogue. And I played soccer then with Tucker, and we won the Under-15 Cup. I was a right full. and behind me was Ger Cunningham, the famous Cork hurling goalkeeper who minded the net for us. My father, Paddy Martin, boxed with Ireland during the late 40s and 50s. Boxing was very strong in Ireland at that time, and particularly in Cork, and Father explained to me that it was a social and cultural phenomenon, and I can recall canvassing later on in life and most doors in Ballyphehane asking me, "Are you Paddy's son?" You know. As a family, we never smoked, really, because of the influence of my father, who had a very strong public health approach to things. And it was a natural thing for us not to smoke because of our involvement in sport. The vast majority of people are happy with the smoking ban, and the greatest source of, I suppose, support that I got was walking up Patrick Street in Cork in the middle of all the rows and protests, and a few ordinary Corkonians grabbing me by the arm and saying, "Hang in there, Micheál, we're with you, we're all behind you, and don't give in."
Moments. Socialist Party City Councillor Mick Barry.
I'm not a mass goer myself, but there is a mass held in this city recently, and I would have loved to have been there. The church that we're talking about here is St. Augustine's Church. This church has recently started organising a weekly mass for some of the newest arrivals in the city, the Polish community. It was and it is a well-attended mass, I think. And afterwards people stand around, as you do, and swap stories about what happens over the last week. A recurring theme in these conversations would be the theme of exploitation, particularly exploitation in the workplace at the hands of some of our local profiteers. The priest got wind of this and decided to do something about it. He picked up the phone and rang a local trade union and asked would they ever send someone out to talk to some of these people the following week. An organiser went out and, to his surprise, was invited up into the pulpit to address the congregation, which he did. And I think he had an impact, because there was a lot of people wanted to talk to him in the crying room afterwards, and a lot of people went down and joined the union the following week. Now, I wasn't there. I can't be 100% that all the details of that story are right, but I think it is, and I hope it is, because if you listen to the story of the exploitations of immigrant workers in this city at the moment, something very much needs to be done.
Moments. Dick Cashman, East Cork band leader.
They'd be dancing Sunday night, never of a Saturday night, because that was the eve of Mass. And of course, you know, the clergy had a stranglehold on that because they closed down during Lent and everything. If you had 5 bob for Sunday night and 5 bob for maybe Wednesday night for the Macron Firma dance, the Beetle Crushers, that you were kind of hanging on to the money. Now, the odd fellow would be a bit boisterous, and if he came in drunk, he was immediately ejected. And I remember posters at the end of the hall which said, "No jitterbugging allowed. Any refusals and you'd be ejected." So the woman couldn't refuse. We stood at both different sides of the hall, as you know, in them days. And if a fellow went across half slashed, she couldn't refuse him for a dance. We had the State Hall. And we had something that happened there which happened over else in the world. We had what was known as a moonlight waltz. Now, the moonlight waltz, there was a piece cut out of the partition at the end of the hall about the size of a barrel. There was a light put inside it and a bit of yellow paper outside it, so that was the moon. And then all the lights were put off. And there was more grunting and groaning out on the floor, which was eventually named the Dagger Dance.
Nominate your Cork moment on 021 480 5868.
Paddy, Matty, Shawnee, Willie, Mary, Mikey, Phil, Fancy, Tommy, Marty, Wiggy, Eamon, come in.
Did you know that?
No, John Creedon's coming on.
Cork Moments. Mick Hannigan, director of the Cork Film Festival.
Still to this day there's wonderful films I haven't seen. I've never seen Jaws, for example. In recent months I've seen The Exorcist, but I was quite snobbish about it. If it wasn't French and subtitled and Polanski and all that, I wasn't interested. My father used to go every night to the cinema. When he was courting my mother, he'd ask her, will we go for a walk? And the walk invariably entailed going past one or other of the many cinemas that were in Cork at the time. Oh, look, there's a film starting in 10 minutes. So they'd go in. a great thrill to be taken by my father in to see a film. Not necessarily because of the quality of the film, but because, you know, if your father was taking you in, then there was crisps would be bought and there'd be a trip to the pub and you get a bottle of Raz or Tanor or whatever. I would have gone to the Lido if I couldn't get in elsewhere, and I certainly went there secretly. I couldn't admit to the mother that I was at the Lido. It was not very salubrious. There was the suspicion that it was flea-ridden. To be politically incorrect about it, did you hear about the cripple went into the Lido? He came out walking. Of course, it was always a Western. Audie Murphy would be one because Audie was the boy. And the one question was not was it any good, but who was the boy? The boy was the hero. If Audie was the boy, you knew, you know, the money was well spent. I have to be honest and say that the romance has dissipated. I mean, there certainly was that experience of queuing up and the usher in a uniform and the all-powerful torch as he directed you to your seat. And there's the romance of the young woman down the front with the ice cream tray and the smell of popcorn. And certainly for kids, the romance of going into the Savoy and Fred Bridgman playing the organ and all the kids singing along, primitive karaoke fashion.
Cork Moments. Mick Kennefick, travelling to Dublin for the big match.
In the 40s, you had the war, you could set out from Cork on the Saturday by train. Well, the time of departure was, you know, all right, I was up in the notice board, but the time of arrival depended on the blooming fuel or whatever the thing was bottling up in front. You were quite able to stop halfway up and hope for the best. Bill was talking about to go about Loch Rovers, and they were a crowd of characters.
They were fantastic fellas.
They tell a great story about the 1947 All-Ireland final. At that time, it was just the war, it was just over, and the buses were kind of half back on the road. So they had a big meeting up in the lock, and they were going to hire a bus to go to Dublin for the 47 final. And they did, and more than the night before, a big consternation about where they'd stop, Tullis or Care, and finally they settled for Care. So there was a chap on the bus, a young fella going, and the bus left the Loch Rovers Club at 10:30 or sometime in the morning on Saturday, and the young fella went up onto his dinner, and his mother went to know his own, so the bus hadn't left Partick Street at that time. She wasn't too worried, so but when he arrived for his tea, she did get worried. So she went down at 10:30 and took him off the bus that night, and the bus still hadn't left Partick Street. It got as far as the chateau. But they did make for Dublin, all right, in fairness to them, as soon as the pub closed, they headed off, and I think the bus came back on Tuesday, half full.
Moments. Actor Joe Lynch.
I don't know what kind of beer got me bonnet about the theatre, you know. It's all such a dreadful waste of time compared to that magic box, you know. And I'm so conventional that I should go for television is crazy, but I do. And it's from the first day I saw television, heard about it, I went off to America to find out about it. I think it's the theatre of now. Sorry to Joe Dowling, Michael Colgan and all these lads for beating their brains out in theatres. I think you're wasting your time, lads. I really do. I don't know. Reproducing something night after night now does not appeal to me anymore. I'd rather have one good go on television. You do not learn how to be a television actor on a stage, I'm sorry to say. You might learn an awful lot of both in radio. Ah, that's the one. No actor should be allowed out without spending 2 years on radio, doing radio shows of all kinds. You need 2 years at least. 1 year to get the hang of it, and you have to get the hang of it. And the second year to really enjoy it. And then if you don't get out in another 2 years, you'll stay here forever. And you could. I mean, you could love this business. Radio is marvellous.
Paddy Linehan, filming of Moby Dick, Youghal, 1954.
There's a whole lot of men with cameras and measuring tapes, and my mother went out, called the poor fellow, and she said, "What are you doing?" And he said, "Madam, we want to paint your house to resemble the timber effects of New Bedford, and we give you the £5 for the photographic rights." That was great, because we were after asking a painter to paint the house here, and it was £60. And here we were getting our house painted free, and they said if we didn't like what we put up, they'd wipe it all off and paint it any colour we wanted. And there was an awful lot of pubs in town at the time, and you know, some of them were closed down and you couldn't give them away. If you take about £4, £5 or £6 a day in the pub, you'd be doing great, because a pint was only about a shilling or one and tuppence or something. Every day then there'd be piles of people coming from all over the country having a look, and they'd look at the window and they'd see Moby Dick Saloon. They'd come in for a pint. And Gregory Peck came down from Dublin. He was over there on the quay, and every woman in the 32 counties and half of the west coast of England, they all came down to see him. And God help you, boy, if you got in their way, they give you a kick in the shin or a dig in the ribs, and there wasn't a child washed. Mothers and daughters and all left their husbands and boyfriends and the whole lot.
Dick Cross, writer, and his childhood in North Cork.
I used to write short stories myself, and handwritten stories, of course, and, tear them up or put them away and bring them out and feel disgusted at writing that kind of rubbish, and then maybe rewrite it. But somewhere in the background was a tendency to write, be a dreamer. Maybe it was an indication that I wanted to flee the nest, but I had a recurring dream, say at about 16, 17, and the recurring dream was that I could fly. I have a vision to this day, very, very graphic vision of standing outside my house, starting to wave my hands up and down, and starting to move off the ground. Tremendous drag until I reached the roof of the house. Once I reached the roof of the house, things became enormous easy. You just put down the boot gently, and I could see Doneraile in the distance, I could see Fermoy in the distance, I could see Bowen's Court, Elizabeth Bowen's place in the distance. Kildare was a place of great freedom. You looked out and you saw the Galties out the bedroom window, and you had open spaces, and I longed for open spaces and kind of free, open environment and trusting people. Country people are trusting people, basically. As a journalist, you go into a country village and you find people respond to you in a very, very trusting way, and I love that about country people. I remember a lady used to come down from the mountain, well, we used to call it a mountain, it's a hill, and she would come to Mass in a donkey and car, and some jokers in the place would take the donkey from the cart outside of the gate, take it a half mile around and put it onto the cart on the inside of the gate, and then poor Maggie would come around, and the great heroes of the day would rescue the donkey and rescue Maggie, and she'd thank him enormously, and off she'd go back to the hills. Kind of pranks that people got up to that were good and innocent. That was a million years from the drugs and the crime of today's life.
Nancy McCarthy and the Cork art scene of the 50s.
This was something I observed with some people, that they had an aggressiveness which I realised covered a vulnerability. Frank O'Connor in those days was rather aggressive, but he was very sensitive, and it was in order to avoid being hurt that he adopted this aggressive tone, which in turn used to put people's backs up against him. But in fact, of course, he was one of the most engaging companions that I'd ever come across. He was very stimulating. And he had a capacity for imparting information to somebody as ignorant as myself, which was, an education. Through him I met Padraig Cullum, through him I met A.E. Elia Kazan, the film director, and his wife Molly, who was dramatising Michael's masculine principle, and he sent her down to Cork. I met Pierre Emmanuel, and of course Shauna Fallon and Eileen were very kind to me too. It wasn't a very elitist thing. We enjoyed ourselves. And there was tremendous crack going all the time. And it gave you a chance to meet these people in a very relaxed mood. And since I myself had no creative ability, I was able to sit back and, talk to them and study them, and eventually become friends with them. And I must say those friendships have lasted by and large through most of my life.
Moments. New Zealand-born Bridget Healy on Learning About Cork.
I knew very little. I just kind of looked on the map and saw this fabulous natural harbour that looked like Sydney, and then we arrived into Cork City, and the bus comes in down by the Metropole, and so you enter. It's a really lovely way to come into the city, and you've got all the steeples, and it was just churches and water. I mean, it was raining, I think it was winter, but it was just spectacularly beautiful. And at that stage I kind of went, wow, it's somewhere that hasn't been ruined by 70s development, but unfortunately there's a few of those going up now, so I've noticed lots of changes, obviously. If you look at the developments in Dublin, there's a lot of really beautiful modern buildings going up, but in Cork there are very few. There's bits along the quays that have completely destroyed valuable vistas, like of Shandon, of St Finbarrs, and I think it would have been very, very easy to decide not to allow development that would change the face of Cork in a way that I think a lot of people find unacceptable. And in a way that, it's the tax break thing again that really upsets me, that it's tax-driven development, and I don't think there's a lot to gain for the people of Cork by building tax-driven tenements in the middle of the city that, you know, obscure the view of Shandon. I said to Dennis the other day, if the Eiffel Tower was in Cork, there'd be apartment blocks underneath it. You know, there are other things.
Cork Moments. Neil Tobin, actor and comedian.
The first time I saw my wife, Judy, I was in digs in South Circular Road, and I was having a shave one morning, and the door of the bathroom burst open, and this voice said, "Geez, get out of my way, I'm late." And she pushed me away from the mirror. She dabbed a few things on her face and said, "Sorry," and it was gone, you see. But I just sort of said, well, she was a good-looking one, wasn't she, you know? Overall, we spent 50 years, with 44 of them married and knowing each other for 50 years. Luckily, most of her daughters take after her. We had 4 daughters and 1 son, and he probably takes after me, but that's his bad luck. But I wasn't shy when I was playing hurling. I would crock anybody. In fact, I had a wonderful experience as a hurler one time. One of the great revenges of my life. We had a teacher whose name I'll have to omit. He was indeed connected with the foundation of the Piercing Hurling Club in Cork. He was my teacher, and on one occasion he sort of grabbed me by, you know, the usual thing, grabbed me by the hair above the ear, and he gave me a bit of a wigging and gave me a clatter in the back of the ear. And we were up the Mon Field playing hurling in the afternoon. You know, Wednesday afternoon was hurling. He was very enthusiastic hurler himself, but he also happened to have a bad knee, and he would join in the hurling, and I made sure, as he went for a dropping ball, that I went for the same dropping ball, and I drew across, missed the ball, and he ran around saying, "Oh, Mulcoon, Mulcoon," and I felt that was sweet revenge.
Cork Moments. Noel Cantwell, Manchester United FA Cup winning captain, back home in the Mardyke.
This is where I was born. This is the house that I've been associated with for 70 years. So it's got great memories, and it's lovely. Not many people, I think, can say they've lived in the one place, in the one area, for as long as I have, and I love coming back here. We had nothing else to do when we were kids other than just playing. We've got Fitzgerald's Park, which was a lovely park, and we had areas where we could play football, we could play rugby, we could hurl, we could do everything in there. And we had a lot of good young people like Tom Kiernan and Jim Kiernan and Barry McGann. We all lived around here, and some of us went on to play for our country, which is great. So it was nothing else. We didn't go to the cinema, we didn't go very far, we just played everything. I remembered receiving the cup, but people often ask, what did the Queen say? Well, you can't, the noise is so deafening. But when I got down on the touchline and saw all these Man United supporters, I decided to throw the cup up in the air, and I must have thrown it up 10 or 15 feet in the air, and the commissioner came over to me, and he had his braid and everything. He said to me, "Excuse me, Mr. Captain, but you don't throw the cup up in the air." I said, "Well, I'm very sorry," but I said I did play for Ireland, and I thought if I couldn't catch a cup, I couldn't catch anything.
Cork Moments. Noel Magnier, bowl playing since childhood.
I think I was about 10 or 11 years of age, standing at the door of my house in Gerald Griffin Street. And this guy called Larry Neville, right, who sort of was more or less the leader of a gang, you know. He showed me what looked like a ball one day, and he said, "Look, Noel," he said, "come on up the road, right, up Fair Hill, and we'll have a few shots at this, right?" And I know definitely like that was 50 plus years ago. And I remember in actual fact, right, it was a Good Friday. We were throwing bowls beyond the foot of Kerry Hall Road there, and right beside, on the right hand side, lived a famous man who had an even more famous dog, Connie Doyle. He had this famous dog, the Armoured Car. And we were just throwing a shot of the bowl outside his house, you see, and the next thing there was a clap of thunder and a flash of lightning, and we said, "Good Friday, the Lord is angry, let's get down out of here, like, you know, and go to the Stations of the Cross," or something like that, right? When I was a kid, I got infantile paralysis, it was latterly known as polio, and I wore a caliper on my left leg. I think I was a bit of a joke for a while trying to throw, because there was an extra kind of lift on the shoe, and there was part of the caliper like I would extend from the knee down and into the heel, like there'd be a special hole, and I'd run in and to try to throw the ball, and the iron would come out of the heel, and like the caliper would slip in under my leg and I'd fall, but like obviously I picked myself up over time, and kept at it. Eventually, after a couple of operations right in the orthopaedic hospital, I was they straightened me out, as they say. You know what they say in Cork? Oh, yeah, the orthopaedic, they really make a hand of your leg there, like, you know. But I think that's what happened.
Cork Moments. Noel O'Mahony. European football for Cork Hibernians. Gaelic football for his school.
We played in the under-14 football team with fellas like Frank McCarthy and the lad Travers and Vincey Barrett and all those lads. And I think we won the City and County under-14 football the first year. And I think we won it again the following year, City and County. That we had so many fellas playing soccer on the team. We beat Fermoy, and Fermoy objected to the soccer players in the team. But I think it was Brother Andrew was the brother in Thomas at the time running the team, and I think he counter-objected. So the match was replayed, refixed, and it was refixed for the Mardyke one Saturday night between the Bars and Collins Barracks, senior football championship match. And our match was fixed before there again. And I will never forget the score. We won by 6 goals and 8 points to a point. So I mean, soccer players, everyone, we still played, you know. But it was at the time, the band was very instrumental at the time, and you shouldn't be playing soccer if you were playing hurling and football as such. And I think we all played both codes. Going to school, it was important that you did play hurling and football. I think a game that we played against Borussia Mönchengladbach in Dusseldorf, where we had been beaten very heavily by them in Floor Lodge, and we went out there and we played with a sweeper, Tony Marsden, behind the back 4 people, because myself, Martin Sheehan and John Herrick, and we played 3 in the middle of the park, and Sonny Sweeney, John Lawson and Donny Wallace, and you had 2 up front in Dave Wigington and Maya Dennehy. They bombarded us early in the match, and we went away and scored before half-time. We went in beating Mönchengladbach 1-0 at half-time in the European Cup competition. I think that was the set places wondering what's happening all day, you know. And they eventually beat us 2-1, but that was probably one of the best memories I have of this class of football.
Moments. Noel O'Shaughnessy, whose uncle died at Ypres in 1915.
The war was only about 5 months in operation when my Uncle Jeremiah was killed. But on my 60th birthday, the family surprised me and decided they were going to send myself and Irene, my wife, over to visit the place where my uncle had lost his life. Not alone are you going with Mammy, but we're coming with you. So there were 17 of us went across in the town of Ypres. The local fire brigade in their sort of walking out uniform, and they play a last salute. So we had the wreath with us that we brought over, believe it or not. We travelled with it. The rains were unbelievable. It was teeming down and it was ice cold. We were there in our overcoats and gloves and scarves. Of course, we were all reminded of what it must have been like at that time of the year back in 1915. They lived in horrible conditions. Their boots and their greatcoats and their kit and their haversacks and their rifles and all that was their constant companion for days and days on end. They stood in trenches while it rained 3 and 4 foot of water. And I walked across the cobbled courtyard with the wreath, something in the region of 34 to 35,000 panels with the names of all the soldiers who were missing in the First World War. There on panel 44, Lance Corporal Jeremiah O'Shaughnessy, 1st Leinster Regiment. That's when it hit me. We decided we'd get a mass said for my uncle, you know. The church was called John the Baptist, and it was just about 4 miles from Ypres. And my uncle mentioned in his diary that the last place they spent the night was in an old church in Allouie, and they were marched 4 miles to the front trenches where he lost his life. And we had no way of knowing that we were going to finish up in the church that he spent the last evening. So many people from around Shandon went and joined the British Army, and so many of them never came back.
Noel Feeney of Cork City Football Club.
On match nights, the team get Lucozade, water, Jaffa cakes, Lucozade bars, bananas, oranges. All these have to be sliced in little bite size, and I get all those ready. When the players go out, then I go in and I set it all out then like a banquet for them, and I mix it here because it's made up in cartons, and I'd have it chilled in the fridge then for them, and I'd have their Jaffas and their oranges and bananas and everything ready for them. They're spoiled. And anything like that, and I'm in, and then putting the holy water into the font. Oh God, you're going to drown us again. So it's great because, and how are you? And everything is, I'm like their mother goose, they call me. But yeah, there's great camaraderie, and every game they want to win.
Cork Moments. Nora McAuliffe, matchmaking in Kishgame.
Baby was an only child, and the father used to have to go to the fairs, and he was kind of anxious, even though she was only 19, that he could get a good suitable man to go into his own place, but yet that himself would be kind of boss, that he could put his leg in his knee. My father heard of this fella, but he was much her senior. He'd be about 20 years her senior. It is very hard to understand that the little girl was told by her father, "Baby, I'm bringing a man in here." That was the way, the marriage and the love. There was no purring. A tomcat be purring. So she said to her father, "Right, Dada, but do I know him at all?" The father recollected that she'd seen him once at a thrashing the year before. "Which of 'em was he, Dada?" she said. "He's a nice bit of money," said the father. £700 he was more after than whether the little girl would be happy or not. So up he got anyway. I was fairly manly myself. I was only about 14. And I can't remember this, I was standing by the dresser. And I said, "Tell me, baby," says I, "are you going to marry him?" And 'twas quoted till the day my mother died, the answer she gave. "Sure, I must do what Dada will tell me." And you'll ask now to know where was the breakfast, the reception. I can tell you it wasn't at the Arbutus Lodge. Above in the parlour at home 'twas. It came to anyway coach time, and the next step to the wedding was to go out and milk the cows. So poor Danny was introduced to the bucket before 6 o'clock.
Olga Pine Clark, life in the big house in the 20s.
I didn't see much of the social scene in Cork. There were only a few dances I was allowed to go to, mainly because they couldn't afford the proper clothes for me. Also, in those days, you had to be very heavily chaperoned. The big fashionable hunts had very big and fashionable and splendid hunt balls. One of the first hunt balls I went to at the Kildares, I can't remember where it was. I think it was at Bessborough. But there was the red cord dividing the county people and the gentry danced at one side of it, and the farmers and those that could afford dinner jackets at the other side. Something that annoyed me as a girl very much. I thought I had hunted over these men's lands, and why weren't they allowed to mingle with us? And I dodged under the rope and I danced with all my farmer boyfriends, much to the annoyance of many of the elite. And I didn't have to get my partner to bring me back to whoever my chaperone was after each dance, as I had to in Cork. In those days, my cousin said he trusted me and his wife trusted me, and that if I had a boyfriend, well, I was entitled to go and have a glass of fizz with him if I wanted it, or have a canoodle in the Palms or in the conservatory if I wanted it. It was the devil's own thing when you had a bit of a canoodle and a bit of slap and tickle in the Palms, and you got away with it. Or coming home from hunting with your boyfriend behind the fence, you thought it was the cat's whiskers, you'd done something. It doesn't matter now, because they always said that if you didn't let a young horse have a certain amount of freedom, he'd never grow up properly. He'd never become a good chaser.
And were you a good chaser yourself?
Well, I don't know. I played the thief the best I must admit.
Cork Moments. December 12th, 1955. The burning of the Cork Opera House.
An iron unprotected steps ran up the outside wall of the Opera House, and you queued for the seats in the gods. These could not be pre-booked, so you had to come early, queue on the steps and take your chances until the doors opened, and then everyone bought their tickets in a mad rush, and it was a case of first come, first served, hence the term early doors. I can remember a particularly very bad night going to see a performance of Iolante, standing on those steps and looking across at St. Mary's Church in the wind and rain, hoping that somebody would come along quickly and open those doors and leave us in. A particularly bad night. You would enjoy watching people coming into these phenomena which we didn't know what they were at the time proper. We found out afterwards there were theatre boxes, and see people coming and going in these from doors at the back. We consider an unusual phenomenon to see these things happening.
I was a fireman at the time, and I was off duty. I got a call to proceed to the fire station as the Cork Opera House was on fire. I got into such a position actually in under the bar, and we fought the fire under the stage. During the course of the fire, there was a big gas main left lighting all night to direct the firemen and the police to prevent intruders coming into the building. I went in under the iron stairs right into the bar. That's where I finished up, inside in the bar, and the corks were popping from the bottles of stout. When the early morning dawn broke, it was a pitiful sight to see the old opera gutted and 4 bare walls standing. And the steps were still there, and I just often thought of going up the iron stairs and looking down at the singers below.
Cork Moments. O'Reilly's in the English market for tripe and Rasheen.
You're going off of the road now?
No, bag.
I have a bag of still up there. No, it's a buckling. Thank you, no, so. But the tripe comes from the cow stomach. And the Rasheen then comes from the sheep's intestines. Blood and milk put through it like. And it's put into a boiler, then it's boiled for about 20 minutes, and then it's taken out of the boiler and put into a big container of cold water, and then it's taken up and put away into a clean vat, and it's ready to go to market or whoever wants it. Well, you cut up in small slices, and you put it into the pot. You cover with the cold water, leave it boil for about a half an hour. Then you strain off your water, and you then put on your milk and some thickened stuff, which is corn flour, and you throw the milk and the corn flour over the tripe and an onion and pepper and salt. Mix it around and let it boil in slowly for about 3/4 of an hour until it's done then. Well, that only takes 5 minutes then to boil the Rasheen. When it's boiled, then you just take it up and put it on the plate. Well, now if you don't like it that way, you could also fry it with a rasher. Cut in small strips like you fry black pudding, and you put it on the pan, and the rasher gives a lovely flavour. They say there's no fat in tripe, there's nothing to make you sick, and there's no fat in the blood. But still not as nourishing. It's good for people now around Deutsch, like. People after an operation, now they're all the tripe, and they're all the Rasheen. On the north side, long ago, when I was young one, long ago, and the fellows had a few jars, he'd tell the wife on Saturday morning, go in now and get a few forms of tripe off O'Reilly's, and I'll have that tonight for my tea. He'd be right then for the night. Well, I don't know about drink more, you put you in good order anyway.
Packy O'Callaghan and a stage hero.
Great thing about Eamon Kelly, you know, like he could talk about an umbrella for 10 minutes, you know. The time the parish priest came into this house to do the stations, he opened his umbrella when he came inside the door so that the rain would be running off, wouldn't be nice and dry when he'd be going home by and by. That is when confessions would be heard, mass would be said, and Jews would be collected, you know. And this actually is something that links in with my hill walking days. A few times I have been attacked by ganders, twice anyway at least. If they think highly of you, they'll walk you down the main road down a patch the gander. Now, I didn't get that reference when I was doing it when I was in my mid-20s. Years later, when I was attacked by a gander, I know that if you're walking past the gander, you need a lot of artillery, you know. But anyway, he left the umbrella inside the door, and then there was a big, long effort to drive the umbrella out the door. It was the first umbrella they'd ever seen, and they turned it sideways and upside down. And there was one small man there said, Larry, would it be any value if we drove out the 2 sides of the door? 2 sides of the frame were driven into the yard, but the umbrella remained inside. You know what I mean? I also based a couple of, you know Maurice McGillicuddy? He wrote with me a couple of contemporary kind of commentaries on, say, the Irish political scene or the Irish social scene, based on how we felt Eamon Kelly would do it, you know. They have worked on stage, yeah. And some people would say that they were the nicest pieces that I done, like they're more kind of reflective and thoughtful and apt, like. You couldn't go outside your gate that time, but you'd get a belt of a passing tribunal. Like, isn't that lovely, like, isn't it? I mean, that's about a story about Ben Dunn being up on the 17th floor. It's amazing how, you know, to talk about contemporary Irish events in the Eamon Kelly and the kind of idiom of the Shanachie, it does work, you know.
Poet.
My dad usually stayed in bed, I mean, for the day. It was the mother who used to help us dress up. But he used to suffer a little bit of a hangover. But we carried the wren on a tree. Did you? It was a stuffed wren most of the time. But it was a wren, and the tree was covered with streams of paper, all coloured bits of paper. And one of us had to carry the tree, and the rest of us were dressed up, and we did most of the singing. He carried the tree and collected the money. He had a little tin box tied to the bottom of the tree, and then afterwards we were supposed to share them out. We split it between us. Half a dozen maybe, or more. But there'd be various groups covering special streets. I mean, we covered Mary Street, Margaret Street, Abbey Street, Friars Walk, and Evergreen Street. I was always told to dress up as an old woman, never the Sleeping Beauty, a very old woman with scraggly hair, blackened the face, and had to put the lipstick on and the rouge on and get the hair spiked up long before it was fashionable. And then we used to march down Evergreen Street and knock on doors. And we used to sing the Randa Chumacy, who guards the holly and ivy tree, up with the kittle and down with the tea, would you give us our answer and leave us go away? Knock at the knocker and ring at the bell, Please give us a copper for singing so well, singing so well, singing so well. Please give us a copper for singing so well. Most of them used to throw a penny out the window. There was one old woman in the middle of Evergreen Street who hated the round boys and couldn't stand them. But she would always throw a penny out, but first she would heat it up in the fire, so that when you grabbed it, you got roasted.
Cork Moments. Paddy O'Brien, founder of the Over 60s Talent Contest.
First event I ever ran was 1957. I could see how important a bit of social activity was to the lives of all people. I was organising, we said, bigger events, going to community associations, and I went on to visiting nursing homes. I started visiting people living on their own, people who were housebound, and I would mind singing a song for them. So I could see then how important singing was to elderly people. I worked on an Over 60s Talent competition in 1976. I held the final at Connolly Hall. Tickets were 30 pence, and they were outside the door, they couldn't sell them. The day before that I went to a convent and I said take them free, and all the nuns had different excuses. No, I think I'm getting the flute tomorrow. Because they thought I was crazy running a competition for over 60s, which was described now by the press as the biggest social event for senior citizens in Ireland. And there's no getting tickets, they're gone from year to year. Of course you have to pay for them. And I'd said, look, this is the situation now. I said, the tickets are gone. Please now, she said. First of all, she told me I should be canonised and then finish up. I'm looking for 2 tickets now. Himself is up in the region, and she said he had a heart attack. And if I go up and tell him the tickets are gone, he'll have a stroke. I thought it was very funny, but it's great. They queue up outside the City Hall at 5:30. I have a video of it, it's incredible. When the doors open, they all want to be up in front. And at 7:15, the City Hall is full downstairs. And we start to sing song then downstairs. The atmosphere. I've never in my life experienced such an audience. I'm at the side, behind a curtain. There's a contestant performing. And you'd look out, and I'd look at the face of the people. They would not take their eyes, any of them, off that contestant. I have 3 adjudicators for every local heat. Then they want to know why and how that they didn't get through. A fellow came to my house one night. He was going to write a sister's letter to the Lord Mayor and the Bishop. They've nothing to do with it. Why? He said, because I should have won. Because I had people there who were better than you and I should have won. And he came second.
Cork Moments. Padraig Hooley from the Irish Whale and Dolphin Group on the unexpected rewards of watching for whales.
But people are sometimes shocked when they realise, crikey, on a calm day you can sit out on a headland anywhere along the Cork or Waterford or Kerry coast, and if the luck is with you, you can see absolutely amazing stuff. People are really, really surprised. For instance, last year on Gallyhead during Whale Watch Day, we had a crowd of about 350 people out watching for National Whale Watch Day, and all of them, almost without fail, saw a group of 3 to 4 fin whales blowing a few miles offshore. For those people who had no expectation that they'd see this, it was a really it was a very pleasant surprise. Sitting on a cliff top with a pair of binoculars, and it might just appear as a very, very distant vapour plume, in which case you're kind of very curious as to what's out there. You'd love to know where it's coming from, you'd love to know where it's going to, you'd love to know what it's actually doing. Some of the times we're actually on the water, out in the boat. We might be taking a commercial whale watching trip, and we might be so close to the whale that you can actually smell its breath, and that's an amazing experience, because you might be in a 30-foot boat and this 75-foot fin whale or a 50-foot humpback whale surfaces right beside you. It's an absolutely incredible experience, and lots of stuff is going through your mind when that happens. It certainly changes your perspective of living here along the Irish South Coast. Changes your perspective on the marine. That when you look out in the ocean after you've seen one of the largest creatures on Earth, you'll never quite look at the ocean again in the same context.
Moments. Padraig O'Cunacon of Gaeltacha on place names.
I remember well the first time that we went in chasing after builders. We said to him, look, we can go on a site and we can look around and we can recommend names to you in the Irish language that will look and sound beautiful. How about that? It's a free service. We're not going to force these names on you, which is a very interesting option. Now, of course, what has happened is this, believe it or not, there's a total of 114 builders and developers who used Irish language names. You see them all around the place. Cool Ard, that type of thing, and Glone Alling, Glone Queen down in Glenmire, Cool Ard there on the way down to Carrigtool, Cushnamara down in Garryvoe, places like that. And we found that they were all most supportive. In many cases, somebody asked a girlfriend or somebody, think of a name, she would Tiffany Downs or something awful like that, And this dreadful Chelmsford village out in Ballincollig, it was being embarrassing to people, I mean, what Englishman wants to go through Ballincollig and see Chelmsford Village Job, I mean, the first thing he's going to say, well, the humble Paddy isn't dead yet. You know.
Moments. Pat Falvey from Base Camp, Mount Everest.
I think the second time around, the glory was all that more sweeter, you know. It was exciting. It was a fantastic expedition. We were very, very lucky with the weather. We got 2 window breaks. The excitement, the adrenaline was just unbelievable, especially actually getting to that top summit ridge. Health-wise, actually, it held up good, but I think the problem itself on Everest is, like, you know, it's the highest mountain in the world. Like, she's called Chummalunga Tibetans, which is Goddess Mother of the Earth, and she's man's greatest challenge against altitude. So it took the time to be able to get the body, like the heart and the lungs, actually to expand like 10%, to be able to enable us to make that attempt, to be able to cope like with the different types of weather conditions we got. There was heat, cold, winds, frost, you know, like temperatures ranging from +20, +30 to, like, say, on our final summit attempt, like where the still air temperature was about -35 and the wind chill factor about -50 on the final summit there. The summit of Everest is only halfway there because we also had to get back. When we got back, one of my partners had frostbite on 2 fingers, and my other partner, his lung actually collapsed. I've been told from my friend Cheering here in Nepal, who's a good friend of mine who lived with me for 3 months, that he brought me to 5 temples beforehand, Hindus and Buddhists, and he said it's the gods prevailed. And my mother rang last night, she said it was the Holy Ghost, and all the prayers that were said in Ireland.
Check out Cork Moments on the Ordnance. Pat Horgan, Tales from the Cork Jazz Festival.
It was frantic at the start. O'Hayes, the garage next door to the Metropole, used to supply axle grease for the drain pipes in the Metropole. The house full sign went up, and then, you know, the students, if you can't get in, they want to get in. Did that prevent guys going up? Not at all. Getting onto the fire escape, even knocking on Cleo Lane and Johnny Dankworth were having a cup of tea in their room, knock on the window. Sorry to bother you, are you here for the Jazz Festival? We are actually. Would you mind if we came through because we can't get tickets? Oh, certainly. You know, there was nothing sacred. On the quay there was a downstairs ladies' toilet. Women were sick of calling for security because there was guys wedged in the windows. Bizarre, the things that happened. Some guy at the door heard me saying to this guy, admit daddy, son. And he couldn't get tickets, and he came up to her and he said, I'm the minister's son. Oh, you're very welcome, come in. I came down about an hour later, and the guy at the door said, oh, your man is in. And I said, that's not the VIP, son. But he made the mistake of leaning up against the reception on the Metropole, and the bouncer said, I said, that's not him. He said, he's not the minister's son. So I said, look, fair play to you. I give you full marks for chancing your arm. Enjoy the rest of the evening, but don't let the bouncers catch you. We've had other big stars like Oscar Peterson. He finally arrived. He missed the flight in London because he was sick. There's no sign of this guy coming off the plane. But the last guy off was a big black guy, vaguely resembling Oscar Peterson. Must be him. Maybe he's lost a bit of weight. I know he's heavier than that. No, well, you never know. He's never been to Cork before. And they said to this guy, welcome to Cork. Oh, he said, it's always great to be back in Cork. He used to sell spare parts for a local agricultural company in England. They said, I suppose you don't play piano by any chance.
Check out Cork Moments on the Ordnance. Journalist Pat Lynch on More Innocent Times.
De Valera came to Macroom. Big meeting. I think it would be 1933. And I came over here with a group of Davis aficionados from Kentucky. And it was my first time in Macroom. And I remember driving down, having turned what is I now know to be the Mill Street Cross at Macroom. I noticed groups, women attired in what appeared to me to be a religious costume. And then the penny dropped, and I knew that I was looking at women wearing the Macroom cloak, which I had heard some of the older generation in Duhallow talk about. I had never seen them before because, of course, the traditional garb of women in towns like Kanturk and even in Mallow, and I would have been in Charleville and Newmarket, they would have worn black shawls. But these women were wearing the long Macroom cloak, practically touching their toes, with a cowl, like a monk's cowl. But in the back of the car, he would have been a few years older than me, but he had the name of being somewhat of a glamour boy, and a bachelor, of course. But when we got out, he came up to me, more or less confidentially, and he said, listen to me, he said, this is a very strange town. And he looked around kind of furtively, and then he said, Paddy, he said, there's no doubt about it. And none gave me the glad eye today from the sidewalk, he says. She winked and she did it twice, you see, under the hood. Imagine that, you see. I didn't know whether he was horrified or pleased, but he was certainly astonished.
Moments. Pat Lynch, singer. Worst of times, best of times.
I had this band together and we were working away and the jobs were getting fewer and fewer. And one lad came up to me and he said, "You can't keep this going forever. We're leaving. There's 4 of us leaving the band." I had a guitar player and he had a fantastic voice. I said, "The song that I have lined up was When We Were Young." I said, "The song's going to be a hit," says he. Pat, he said, "Look, I'd love to record a song. I never recorded a song in my life." We made our mind up. We're all going in 2 weeks' time. The following night we were playing in Ennis in County Clare. Phoned up Jack Bale, the fellow that was arranging the song for me. "Jack, you'll have to cancel next Tuesday morning." I said, "Why don't you sing it yourself?" I said, "Jack," I said, "I couldn't take those notes at all." I said, "I never did anything like that in my life, you know." He says, "Well, no," he says, "Pat," says he, you've only one option," he said. "Do it yourself or just come up here," he said, "because I want to pay every musician, I want to pay the studio, I want to be paid, and that's it. Now the ball is in your court, make up your mind." And not a hope in hell. It was in the key of G. And I said, "If we bring it down a tone, bring it down to F." Trouble now, I said, "Does Jack have the arrangement made in the key of G?" I said, "And he's not going to change, you know." So I phoned Jack when the show was over. "I'll sing the song," I said, "next Tuesday morning." I said, "But there's only one problem, Jack. You'll have to bring it down to F." And his words were, "I'll bring it down to F in Cork," he says, "if I had to." So and then Tuesday, I gave it my best shot and everything worked out fine after that. So now I had a potential hit record and no band.
Cork Moments. Pat O'Connell and a band called Max Von Rapp.
I haven't earned very much money from music in the last 10 years, but all the money I've ever earned was actually on the street busking. I knew every busker around, you know. So if we had a gig, then all I'd have to do was walk down Patrick Street and pick up a saxophone player or a percussionist. It turned out that our 4-piece corps usually was like 9, 10, 11, 12 people on stage. If I saw a fella I knew playing fiddle down, I'd say, "Hey, come along, play the fiddle," you know. I didn't worry whether the fiddle clashed with the saxophone or not, or you know, I mean, it was the more the merrier. People talk about overexposure. Well, we played 4 nights a week in Cork for 2 years, you know. So one of our best gigs was in a place called the Hamlet, or the Underground. It was down a laneway that no longer exists. I forget the name of the laneway. I think it's Dunn Stores now, it's Merchant's Quay. It was on Patrick Street. There was always a rumour going around that there was somebody from Hot Press at the gig, and if that person from Hot Press was a dub, it meant that we weren't mentioned, you know. But if it was Tony, then we always got a write-up, and it was usually quite good, you know. And we had a lot of brass people that night for some reason. I'd met 2 saxophone players, and then a friend of mine who regularly played sax with us came along and saw these 2 guys, a trombone and 2 sax players on stage, and decided, "No, I'm superfluous." So he stayed at the back of the hall, but after a few drinks he took out his sax and he started playing, yanking onto the wall, and he was about 4 or 5 feet away from Tony, so Tony was getting the stereo effect and he couldn't make it out, you know. So he wrote this paragraph about a phantom sax player, and I think he went off to the toilet and discovered someone playing percussion in the toilet, and he was very impressed with the band altogether, you know. We were all over the shop, you know.
Cork Moments. Patrick Anderson McCoy, starting the Triskel Arts Centre.
The obvious thing was to get a bigger space, which eventually turned out to be the Triskel Arts Centre. A little advert appeared, and it was advertised as a store off the South Mall in Cork, and it was owned by Canada Life Insurance Company, and it was actually in Beasley Street. So off I went and I saw it, and opened the door, and there was junk, and there was a sink in the corner, and I don't know if the light was on, and I think the rent was £10 a week. So I had this space and I don't have money, so we begged, and we didn't steal, we almost stole, and we borrowed, and eventually the space became an arts centre. I was determined to do it because I knew at the end that it was the right thing to do. It was good for Cork, it was good for me, and I was in the right frame of mind to take it on and do it. It was on a Sunday. We were opening on the Monday evening. We had just brought in all the pieces, the artwork, and we were working out the layout and the setting up of the exhibition. Both of us realised there was something burning, so I ran upstairs to the gallery upstairs, and I couldn't find anything. But we opened the door, and the whole Beasley Street was just a mass of smoke and smell and noises. So the butter storage opposite had gone up. It was hard to get out in the sense that there was too much chaos. It was a very, very narrow street, and there was smoke and there was engines, and I managed to take some photographs for some strange reason. So I was aware of what was going around me. I've still got the photographs of fire engines and men banging down doors with axes and strange things. We grabbed all the pieces and we went out onto the Mall, But eventually the show opened. The show opened the following evening, courtesy of the Imperial.
Cork Moments. Writer and poet Patrick Galvin on his father.
He bought me a second-hand printing press, one of these hand presses. And I got fascinated with this, especially putting the letters in backwards in order to have it come out right. I was also fascinated by street ballads. And I started making broadsheets of these ballads and selling them around Cork in the streets and in the pubs. I must have been about 8 or 9, I suppose. And at that time, nobody would buy these broadsheets unless you either sung them or recited them. I don't know whether that was because people couldn't read or what, but I used to sit on the bar counter and recite these ballads and so forth, and my sister would go around and sell them for a penny each. And that's how I started, and I started changing lines in the traditional manner, adding verses of my own, making up verses of my own, sometimes good, sometimes bad, but it was that kind of tradition.
Check out Cork Moments on the RTE Radio 1 website.
Cork Moments. Paul D. organising murder mystery weekends.
We have the Levis Parsley Rock and Roll Murder Mystery, which is a play on the King of Rock and Roll. And his wife is psychic. Her name is Premonition. President of the fan club is Ida, biggest fan, and the songwriter is Ivor, another tune. CD Spinner is the record company executive, so a lot of it is improvisational, so it's sort of interactive theatre. Some people take it in the spirit that it is the Lampoon, and I play a detective from Chicago called Paul D. Lazarski. And there's a guy from Waterford going, "Come here, Lazarski, come over here, I want you a second. I want to ask you about this photograph here." And one of the clues we had was a speed trap camera. And this guy was on the mobile phone to some electronics friend of his, and he came at me with 2 model numbers. Was it a D456 or an FK59 camera used? And I'm saying, okay, I'm homicide, you know, I'll get back to you on it, I'll talk to the guys in the traffic corps. I'm trying to figure out, what's this guy and where is he coming from and what does he want to know? So I came back to him, I said, no, it was a BK5. He said, there's no such thing. I said, you'd want to brush up on your electronics because it's out for the last 4 weeks. It's on trial, but it takes everything. Front of the car, back of the car, guys inside, everything. And he let the profanity fly and off he went. Nearly had you.
Check out Cork Moments on the...
Cork Moments. Paula Desmond, the only woman ever to have held the position of Mayor of Cork County, on the rewards of local politics.
At local authority level, in the council chamber, everybody gets the chance to express their point of view. Everybody gets the chance to debate. The cross-thrust between the political parties can be very dynamic and very exciting. And arising out of that, then, you have a policy being created that affects the lives of people so directly. Waste management, housing policy, planning issues. They're really immediate issues that impact upon people's lives. So you actually feel, when you're in local government, you feel that you are actually having an input into decisions that you probably don't feel if you're a backbench TD. Nowadays, I think there's an awful lot of political correctness. People want to be impressive, they want to appear efficient, and a lot of the colour has gone out of local government as a result. And that is a pity, but I suppose in a way it's reflecting the changes in Irish society, because as a society, generally, a lot of our characters have disappeared anyway. Ireland has become much more modern, in inverted commas. It's much faster pace of life. The sort of the laid-back community character isn't anywhere to be found really in Ireland now, and that's reflected in the kind of people who are elected to local government as well. But it does mean that a lot of the colour is gone from local politics.
Cork Moments. Peter Prendergast of the Arcadia Ballroom.
The first big English orchestra came in 1946, Oscar Rabin. If I tell you that we charged 5 shillings for that, it may not sound much, but at that time the Sunday was 1 shilling and the Saturday was normally 2 shillings. My father, of course, when he kept the book, he always wrote in wet night or dry night or heat wave, and I saw some things like wet night, sailors, fine night, no sailors, and it took me some time to realise that in 46 and 47 the English minesweepers were clearing the seas of the mines, and sometimes they came in and sometimes they didn't, and I presume he was a bit nervous when they were in. Well, he had things such as Cinderella dance, 9 to 12, to Bob. A dance that finished at 12, Cinderella. Before the war, of course, they had come in buses, cars, whatever, but with the emergency, fuel was so tight that they came on bikes, pedal bicycles, and we had a large parking area at the end of the hall for bicycles. And I remember the bands at the end of the night used to call, "Will all those with bicycles please leave the hall through the lower door," in something like plain chant, a little bit better than that, of course. One date that I found fascinated me, Sunday the 24th of the 11th, 1946. I don't know if this is the first time, but it was the first time he appeared in the book. Danny McNamara. It was on a Sunday night, and the Sundays were always big, as I say, at a shilling. And I suppose reasonably what you'd call a rough night. I remember that when Danny sang, you could hear a pin drop, but he was popular from the word go.
Cork Moments. Professor Des McHale, medal holder with Mayo Minor Hurlers of 1964 and now living next door to Blackrock Hurling and Football Club.
On a Saturday morning, if I lie in bed, I listen to the shrieks of hundreds of young Rockies from 4 to 14 practicing this ancient art. The clash of the ash is always there, a physical presence. It's in there genetically already, but they bring it out in them. And I remember once driving into our estate in Blackrock, seeing a little kid, not yet old enough to walk, and he had a hurley in his hand, and he was pushing this slither along the ground in front of him. And I thought to myself, what chance did the other counties have? Because they're up against this tremendous passion that is Cork hurling. County Mayo was supposed to be the place where the first hurling match was ever played, on the plains of Moytura, between the Firbolgs and the Tuatha Dé Danann many thousand years ago. However, I was disgusted to find that in Cork, Mayo hurling is regarded as some form of compulsory tillage. I think hurling is a game played just in Ireland, but it's something we don't really appreciate enough. They say it's played in the counties where the ash tree flourishes best, and that's probably true. Cork, Kilkenny, Clare, Wexford. And I think it's a wonderful heritage that we've got. Anybody who's played hurling will know that the feel on a summer's evening of the short grass and a light sliotar just flowing along the ground, and almost as if it was floating in the air, is one of the most marvellous feelings there is. It is the fastest field game in the world. It's the most magnificent game in the world. And I am very proud to be living right at the centre of Cork hurling, which is Blackrock.
Cork Moments. Professor Tom Raftery and the buying of the Fota Estate 1975.
At the time, the farmers made a very staunch attempt to have it divided amongst themselves, which, of course, if it happened, would have meant that there'd be no gardens, no house, no wildlife park. I took a stance against it, which was difficult as Professor of Agriculture, but eventually convinced the college to buy it. The entire estate, 780 acres, with a private railway station, 3 boat slips, magnificent house, internationally renowned garden and so on, fell to the college for £400,000. The first time I laid eyes on Fota was 2 years before we came to Cork. And I wanted to see Cove because practically everybody belonged to me immigrated through the port of Cove. And as we were driving down on a Sunday morning, I saw this estate. And the beautiful gates at the Dog Lodge are almost an exact copy of the gates into Ballyfin, where I spent 4 years as a boarder. And when we got to the last gate, there was a gentleman closing it. I jumped out of my car, ran in and said, "Any chance of seeing this estate?" So he just gently closed the gate in my face and said, "Private property," and turned his back. Neither he nor I could have seen that 13 years later I'd be his boss. And I wanted to see the estate, and by 1970, the late Mrs. Bill she died in 74. Professor O'Rourke, the professor of zoology, said, "I can get you in." He said, had a good look round, and we were down at the railway station when we saw the little shooting break coming. So she comes along anyway, a small woman, and Professor O'Rourke, huge big man. I said, "This is my colleague, Professor Raftery." And she took a look at me and said, yeah. And she was talking up at Professor O'Rourke for a while, and she looked at me again, and she looked up at Professor O'Rourke and said, "Well, he's your eldest boy now, is he?"
Moments. Ray Scannell, playwright.
I still get that buzz when my stuff is being presented, being acted out by characters and stuff like that. It's very strange because you spend a lot of time with these kind of characters in your head, but you learn pretty quickly that you can't be too precious, you know, and you have to trust the company you're working with. And the good thing about when you do let go of that control, you know, it becomes a better thing, you know. There's something comes out of it from the interaction with other people that lifts it. I did my master's in screenwriting, and there are certain rules that films follow, you know, which you can bend and break and stuff. And I did go down that road where I was trying to introduce these rules that I learnt from from screen into drama, and I think that structure made it suffer a bit, in terms of creativity and looseness. So it's a double-edged sword, A lot of stuff that will come out of my head, I don't know where it comes from. It's just this organic thing where you're just playing around with people in words and paper and dialogue, and it's nothing to do with anyone I've met or anything. And that's what's exciting about it. I mean, my intention when I started out was to write the great, play of my generation, and it was, a college thing, and maybe a lot of drink was giving me a lot of Dutch courage and kind of... But just the buzz at the time and the excitement was just, it was really visceral. It's a slog and it's hard and you don't feel like you're getting anywhere. And I went into it in college and thinking, great stuff, I'll be avoiding work, this is bohemian lifestyle and it'll be fantastic. Unfortunately, it's actually a lot like very hard work. A play happens for whatever amount of time and then it's gone, that performance of it even. Yeah, it's thrilling, that immediacy of it, it makes you feel like you're alive, I suppose. I'm trying to get more honest in my writing with myself and what I sound like myself, You can hear Harold Pinter, you can hear David Mamet, I'm not trying to put myself up there with either of them, but their voice, and that's what I'd be aiming for.
Cork Moments. Raymond O'Sullivan and Michael O'Halloran, Newmarket.
We're sitting here opposite the grave of Sarah Curran, Sarah Sturgeon. She's the daughter of John Philpott Curran and the betrothed of Robert Emmett.
There were documents found to show that she was buried under a walnut tree in the graveyard in Newmarket. A rough stone marked the spot. The walnut tree is gone, long gone, unfortunately.
Penny Dreadfuls would have us believe anyway that she died of a broken heart after poor Robert Emmett had been hung down and quartered. She probably died of consumption or another one of those horrible diseases at the time.
And after Emmett's rebellion, the Currans were implicated through letters and things, that were found on him. And John Philpott Curran was furious, practically threw her out. She was living with friends in Cork, and it would have been those friends who introduced her to Captain Sturgeon, who immediately fell in love with her, persuaded her to marry him.
Of course, her father, Curran, was probably the most famous advocate of his day and an extraordinarily witty gentleman. He was the prior of the famous monks of the Screw. As in Corkscrew, in case anybody is getting the wrong impression.
They were sort of a liberal Protestant organisation. It was only a mock religious order. But they used to hold their meetings like the Freemasons in this room with a guard at the door and loaded with wine and spirits, and they'd fill their glasses and drink the first draught, and they'd throw the glasses back over their shoulders then at the door. The monks would have had to let their shoes outside. That was part of the ritual, and nobody could get out until the morning when the door would be opened and the servant would brush away the glass.
He actually wrote a song, a charter song, which is mentioned in ancient music of Ireland. When St. Patrick our order created and called us the monks of the Screw, good rules he revealed to our abbot to guide us in what we should do. But first he replenished his fountain with liquor the best in the sky, and he swore on the word of his saintship the fountain should never run dry. They had a great time out there.
Cork Moments. Raymond White nearly drowned on his first ever dive.
I couldn't swim. I was gone under, so it was only about 10 feet of water. And I cut onto the rock and I pulled myself up and gave myself a shake and made another attempt at it. And I suppose from there on, there was no turning back. It was just a wonderful sensation to be down there all alone. I used to be out some Sunday evenings with, I can tell you, a pretty bad suit, because at the time suits weren't as sophisticated as they're nowadays. And I used to be swimming along with a mask and snorkel, looking at the fish, putting on a single bottle inside in pools, and it was really beautiful, especially in the summertime. All along the cliffs near Garstone, looking and hoping I'd find something unusual. And a lot of wrecks here. There's a famous little ship anyway called the Albion. She was lost on April the 22nd, 1822, just underneath near Garstone Beach, over to the right. She was a passenger, carrying little cargo, silver and gold coins, scattered, of course, at the time all over the place because the ship was in very shallow water. I dived on that, but of course no ship to be seen, nothing except brass bolts or copper pens or bits of lead. So I haven't as of yet been on any ship with carrying specie, but I have dived on minesweeper off the Galley Head, First World War, sunk in Patrick's Day in 1917, called HMS Minganet. Quite a lot of bits and pieces from her portholes and brass shells, and that was very, very exciting. And there's the other one then that's well known off the Galley Head as well. She's carrying silver coins called the Crescent City, but then again she went down in 1870 and she's right in the middle of all the currents, and you wouldn't recognise her for a ship. If you dig and root and poke around, you'd probably come across the odd coin all right.
Regina Sexton, food historian.
Cork is a very interesting place in terms of food because it has developed its own traditional specialities, not so much dictated by the palate of the people who actually live here, but dictated by the commercial concerns of the city, the fact that Cork was an exporting city. And then the upshot of that commercial trade was that the city was left with the remnants, the residue, the things that would spoil quickly, that had to be used up quickly. So you get a very distinctive food culture in terms of things like the blood pudding of Cork Drasheen, which is made from blood, which spoils. So therefore you get innovation and creativity and a specific food tradition emerging from that, and with tribe as well, of course. Or pieces that were cheap, that were awful offcuts. So you get things like the bodice and the skirts and the kidneys and the heads and the feet. To some extent they are pure foods. They're very good foods. They're very good protein foods. The pig offal, for example, however, might be very salty, so I don't know how good that is for you, the constitution and so on. The salt is one other thing in that it does provoke a thirst. It was a norm as well to have the pig offal in the pub. You know that certain pubs in certain parts of the city would deliberately serve things like pig's feet, crubines, free and up for all, so that it would kind of inspire greater thirst as the night went on and so on. And great relish attached to enjoying the two together.
Nominate your Cork moment on 021 480 5868. Cork Moments. Richard Beamish and an historic encounter.
It was my first cousin who married Herman Goering as his first wife. And myself and my wife in 1937 were going on to a little place called Bingen on the Rhine. From there we were invited to the air ministry for a large reception which was given on our honour and somewhat to our embarrassment. And when we were in a large reception area, having drinks before going into the dining room, everyone was talking away hard, about 40 of them, and suddenly, and for no reason which can happen, there was a dead silence, and people looked around, and there, just at the entrance of the hall, stood, as they described him, von Hitler. They gave him the honorary title of von always. And he just stood and looked, lifted his hand to his chest and said, "Hi, Hitler," and turned and walked out again. Now, how anybody could have known he was there other than through his own unbelievable magnetism, I wouldn't know, but I'm sure it was due to that. It was a dead hush.
Cork Moments. Robbie Hamilton on Making It in Cork.
I actually decided, right, I'm making a movie, and between myself and a few friends, we put together a 7-minute film, Remember Me with Flowers, which is great fun, and it's just a small little ditty about a young fella who's going to a Debs. We ended up doing it in Ascoilega as well, and the actor was telling me the whole time that he was going to be that everything was fine, that he had the Irish version learned, but when he showed up on the day he didn't. So I said, right, we're still doing it in Ascoilega, and said I'm doing it myself. I managed to talk €200 out of the then head of Unilever, because we were shooting a scene inside in a supermarket and there was some Unilever products in the background or something, so I just chanced my arm, rang him up and asked him for some money, and I think he gave it to me because I managed to get him on the phone and no other reason. When I rang him up to say that the movie was finished and I was sending it up to him, he was saying, "That's brilliant, I'll send you down the cheque now." He says, "You say you're going to enter it in the Cork Film Festival?" I says, "Yeah." He says, "My brother's the manager of the Cork Film Festival." This is brilliant. So I rang him up for the premiere and he gave me a job there and then. So
check out Cork Moments on the RTE Radio 1 website. Cork Moments. Robert O'Donoghue and a Cork legend.
Cathy Barry is a legend in her own lifetime. From about the 40s, when I got to know her, up to the middle 50s, she was running what is known as a crubine shop off the Corke in Cormac Street. The main business was done at night in this fabulous kitchen with this fabulous fire, with this fabulous pot which had all these crubines cooking in them, and they need to be cooked over a long period of time to soften out and to become edible. And this woman sat there, mainly silent, with those high cheekbones, very, very narrow under the cheekbones, shadows under the cheekbones, those deep set eyes, and that amazing head. It's a Roman head. She has a fantastic nose and a great grace in her. And the restless, the unhappy, the malcontents, the dissidents congregated there after the pubs closed, and they could continue their drinking and their talking. And she sold a thing called jungle juice, which was a mixture of cider and plonk. Once you drank it, you became what you always wanted to be. So you can imagine a room with about 15 dissidents who were all failed something or other, becoming successes for that period of time, once that juice hit the liver.
Cork Moments. Rory Cobb, television producer.
The first record I bought was Bay City Rollers. Can you imagine that? Oh my God. I still have it at home, actually. And I wasn't allowed to get the tartan pants. So now I'm doing that to my own daughter. She's not getting a mobile phone because I couldn't get a tartan pants when I was small. I wore red Doc Martens and skinny trousers and a fishtail and got into reggae and mod music and jam and specials and old reggae, Black Uhuru and stuff. I was on the chess team, but that was mainly so you could get a half day to go to Ashton to look at the girls to play chess and lose your game in the first 3 moves so you can hang around and talk to the girls. So, you know, people talk about rock and roll, getting your girls. It's not, it's chess. Did I lose that? How stupid of me. Hello. So chess is actually the new rock and roll. I was on TV for 3 years doing a kids show when Dustin and Ray and all those were really popular, and we were just sort of in the background. It was a good show. I enjoyed it. I thought we were good anyway. It's funny. I'm walking down the street with my daughter, and she's getting to the "oh my God, you're embarrassing" stage, Dad. Teenagers shout "swamp" at me across the street, and then you see guys, which one were you? Okay, there was a guy dressed up as an old fella, there was a puppet, and there was me. Which one do you think was me? You were the puppet? Of course I was. My daughter said to me recently, I just bought a house. You're nearly 40 and you're just buying your first house. And she said, Dad, how come we're living in rented accommodation? And I said, probably because I got involved in the music industry, you know? Yeah, that was a dumb decision, all right, wasn't it? You know, because she just wants, you know, I consume, therefore I am. This year, I made some high art. I worked with Brian Keenan. I made it was a nice piece, the Capital Culture Programme. And I did so well with that. And it was such a good piece. They now have me making fart jokes on children's television. High-end art to low-end fart.
On Wednesday morning, we heard that American rap artist Eminem was cancelling his Irish concert, scheduled for the 17th of September at Slane, because he was, quite simply, exhausted.
At the moment now, I'm in between very upset and very angry, to be honest.
Pretty pathetic excuse, exhausted.
Yeah, it was, exactly.
Yeah.
To be exhausted, that's no excuse, really.
Dave Fanning got a call from Rory, who's 12, from Tralee, and a serious Eminem fan.
I have this huge flag draping over my bed.
Right.
First thing I see going to bed and first thing I see in the morning.
So what have you been doing for this gig? I mean, have you been practicing, by playing the CDs with your mum?
I've been learning the songs. I've been buying new baggy clothes, new bandanas.
All right,
I've been rehearsing.
And has your mum been rehearsing with you?
She has. She's been rehearsing with me for a bit of it. All right, yeah. I was prepared for it. I was all revved up.
All revved up, but nowhere to go. So Dave gave him the floor.
Okay, just imagine Eminem was listening to this now, or that we send this tape to him from Irish radio, from my Irish listener. What would you be saying to Eminem?
I'd say to him, get off his backside and start performing. We all get a bit tired. This is the thanks you give to us. I mean, look what we do for you. We buy your albums, we make you rich just because you're a bit tired. Go to sleep, have a quick nap. And he talks about being a role model to kids. Well, I'll tell you, if he's a role model to kids, kids are going to be getting a lot lazier, aren't they? Oh, they're tired. Let's not do anything.
Rory on the Dave Fanning Show on Wednesday.
Cork Moments. The late Rory Gallagher, who was born on this day, reflects on being inducted into the Fender Hall of Fame.
I get so few kind of awards as such, and it's something like that that's, you know, from looking at a guitar in a shop window and to end up, how can I say something that doesn't sound phony, but I mean, it's a great thing. And I actually saw James Burton, the first guy to get one of these awards, in London a few months ago, and it was great to see him playing. And but I didn't expect one at all. It's I suppose it's I don't know. It makes me feel about 70 years of age, but it's a beautiful thing, and it really made my day. Being greedy, I tried to do a little bit of slide, and very influenced by Earl Hooker and Robert Nighthawk and Muddy Waters and Tampa Red. And then I like the playing of Scrapper Blackwell and Big Bill Brunsey, aforementioned. If you want to pick a kind of an idol, I'd say Muddy Waters would be my favourite.
Cork Moments on the RTE Radio 1.
Cork Moments. Roz Crowley, writer and publisher.
I grew up in a very creative milieu. My father's painter, designed sets in the Opera House here. My mother was always interested in, she used to design her own clothes, and she was quite well known for that. What I grew up with was a real kind of can-do ethos, if you like. So we always enjoyed turning out something. We liked producing. I've always loved writing about food, and I've always loved cooking. Actually, I found a diary recently from 1967, and I must have had a very dull life because there's a note, 12th of June, made cakes unsuccessfully. Next day, made cakes successfully, and a whole list of different types of buns. I used to make the Sunday afternoon tea, sugary topped sponges and various kinds of cakes, and I always made the gravy. And my mother was an adventurous cook. She certainly was not afraid. Very nice cakes and very nice roast. My mother had the best roast potatoes, and the odd time I hit them as good as her. But she's very generous with the oil, you know, and the fat and everything, so that's what you have to be. I remember one of the cookbooks that I brought out many years ago said that a mean person can't cook well. It needs a generous spirit and a kind heart. I love going into town on a Saturday morning and going to various places in the markets and picking up a bottle of soy sauce, a nice piece of cheese and a nice piece of bread, buying vegetables, dried pears at the moment in one of the stalls in the market on the way in from Princess Street. You know, all those discoveries, they give me pleasure. I'm just delighted that I'm actually living my hobby now. I'm publishing books on food and wine and health.
As Europe celebrates VE Day, Royal Dwyer and a dramatic incident off the Cork coast.
De Valera's first meeting with Sir John Maffey, the British wartime representative to this country, he made it clear that Ireland would furnish as much information as possible to the British, and the way this was done was the messages from the lookout posts would be radioed to Dublin, and the British would listen in. Now, De Valera initially said as part of neutrality he would tell the German ambassador that he could listen in as well. Well, of course, Germany was too far away. They couldn't do anything about U-boats or planes around Ireland. They couldn't help them or do anything, whereas the British were near enough that they could. But as the war went on, they changed the arrangement and they started broadcasting on an agreed frequency and using a code supplied by the British. And if there was a sighting of a U-boat, then they reacted. And people around the country began to realize that every time they reported some kind of sighting, all of a sudden they had an RAF plane flying over, and they became suspicious. But in this case in 1945, within a couple of hours you had depth charges been dropped from a British plane. They came back again that night after dark when the submarine surfaced, and it was attacked on the surface, and the boat was so badly damaged it sunk. And all 48 men managed to get off, and it was 2 days later before the first of them actually arrived at Gallyhead, and then the Cork McSherry lifeboat was sent out to pick up the rest of them, and the 48 of them were interned. They survived the war.
Seamus O'Connell, chef.
I'm not the kind of chef who decides what he's going to cook the day before he's going to cook it and then order it, you know, which is to my detriment a lot of times. It's part of my life, walk around the market, meet the people, see what's there with your own eyes, touch it, feel it, you know. I mean, today is truly like, it's got some magnificent fish here. It's all very fresh. I mean, look at the eyes on these breams there. You wouldn't find them anywhere else in the country. They're gilt-head breams, you know, beautiful, tight, silvery fish with bulging, bright eyes. Prawns are that lovely shade of peachy pink that show that they haven't been wasted an hour getting them straight to the market, like, you know. This was only live a few hours before, you know. Pat O'Connell runs O'Connell's Fish Shop here, and pretty on the ball. I mean, he would have bought it right down to the box. And how are you, Pat? What's good?
What's good today, Jesus? Where do we start? Brill, hake, squid. We have squid. Tuna? No, I'll have tuna on Friday if you. I will have the yellowfin tuna.
Oh, you have yellowfin, yeah?
Lovely bit of hake there, Seamus. Large prawns are excellent.
3 medium mullet. And watch this, I'll get whoppers now. I'll get 10-pound mullets. 3 medium mullets.
Well, that's our definition of medium, you see.
Yeah. Some yellowfin tuna.
What about large hake? Just good and the price is right, like.
Yeah, it's nice, is it? Big old hake, yeah? I need something for blackening, because that's the most popular dish in the restaurant. Just blackened shark with banana ketchup. Yeah, and squid. We won't forget the squid.
Kilo.
Cleaned up by Larry.
Who else? Who else would I even attempt to do it for you?
2 kilos of prawns. Yeah, look, the pen comes out.
Just the age, you know, things are kind of slipping by me, like.
kilos of hand-picked giant prawns.
Of course, what else would I give you?
750 kilos, is it?
We'll even do it less. We'll change the name here now to Vincent the Ball instead of Kay O'Connell, alright?
Sean Beecher, where he sported and played.
Again, you must remember that Cork was a very English city. It was an English enclave in the middle of a hostile territory, if you like, for a long time. And Cockpit Lane is where they had a cockpit and they had the cockfighting going on there. Hurling was another game that was played in the city, and in the 17th century, 1670, I think, around that age now, the corporation actually passed an ordinance that hurling was to be forbidden in the streets of Cork. I mean, all the games we played were played on the streets. And the strange thing about it, again in the 40s, there were very few cars on the streets, and yet the guards were the bane of our lives, chasing us for ball playing. Like, I mean, there was nothing we could do, like, you know, except play anyway. If you played with a small rubber ball or a sponge ball, even at times, if that wasn't available, there were times we did actually tie up paper in balls and tie it very tight in with twine to make a ball. Like,
until it shredded itself.
Until it shredded, or it got wet. I was one of the few people in the street that had some kind of, always had a ball, so I always had got my game. I was always first everything, of course, because I owned the ball. But in our, down in the Cork where we lived, it was quite an entertainment that the married men would play the single men. And because I had the ball, then I got a game, even though I was very young. I learned to move very fast, very early.
Where did they put you in goal?
In goal, yes.
Oh,
I started in goal.
You were safer there.
Well, it depends. If the ball came in, if I put down my hand, if there was money involved, they'd kick me too.
Was there money involved?
About threepence a man they was play for. Well, I think we'll get you into Maya's cinema, the Imperial. 4pence will get you into the assembly rooms. So, like, threepence meant something, like, it was a night's entertainment.
Cork Moments. Sean Condon, Cork teammate and political partner to Jack Lynch, but fierce club rivals.
The first time that I ran into Jack Lynch, the semi-final in the Senior Hurling Championship in 1941, Darlington Rovers. I was associated with Jack Lynch hurling and politics. The following day, I'd be around Cork, canvassing with Jack Lynch in the political area. When Jack Lynch was nominated to stand for Fianna Fáil in 1948, I was a member of the Fianna Fáil party. I had a great personal contact with him. Rivals on the other side of it. I was working morning, noon and night for him, and it seemed to go down well with the people, particularly in the south side, to see the two of us together, like, laughing many a time, like, to say, look at the two of them now, and look at them yesterday, and beating holidays off of one another above and they die. But there was one incident that happened, and Jack and myself were under the dropping balls, you see. But as we were about to pull, there was a third body came along. And before you know that, the three of us were on the ground. The way we felt, Jack had me by the leg. I couldn't get up. But I had this other fellow by the leg, and he couldn't get up, and didn't realise who I had. Ref, he was saying, ref, he had me caught. And who was it? Only Christy Ring. Ref, I didn't have Christy caught by the leg. It was Jack Lynch had him caught. And Jack got up. Jack says, you had Christy caught by the leg? And he turned and looked. Jesus Christy, says he, you're always the same. Why the bloody hell didn't you wear the Glyn stockings? And Christy was out there wearing blue and white stockings the same day.
Cork Moments. Sean Ford, drummer, began at an early age.
I was about 10 years old, I reckon, because in 1952 I would have been about 15 years old, playing with Liam Barry's band, making more money for a 3-hour session down in the RHL than I would in Sutton's for a whole week. I was getting £3.10 a week in Sutton, starting at 8 o'clock at night and finishing at 5. And Morris Mackay offered me 10 guineas at that time, which they weren't getting that in Dunlops. I was working on the Britannic. We used to spend a week in New York, a week in every month for 2 years. And we were within walking distance of Birdland and the Metropole. We went to a concert in Madison Square Garden. So no matter where you sat in the stadium, you looked down and they had 3 revolving stages right down where the ringside used to be. For $1.75, that's all I paid for it. Woody Herman, Louis Armstrong, Gene Krupa, Dizzy Gillespie, and Lambert Henriksen Ross. So every concert I've been attending after that has all been downhill. Met them then when they came to Cork. Now, Gene Krupa didn't come, but Buddy Rich did. Louis Bellson did. I was working backstage for a couple of years before I started playing in the Jazz Festival, and I met and spoke to these guys, people like Kenny Clare, who stayed in my home before he went to hospital and died subsequently. I have a studio at home. I teach. All my daughters played piano, but I never forced them into the grades or competitiveness of this, just for fun. But strangely enough, my grandsons, I have 2 grandsons and a grandnephew taking lessons at the minute, and they seem to have very good promise. They're 9. They're all playing drums. I'm looking at them from the actual performance and playing point of view, and they're with me every Thursday night, and we have great fun. That's given me a great thrill. I wouldn't mind being known as an old teacher, and I don't want to be known as an old drummer, so this could be my last fling.
Cork Moments. Sean O'Shea and the Pucker Bulla.
It's an extraordinary song. It was composed by Donal O'Mullane, who lived at the time at Scrahan in Cooley. The year of the song goes way, way, way back, and there are several other versions of it. There is one called An Pucker Bulla, and it's closely related to the song Tá na Lá, Níl na Lá. I had been touring at a time with a group called Gaelin Cabaret. We used to do the Great Southern Hotels, basically, with Sean Maguire, Kathleen Watkins, Deirdre Neeline. Gaelin were a very vibrant organisation at the time. They suggested that I make a demo and included the song An Pucker Bulla on it. And at the time, Sean O'Reilly had just started off at Ceoltóirí Coolan. He had brought them together to provide the accompaniment for Brian McMahon's play The Honey Spike in the Abbey Theatre. Dorcha Caháin had been singing with them and, you know, is a legendary singer, but he, unfortunately, and it's a sad reflection on the country, had to emigrate to Leeds. And it suited Sean O'Reilly to hear another singer. I kind of auditioned, if you like, for him in Robert McGowan's house in Stillorgan around, I suppose, 1960. We did a concert in the Gaiety Theatre, from which the LP O'Reilly the Gaiety was made. And that opened for booking at 9 o'clock on a certain morning, and the theatre was booked by 12 o'clock. They could have been as huge as the Clancy's here in Ireland now. Had Sean O'Reilly been satisfied to tour, I was immediately taken by his genius. It's a word I use very, very sparingly, but you could really use the word genius about Sean O'Reilly.
Cork Moments. Shane Nestor on being an actor.
When I'm really there, I feel like anything can happen next. And it's like my church. I have to say that. It's like, it's more honest, more than real life. You're nearly in a zone. You're in a certain place. It's coming out like a gift coming out back out through you. When I see a play, and when they get to the final curtain, even if it's been a piece of crap, I always get very emotional because I realise that what they had to go through to get it up there. I fight with myself an awful lot because I'm incredibly insecure about, you know, my own abilities and stuff like that. I try to remain receptive, and I'd say I must be hard for directors sometimes. I think you're a director, you're not a dictator. I probably have a huge issue with trust sometimes. So it's about an equal relationship. So I just found that sometimes that the directors can be incredibly patronising for me, and that they seem to, for some reason, need to break people down to make them kind of go, oh, please show me. You know, the best thing you can do is encourage them to make mistakes. Encourage them to make choices, and then you can direct that. Like when I'm at my best is when my ego is out of it, and which is always tough. It's like trying to get rid of the ego, get it out, and just go, okay, they might have a point here now, right? It's not always, you're not always right. You know, it says in the play, you're not God.
Cork Moments. Sinead Dignan, manager La Boccheria.
But given that it's the European city of culture, I think it completely reflects that. With wines, with food, with dishes that come from tapas by nature, originally from Spain, but with a chef who's so creative and so well travelled, he's able to bring in Indian cuisine, a plethora of spices, Asian cuisine. It's global, but the staff are European. I was standing there one evening and I looked around and I had a girl from the Czech Republic, I had a chap from Poland, I had a girl from Italy, I had a girl and a guy from Spain, I had a girl from Cork, myself from Galway, a man from Tipperary. And there we all were working together. And that wonderful buzz of social activity and a mixed clientele. Business people passing through Cork. Australians, Americans, Indians, you know, passing through the city. Local drinkers from Crowley's. Professional people. Young ladies into fashion and style. And it is women who have got a touch on Europe. And they do like their fashion, and they do like their clothes, and they work hard, and they like to dress up, and they like to feel elegant, and they like to feel that they can be the belle of the ball. But where do you put these people? And Boccheria provides that space without any of the pretentiousness, because they're still down-to-earth Cork girls at the back of it all, you know? And of course the gentlemen love it. Best-looking girls in Cork, you should be found drinking in the Boccheria. Yeah.
Sonia McCarthy, Cork City Football Club fan.
We knew we were going to have to miss one game. We realised that the honeymoon was coinciding with our Satanta Cup game at home to Portadown, so that wasn't going to do at all. So we went into the travel agent and just delayed the honeymoon by a couple of days so that we could stay and make that match. My mother still hasn't forgiven me for that. So we got married on the Saturday, and the Portadown game was on the Monday, and we flew out on our honeymoon on the Wednesday. The morning of the wedding, my husband-to-be that day did send me a bunch of flowers in Cork City colours, red, white and green, a little note on it, and maybe said he was mentioned somewhere along in the note. After the ceremony and we were up signing the register, I'd noticed that our gang of friends that would go to the cross with us on a regular basis seemed to disappear out of the church. I remember thinking to myself, God, they wouldn't even wait for me to sign the register. And as I walked down the aisle, and I was sort of smiling at everybody and walking out towards the end, the city gang seemed to be standing outside, and thought it might have been a guard of honour. And then all of a sudden a flash of a Cork City crest, and I noticed that 4 of the Cork City players had turned up outside, and they were interspersed in amongst all the city friends. I was completely taken aback by it, and it threw me completely because I had planned to stand there and thank everybody for coming along. You know, they were all coming up wishing us well, and we got our pictures taken with the 4 of them, which actually turned out to be on the Evening Echo the following night. And it made the day feel really special. It's something that's almost given back for all the support that you've given over the years. When I stood outside there and walked through that guard of honour, I just felt like it had all been worth it. Everything's been worth it. And it's, you know, even when you get down and sometimes you go to games and maybe the team isn't playing as well as it should be, or you feel a little disappointed, it's things like that you remember, that it's not just a club, it's like a family.
Tide Philpott, 82 and still swimming competitively.
Normally I'd get 2 training sessions a week outside in Leisure World, Monday night and Wednesday night. 2 tough sessions, you know. I came from the south side, you know. I was born in Park Street. We used to go to double ditch, just call it, as kids now. No baiting, casting, no towels, no nothing. All the big boys or girls would take us all out. You build your own little dam, get all the stones first. On the side of the bank, the earth was very, very rich, loamy earth. We used to call it monkey soap. You wet that, block the holes in the stones, and get grass and all that. And you build up the water above waist level. Then we swam in the Canties Rock, tidal waters again. Then you make a progress out what called the hatch in the Lee Fields before the bats were ever built. There was a timber hut. You couldn't see it from the straight road. It was a male men preserve. The men there, they'd hunch out of it, because the reason why they hunch out of it, they were very modest in their own ways. They had no costumes. And when I was driving in, they'd hold on to the crown jewels and head in. That was deep water, you know. There was 18 to 20 feet of water just off the weir. There was old sheet piles there. You were getting on when you got to the weir. When we had no money enough, for example, what they call buoyancy aids, a shop in Barrack Street, Patsy Manny, he sold paint, paraffin, I don't know, they sell diesel, all that kind of stuff. But he used to have oil cans long going, he'd discard them, they'd make a leak. He'd give them to us. He'd tie up a rope between the 2 handles, put them on your chest, and, well, not as little as some were better than others and all that kind of thing. Join a club then after that.
Cork Moments. Former Taoiseach Jack Lynch speaks about hurling from different eras.
Well, I think the hype is greater now because there seems to be more publicity, and it's often centred on the individual player more than it was in my time. So I'd imagine the strain is possibly greater now than it was. Although when you go there in the field, especially before the game in the dressing room, or even the days leading up to the match, there's fierce tension, and I'm sure it's the same now as it was then. There's no difference, except the publicity is greater these days.
Christy Ring to take it. Now will Christy try for the goal and put Cork into the battle? He tries a low hard shot, and it's a goal! Yes, it's a goal for Cork, and it's scored by Christy Ring.
Certainly there will be arguments as to who is the greatest hurler. But I believe that the general consensus is that Christy Ring was the greatest and best hurler of all time.
Hello, Balamadana 188.
Hi, tis me, Silver Fox, blowing the phone box. Creedon's coming on there in a minute.
Oh, that's right. Sure, it is around 11:30 now, and he comes on the wireless every day there.
Look, will you stop your amation and stick your tape on him?
Huh?
Stick a tape on him so I can hear if someone's won the mystery voice when I get home.
Sure, how can I sticky tape him and he inside there on the wireless?
No, not sticky tape him. Stick a tape on him. Record him.
And how will I do that?
Well, do it the same way I showed you when we recorded Mick Flevin off Falshe Stock.
All right, how do we do it that time?
Go out to the Haggard, take the 8-track out of the Cortina,
Right.
get the Rowley cable that fell off DSB truck the time of the crash.
That's right, that's right.
Get the coat hangers I gave you and stick them into the back of the wireless. And remember the last bit.
The last bit? I do. Always point it in the general direction of Athlone.
Good man.
Right, he's starting now.
And there's more from the boys later. Tickets to see Diana Ross.
Ted Murphy, author of the just published The Wine Geese.
I said it to a guy one day. I said, why is it that the people in the wine business seem to be particularly nice? And he said, well, you know, we deal with the earth. And he said, the earth is a great common denominator. He said, I can tell you, he said, and we deal with a guy up there pointing to the heavens. When you're dealing with the earth, he said, that can be very humbling. Crops can be destroyed, or if the snow comes, or whatever. So it's the same as growing potatoes, really. I was asked to meet Mr. Lawton, coming from Bordeaux, and he was to arrive in Cork Station, a man I'd never met. And I went down to meet him in the station, and everybody decanted from the train. And eventually I looked up at the end of the platform, and there was this man, and he was back to me, and I went up, and I touched him on the shoulder, and I said, are you Hugh Lawton? And he turned around, and there were tears streaming down his face. And he said, you must excuse me, he said, but this is a very moving moment for me. I'm the first member of our family to be back in Cork in 250 years. We then went into the Crawford Gallery and saw Hugh Lawton, Mayor of Cork, 1776, his ancestor. The Lawton family are one of the great wine families of the world, basically. The guy who left Cork was Abraham Lawton, who left Cork in 1739, established on the Quai de Chatran, the famous Quai de Chatran in Bordeaux, the centre of wine in the world, basically. When I went to see Hughes Lawton eventually in Bordeaux, there were 10 streets in Bordeaux with Irish names, including Rue McCarthy, Rue Sullivan, Rue O'Reilly, Rue Coppinger. It's quite extraordinary. In many ways, Bordeaux is the most Irish city in the world outside Ireland. The extraordinary thing is, while you see some of the chateaus like Chateau Clark and Lynch-Bage and these who are no longer in Irish hands, there's a new resurgence of the Irish going into Bordeaux. There's so many guys owning wine properties now in Bordeaux that are Irish, first generation. It's just history repeating itself.
Tenor Finbar Wright on the recording process and Count John McCormack.
I mean, my mother, I suppose, was very far-sighted too, and she had me learning piano when I was about 5 or 6 years old. And that, again, was something which is probably unusual enough in Ireland, certainly of my era, because music didn't figure in schools very much. You're confined in what you record by the market forces. So a record company is going to have a big say in actually what you record and what you put on your album. So while there are loads of things, and for example, I'm a great fan of Cole Porter and George Gershwin and all those, that wouldn't be seen necessarily as commercially viable by the record company. I mean, the way it works is that I submit maybe 4 or 5 different kind of ideas for albums, and then the record company actually decides which one they'll choose, and you know, so you are under control. Any singer will look at all the singers of past years and past times. I mean, even McCormack himself, I'm sure, would have been looking at the people who preceded him. And certainly guys like Pavarotti or Carreras would look at Mario Lanza and see what he did. And you learn from them. I mean, that's the whole point of humanity, isn't it? I mean, we learn from people, hopefully, who went before us and have learned lessons. And McCormack I admire. I don't think our voices are exactly similar, and certainly he was dealing with a different repertoire, I think, by and large. I mean, I think he started as a very classical musician, and then moved, because of commercial forces again, moved from one area to another, and that he began recording the lighter material.
Tim Goulding, Allihies-based artist and musician.
Music is such a powerful thing. It transcends language. I can play a note in this corner of the room, and someone over in the far corner of the room will move their foot. You can actually physically move people with music, whereas with painting it's a very quiet, subtle sort of medium. And I don't think many people really appreciate painting in the sort of secret language of painting. In my life, my father in many ways was my teacher, because I never went to art school, but I grew up in a house just full of paintings. There were paintings in the cupboards, under the stairs, on the walls. And when he was very ill and dying, and he was dying of cancer, and he couldn't eat, and all the sort of miserable indignities of that condition, you know, The thing that kept him alive and that kept him interested was painting. And we used to bring pictures of his, out of his collection and put them by the bed. And he'd look at that picture for maybe 3 or 4 hours. And he said to me one day, the only thing I have left in life is things of beauty. And it was almost as if looking at a painting was food for him, you know. And I understand that in a small way. For me, it can be like that. At the moment, I'm painting on 2 themes. And one of them is mountain fires and bog fires. And the other is rocks, old rocks and standing stones, and the feeling of age and weathering. And I found that one of the sort of ways I could parallel that was by actually using some of the material from the landscape. I use some sand from the old copper mines here, some sort of iron oxide, very orangey sand, to give the paintings texture. I like that as a little joke to myself, in a sense, to incorporate a little bit of where I'm living into my paintings.
Tim O'Riordan, composer of the Langer song.
There was Dubliners records at home, like, and we had the Town of Old Bantry. I remember singing that maybe the first day I went to school. It was down in the town of Old Bantry, the boys of Kilmichael, and do you know, a pile of songs, Alf, I learned. I must have nearly 500 songs in my head now, you know. I worked in a factory in Liebert for 5 years. They were out in the Mile Farm Road, fairly mundane, general operative type thing, where you're doing the same thing day after day on an assembly line. And I used to take songbooks in there every day, and I made a promise to myself I'd learn a song a day. And I used to put the book up on top of the workbench, do away my thing, and I'd have my song, maybe 2 songs at the end of the day. I'm probably the black sheep of the family from that point of view. I'm the only fella that packed in the hurling to go up playing rock and roll. This weekend, no, we were in the Marine Hotel. We were down in the Marquee. It was mad. It was like Armageddon down there. Fastnet Rally was on down in Glendore. Pure utter madness. It was like it was one of the few gigs you'd have now, ballad gigs, where there was crowd surfing and moshing going on, you know. It was great crack. The Langer was recorded for a laugh, for a joke between ourselves and our friends. Little did we know we were going to be #1 charts for 4 weeks. There's about 24 verses now. We have a very great verse about the Kinsale roundabout now, or anything topical. You see, that's the great thing. It's a bit like the boys of Fairhill. It can change from time to time, you know. People have said to my brother, when it came out first, what did Tim write that old song for? That's an awful old song. His parents go to mass every morning, you know.
As a typical homegrown Cork Langer.
Cork Moments. Explorer Tim Severn remembers his first expedition to West Cork and driving along the north shore of Courtmacsherry Bay.
And I looked across at Courtmac, and it was just so clear. The houses, the colours of the houses, perfect little village tucked under the hill. I drove on. I didn't actually go into Courtmacsherry. I drove on Timmerleague on to Clonakilty West, but at the end of the weekend, turned in the hire car, went back to London, and I could not get that image out of my mind, of course. And it must have been a couple of years later that I was next in Cork, and I determined I would find where I had been when I saw that picture, which is still in my mind. And I went into the pub, into the Pier House, and the 2 Miss Youngs were there. And I said, was there any chance of perhaps one of the houses would be available? And I got the look. There must have been 5, 6, 7 houses which were empty because people were just leaving. They were almost giving the houses away. And the thing was that it was the only place, as far as I was aware, in the whole of the British Isles where I could actually afford to live, and have never regretted it. I mean, it was I couldn't imagine living anywhere else.
Cork Moments. Tina Naylan. Memories of the Cork Film Festival.
For about 3 years, myself, my son and Melody McNamara, the actress, we did the catering for the film festival, which was great fun, in the foyer of the Opera House. Quiches, sandwiches, pizzas, and bread and butter pudding, because I can't bear to waste anything. So I used to use all the crusts from the sandwiches, and all the females said to me, what a waste of time, nobody'll eat it. All the men adored the bread and butter pudding. It was a big hit. I remember going to see Thaddeus O'Sullivan's December Bride, because we all decided we wanted to see it. Hold to the washing up and race upstairs to watch the film and then back down to clean up afterwards. I subsequently got work out of the film festival, the job of prop finder for Marie de Cork, the French film that was made here in Cork. It was set on sort of the north side of Cork City. Part of it was filmed over in Richmond Hill. The film itself was rather disappointing. I mean, this was the height of the Troubles in Northern Ireland. So I had to sort of liaise with the Irish Army because the guns had to go into, at the time, Ballincollig Barracks to be guarded, every night during the filming. When the crew arrived, they didn't speak English and I don't speak French, so we communicated in sort of pidgin English, French, and drawings. They were very artistic, my drawings weren't as good, so one of the things they wanted to make sure the streets were wet, which I found absolutely hilarious, because as everybody who lives in Cork knows, it never seems to stop raining in January. But anyway, I had to go along to the fire brigade to ask them to send out a tender to wet the streets for the scene that was being filmed. And in order to get into the fire station on Anglesey Street, the rain had been so heavy there was a flood. I actually had to put on Wellingtons, wade through, walk up the stairs and say, "You're not going to believe what I'm going to ask you."
Check out Cork Moments on the Cork Moments. Tina Pisco, writer, now living in Ardfield, Clonakilty.
When I first saw the house, it was pouring with rain. It was definitely haunted. It was just so unappealing. There was a huge amount of work. This is a large house that used to be the priest house, and had two families in it since. I've since found out that the house is actually older than I thought it was, and it dates back to 1848. There was a mention of it prior to that there was a commodious cottage, which I rather like, that idea. Sometimes I forget, I have to remember the effect it had on me. To wake up in the morning and look out the window, just see this amazing cove and this amazing view. And there was a fox just sitting there looking at me. I always say it was the fox's fault as well that I ended up here. And the thing, of course, about Ireland is if you're American or you're English, you start speaking to someone, they don't slow down because you're an English speaker. They just race along. And, when I go to New York, I'm told that I have an Irish accent, which I don't. But I have picked up colloquialisms and ways of speaking and grammatical inversions, so that sometimes I'll be in a cafe in New York City and somebody will say, would you like another cup of coffee? And I'll say, no thanks, I'm grand. And I whip around, they go, are you from Ireland? Couldn't get olive oil when I arrived. You could buy olive oil in the pharmacy in small little bottles for earaches. Boy, we're very cosmopolitan now, we've got cappuccino, frappuccino, lattes, sun-dried tomatoes, I used to come over and I used to bring pasta, coffee, olive oil, and the customs, guys would stop and they'd look in the car and they'd say, the famine's been over for over 100 years.
Tom Creedon on Cork's character.
We were forced to be humorous and laugh at ourselves because we had this terrible, not a chip on our shoulders. I'd say it's more of a ring of a tree on our shoulders, because we really can't stand it. Like that Dublin has so much and we have so little. That envy is there definitely, and that's why we mock the Dublin force set, and the people that follow the Leinster rugby team, the lads and all that. But then we have our own set down here, the rest of it. As one of the wags was saying, if you play golf in Cork Golf Club, you can only play Monday to Friday. Because if you play on a Saturday and Sunday, they'll know you don't own a boat.
Cork Moments. Tom McCarthy, 15th generation stonecutter.
We've always been in the stone yards. We come from a long line of stone cutters in the trade, and we moved the Tracted Monument out of St. Nicholas's. That was about 16 feet high off the ground. It was under a beautiful pedestal, all carved and everything, There was at least 1.5 tons in the statue, and they were decommissioning the church at the time. So we got the job of taking it out. But the funny thing about it, and I've thought about how long our family is in the trade, when we were actually taking the statue down, I got up there one day, myself and the lads were after coming down, and I was just going up to make sure all the straps were on and that they were tight. and up in the shoulder I saw T. McCarthy in 1855. I thought, jeez, that's unusual now, you know. But asking the father had all photographs of the family tree and all that at home, and there was a Thomas McCarthy, great-grandfather, and it had to be him, you know.
Moments. Tom McCarthy, poet.
I came through the window of those first descriptions in O'Connor and O'Fuellan and Daniel Corkery. So I was in many ways prepared to love the place even before I saw it. I looked for Harrington Square when I came to Cork. I remember walking through the city, and eventually I found people who knew where Harrington Square was. So I walked up around Barracktown, as O'Connor calls it, and the descriptions of Wellington Road in the autobiography of Sean O'Fuellan, and I walked up and down Wellington Road. And I remember finding Half Moon Street and thinking what an amazing name that was. And you find descriptions of the loch, the kenk, kenk, kenk of the waterfowl, as it's described by Daniel Corkery, a night in the loch, where he lived in the loch for a few years in Ophelia Place. So what I was doing is I was mapping through fiction the city of Cork for myself, and that then became my described city. The thing about Cork is it will live up to any description of itself. It has that kind of sustainable, deep culture behind it. Middle-class Cork and its harbour and its yacht club and things like that. But other people would know Cork through its lanes, through the whole area around Shandon, Cattle Market Street, and all these small houses, Roman Street. So we have, in a way, competing descriptions of one small city. There's almost an agreement that no matter how bad things are, they can never be better than they are in Cork. Pride of place, I think, which makes all Cork people work together. If you read the autobiographical writings of La Fontaine or the autobiography of David Marcus, you will see what sustains people most is the impact that the place has made upon them.
Cork Moments. Tom McSweeney, RTE News correspondent.
Bantry, January 1979, the Betelgeuse explosion. I'll never forget the fear, the terror I saw on the faces of people in the town of Bantry in West Cork that night. It all began about 1:30 in the morning with a call from the night news editor at RTE in Dublin to tell me at my home in Cork that there had been a major accident on the Whitty Oil terminal in Bantry Bay. I remember driving from my home in Bishopstown at the time west towards Bantry, a distance of about 60-70 miles, and as I got closer and closer to the town, the red glow in the night sky getting brighter and brighter, and I'm wondering what is happening in Bantry. And then getting into the town, almost a scene of chaos, almost in a way unreal, as we sat for a while in the foyer of the Bantry Bay Hotel drinking what seemed like interminable cups of coffee, then going out in the street with every explosion we heard from the Whitty terminal about 2 miles off Bantry, fire, smoke going into the night sky. People were trying to get off the island. It was almost a scene of fear and terror, and later we learned that amongst those explosions, people were dying on the island. 51 seafarers and all terminal staff died that night. It's a night I certainly will never forget, the fear and the terror of Bantry, the night that the Betelgeuse blew up.
Cork Moments. Tom O'Byrne at home in his wildlife sanctuary, a former foundry.
Well, I arrived when I was 5 with my father as a visit, and it was like hell being here, in the sense that men were sort of working in these mills and every time a huge hammer that weighed about 500 or 600 weight hit a plate of red hot steel, there was a shower of sparks that came out through the vents in the roof that flew out the door to meet you. You know, it was one of these places, and men working in there, the steam, the smoke, the noise was ferocious. It was a very dramatic place for somebody at my age at that stage. From a wildlife point of view, I was sitting in my car under a tree just down the avenue there a little bit, and it was a quiet morning about 11 o'clock, and there was an otter coming up the water underneath it, and there was a kingfisher sitting on a branch beside, just 10 foot away from him, and there was a fox just passing by at the same time, and there were ducks and swans in the background as well. It's just that you'd be waiting a long time before you had all those things in the one eye, in the one sight.
Tom O'Connor, cinema developer and owner.
Mel Gibson's Passion of Christ was extreme in the depiction of the death of Christ.
And we had actually people protesting outside on that. They actually gave out leaflets on it, but funnily enough, none of them had seen it. And I invited them to see it, and if they wanted to go to a private viewing in any morning, we would show it to them. But that's how I deal with it. And also, I suppose one of the things I now know, I am not the conscience of the nation. The censor has certified it, and I simply make it available for the public to make up their mind. But that in itself sold the product. Similar to Helga. I mean, the minute you heard you shouldn't go to it, I think we were all educated by Helga. And I think the great thing about a multiplex is there's choice there. The only thing I did one time, and a couple of years ago, unfortunately, I sold 3 tickets to 3 elderly ladies to go to a film I had suggested, which was Forrest Gump. They misunderstood the number the cinema I told them to go into, and they went into Pulp Fiction. Came out shattered, and about 10 years older each. The poor old devils, yeah. And she said, but you recommended it.
Cork Moments. Tony Balfe, underwater photographer.
You have to get very close to your subject because the water, even on the clearest day, is murky. It would be the equivalent of trying to take a photograph in a fog. As you go down, you have the light area on top where the sun is hitting. As you go deeper, it gets darker. But if taking a typical dive off the coast here in shallow reef, you could find kelp and you see fish swimming over it. You go down into it and it's like going into a forest. The stalks of the kelp standing up. Getting in closer, you have the sea anemones, literally like underwater flowers, and colours that I don't think there's orchids wouldn't compare with them. Flame red turning sort of to orange. They're transparent in places. During the summer I was diving with the army off Castletownbere. We did a cave dive, and to see the jewel anemones in the cave, and to think we were the first divers to ever enter that cave. There were lobsters, creatures that weren't going to be caught by fishermen, weren't a bit nervous of divers or anything. They just sat there, they walked out. I was able to photograph them. You know, to go into this cave and to see the changing light in it. It was absolutely fascinating. The Irish waters, be safe to say, have an abundance of life. Down off the Skelligs, you could be at 30 metres and look up and you'd see just a wall of colour. Where a lot of the continental, the Mediterranean, things like that, is quite barren in places.
Cork Moments. Tony Stevens, December 1992.
While we were playing, the weather outside got very bad. So we said we'd be very careful. Get home, it's Christmas Eve, you know. Nobody had a drink. Got into the bandwagon. Down along, Frank just hit the brake and just got into a skid. And he said, oh my good God, he said, ice. He said, we're after hitting it. And he could see an articulated truck coming up. The van was sliding more and more towards the truck. And all I can remember Frank saying is, Jesus Christ, we're gone. We're hitting it. And I could see these lights up on top of me. I remember that part of it. Something up in my chest, trying to push it off. And I hadn't a clue what it was or anything like that. That hour of the morning, we say it was around 4 o'clock, and this guy comes along, and he has a mobile phone. At that hour of the morning, out in the middle of, nowhere. And after that, a doctor appeared. He was out on call. I can't remember this. He came through the back of the wagon, in up on top of the gear, because the gear was spread out everywhere. The front of it was totally, it was nothing. But he came in, and I had a leather jacket on me. He just got out this injection, and straight through the leather jacket. The next I woke up was inside in the University Hospital in Galway. I had 8 ribs gone as well, and I had a clot in my lung. The femur was actually burst, and it had come out through the leg. And it was a fireman that I met recently actually cut me out. And says he, it was just terrible to look at. It took us about 3 hours to get you out of the van. And he said to me, he went home to his wife, we won't be going dancing to Tony Stevens anymore.
Moments. T.P. O'Mahony, author.
I suppose there was a tendency to look back on one's childhood through kind of rose-tinted spectacles, but it was a good time for me. School was never a bother. It was never onerous. It was never trying. I liked the solitude and studying, reading, taking on board information. That came almost second nature to me. I was always kind of interested in words and language, and at school I was good at what we used to call the old composition and doing the old essays. I had submitted a few pieces to various magazines, and I suppose I started to believe that maybe I had some gift for language, however limited, and I started to write for a couple of magazines just after Vatican II. In my reading I had come across works of theology a bit, and I suppose because of my sense of history I had come to an appreciation of the central role of the Catholic Church in Irish society. My first novel was called Sex and Sanctity, which was about the ordination to the priesthood of the first woman in Ireland in a Catholic context, so that landed me in a bit of hot water as well. So I'm vaguely religious, and sometimes I'm more than vaguely religious, but I certainly couldn't have written books like, say, Sex and Sanctity, The Vatican Caper, and I obviously couldn't have written a very quick book on John Paul I, who didn't, unfortunately, stay around very long enough to make it a bestseller. Had I not been in the business of journalism, and had I not had a sort of a front seat at the making of history in a small way, in their different ways, they're all extensions of my journalism, and I probably, had I not been a journalist, if I had written books at all, I suspect they would have been very different books. Actually, I want to write a Western, and I have been working on the plot in my spare time, so hang in there. There's going to be a Western from O'Mahony in the next year or two.
Check out Cork Moments. Eileen, Wally and Ted. Triplets.
She dressed Wally and Ted alike.
My mother was a marvellous person.
She was a tailoress.
She made all her clothes. But from the age of 7, I always brought a shilling into the house, you know that. I was a welder. I used to sleep out. I stole horses. I stole donkeys. Until 17, I became an indentured apprentice to Matty Kenty, Pembroke Street, the bar apprentice. And Matty Kenty, in those days, if you broke your apprenticeship, you never got a job anywhere else. But Matty Kenty had the right to give me a clip in the ear and a front in the arse if I broke my apprenticeship. I never passed an exam in my life because I was always on the line. I was in North Monastery for 2.5 years, and she's recorded I spent about 30 days there.
My mother would be coming up Patrick Street and she'd have the three of us. Someone would stop her and say, Jura, there, the triplets. She took us up one evening, there was a retreat on above in St. Vincent's, I can always remember. We were put into this big room with a big, long crucifix of our Lord, and I know who was hanging up alongside him, but anyway, we were dedicated to the Blessed Virgin.
That's right, Children of Mary.
Yeah. So anyway, it was a beautiful July day.
Yes, we had benediction that day.
We didn't, because we ran.
We did.
You didn't. Ted said to me the heat was getting us down. They gave us a glass of milk and a biscuit, and none came in, and Ted said to me, come on away. So we ran. And my grandfather was alive at the time, and he said, what happened? So I said, the room got too hot and we couldn't stick it. My mother came back, and of course she'd never say anything while she'd have you out. And grandfather said, if you put your hand on any one of the three, then you'll hear it from me. So we were never over religious.
Check out Cork Moments on the RTE. Cork Moments. Visionaries in Mayfield, Cork, 1988.
We looked at the statue and the face on the statue became real. You could see the features bit by bit becoming real. And I was saying, Judy, do you see this? And Judy was saying, yeah, I do, So then I turned away and I said, I didn't see this. This is ridiculous, These things don't happen. So I turned away, and when I turned back, a form, like a life form, like the way I'd see you, actually walked down from where the statue is at the top, actually walked down and walked right down to the railings and had a crucifix in her hands, and she was looking up to heaven.
What did she look like?
She's golden blonde hair with no parting in the centre, and it comes down to her shoulders with golden blonde curls at the end of it. She's blue eyes, a small nose, a small mouth, rosy cheeks. She would be in her early 20s. She usually wears a white gown with a circle neck which is trimmed with gold braided belt around her waist which falls to the ground, and big wide sleeves that come to a point at the end. But she's absolutely gorgeous.
Moments. 1983, the closure of the Dunlop's factory.
The mood here this morning is tense and bitter. 680 workers joined the dole queue. This will push the city's unemployment figures over 12,000, or 22% of its working population. £5 million, say the union, is not enough.
We're not prepared to divulge any of our plans in that respect, because to divulge any of our plans at this stage, Cameron, would be to have people counteract them, and we will carry them out and we will escalate them as we feel necessary, including picketing the games tomorrow and Sunday in Dublin. The tennis matches. John McEnroe has been paid £1 million a year by Dunlop to use Dunlop brackets for £1 million per year for the next 3 years, playing with our money, that the company are more inclined to look after the John McEnroes of this world than they are people who have given loyal and faithful service to this company. Approximately, people with 10-year service would get £2,700, and people with 20 years service would get less than £5,000. 30 is about £8,000, and that's it. And that kind of thing is ridiculous in the present context. How derisory their offer is when they'd have to double it to conform to the norm.
I have worked in Dunlop here for over 32 years. What they are giving me now is really peanuts. And out of that 32 years, 1 week I was out of work. People have mortgages, you're going to suffer all these kind of things.
I feel sad, I suppose, first for losing my job. I particularly feel very sad the fact that we have Corkmen in management here today who are prepared to do the dirty work for the faceless people in England who made the decision first day to close us down. Sad day for Ireland, that Ireland are still producing people, Corkmen unfortunately, who are prepared to do the dirt that these people have asked them to implement.
Cork Moments. Billa O'Connell, pantomime star.
The Opera House holds 1,000 people, and could you imagine out there now tonight there's about 800 children, and they'll come with me hopefully through the story about the wolf and Red Riding Hood. So to me that's just like a joke, just like a buzz. You know, they'll carry you and help you, and that's what I love about it. Our pantomime is always traditional. No, I've never seen Dublin pantomimes, but we stick strictly to the story. Like you're going to see Red Riding Hood now tonight as it is in the storybook. We're traditional as Father Matthew in a Shandon steeple itself. We stick to that tradition, and it has worked for years. Every year I did pantomime, and I worked with Beams and Crawford for 30 years, and Beams and Crawford were very kind to me. You know, when it came matinees, and I took a laws, the fella said Beams and Crawford knew well where I was. It was down the Opera House baiting the boards. I didn't get me primary. I think I barely got me primary. I was in school and going. I remember the teacher saying to me, "Bill, I says you have a head with two as a turn up." Do you know? But I did very well. Look, I can tell you this much now. I'm not a holy man, lover, but God is very kind to me. And if God gives Bill the strength he has now, Bill will carry over the Opera House.